And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
Our Kimiya chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. What is it? Put that in the big bag, Signal.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful morning at the Cape here, as we are counting down here at NSF for the launch of Crew-11. My name is Adrian Ball. I'm your host for today's Falcon 9 mission, hopefully going to the International Space Station in just 4 hours and 15 minutes from now. And I am joined by some two amazing commentators here, starting with, hey, long time no see, Alex.
Yeah, right. It's been a while since we've been on a stream together. But yeah, 4 new humans going to the ISS. A couple of them not new to the ISS, but still, you know, more people going to the ISS, going to the International Space Station, doing research science and lots of different, investigations and whatnot into the human body and many other different scientific exploration research investigations. But yeah, that's one of the things that, you know, we are always happy to see. More people in space is more better, and it's on a Falcon 9 as well, so I like that because I like Falcon 9.
Absolutely. We love Falcon 9 here, and also we love when Sawyer is on commentary. Sawyer, how is the Cape?
The Cape is doing great. I was just inside our hut here and randomly just got a quick photo with Scott Kelly. Other than that, hi everyone. It is
Wow.
a beautiful day here at the Cape, and we are 4 hours, 14 minutes to go. Weather right now looks amazing. Rockets out on the pad. It's a good day, and we're 5 seconds in with a Sawyer Flex.
Yeah, it's like you're the only person that is like, oh yeah, sorry, during the intro I had to like chat to an astronaut, you know, like happens. And in the field we have today D-Wise, we have Max Evans, I think, and we have also Julia in the field. And we, behind the scenes, have Kevin Michael Reed and Jay Keegan producing today's stream. And with that, Sawyer, I'm going. You're the astronaut expert here, right? Like, I have to ask you about astronauts. So, who's launching today? What's the mission? What's Crew-11?
So this is the Crew-11 mission that will be carrying 4 people to the International Space Station. That includes NASA's Zena Cardman and Michael Fincke. Zena is going to be the commander. Mike is the pilot, as well as MS-1 Kimiya Yui from JAXA, the Japanese space agency, and Oleg Platanov, who is MS-2 from Roscosmos. Zena and Oleg will be on their first flights, Kimiya on his second, and Mike on his fourth.
There we go. Thank you so much for that crew overview, Sawyer. And Alex, what's today's mission hardware? What's flying today?
Well, obviously it's Falcon 9, right? But as you know already, the hardware on Falcon 9 is reused, and also the Dragon today is reused. There's some interesting records here. But the booster, first and foremost, it's B1094. It has already launched 2 missions prior to this one. It's launched the Starting Group 12-10 and also the Axiom 4 mission last month. So it's flown very recently, right? And it's already flown humans into space. So that's good. It already knows all the things that it needs to do to launch humans. And other than that, I think the most important thing to me, at the very least, is that capsule, because that is capsule C206. That's its serial number, but it's most commonly known as Endeavour. That is its name. That it was essentially chosen by its first crew, Bob and Doug, on Demo 2. It is the historic capsule that brought human spaceflight back to the United States, and it is its sixth flight. It is the first Dragon capsule to fly for a sixth time, and it is also the of all of the capsules, it is the one that is spent most time in space of all of the Dragon capsules in the fleet. So it's going to be an exciting mission, this one, because it's going to stay for another 7 to 8 months in space once it docks to the International Space Station. So it's gonna add a lot more days on this mission. But yeah, really excited to see once again Endeavour dock to the ISS.
Absolutely. Already launched Demo 2, Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, Crew 8, and now Crew 11. What a history on a capsule. That's not too shabby. And of course, they're also in the top right. You already see, I think, Max or D standing by, where we hope to see some astronauts in a bit, and we also see some transport Teslas. So yeah, we should probably address this, because usually we only go live for Falcon 9s like 60 minutes before. But there's quite a schedule ahead of us over the next 4 hours and 10 minutes, correct?
Absolutely. So the crew wakes up, they have their breakfast. It used to be the old tradition of steak and eggs, but then there's the whole suit up process. So they have to go through all of that. That takes quite a while. There are some other traditions that I'm sure we'll talk about as we go through the stream that they will do throughout the morning. But by the time they get all suited up, do their checks, do that, it takes quite a while. So then they will roll out in their Teslas to the pad. They'll have to get out there, get up, more traditions, get on board the capsule, and they also pad in extra time in case they need to troubleshoot things. So it seems very early, but there is a lot that actually are already happening as we speak.
Absolutely, and we will cover all of that. We will cover the suit up, we will cover the walkout, we will cover the drive to the pad. There is tons of stuff we have to talk about in the next 4 hours. And I'm already seeing the first question here about what do the license plates on the Tesla says today. And I think, Alex, it's just launch? I think we're getting a zoom a bit, but it's... Yeah,
it almost
there.
seems like it says that. Yeah.
Launch.
Well, no funny... No funny... Oh, hang on. Launch, live...
And probably laugh, right?
Laugh.
It's launch, live, laugh.
Okay.
Oh.
They always do something funny with a name plus the number, right? Like for Crew 6, I think it was. They've done for every single mission, right? Because they have a number. They've done something funny, but I guess with 11, it's not like you can do much with that, I guess. So they did this. That's funny.
But yeah, live, laugh, launch. I like that.
Yeah.
That's honestly kind of great. I love the idea. I always wonder if these ideas are coming from like the crew, or is there like a department at SpaceX that thinks about funny names? I'm not sure what the answer here is, but
you probably have something like that, yeah.
They're
also
associated
like
with the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Oh, they have like their own Sawyer that thinks about puns and jokes.
SpaceX NSF pipe stream?
No. Stay here. But yeah, we have quite a schedule ahead of us. And again, right now, the crew is probably in the building where the suit up will happen, correct? Like they're somewhere in there already?
Yep, because that's also where their crew quarters are, is inside the operations and checkout facility. They've been there since the Gemini days. So that's where they spend the time quarantining, and then they just move right over to the suit-up room, and then elevator down and into the Teslas in this case.
And we see that famous door that we will hope to see open in a bit from now. It's not like they're about to open that door. there's still some events that we will see leading up to that. I see some questions about the ship's static fire that might also happen today in Starbase. And yes, we have 2 crews basically working simultaneously here. And if we get activity there as well, we will of course also cover that. So don't you worry, NSF will not miss anything, and that is thanks to all of your support, including, for example, here, Ron Smith with a super chat saying Endeavor, hashtag best shuttle and best dragon. So 2 times.
Yes.
I have no. It's Atlantis.
Yes, the Crew Dragon Atlantis, exactly. Nope.
No,
It's
I mean,
the only one that's a shuttle and a Crew Dragon capsule.
I knew, the moment I said it, Sawyer, I knew you're gonna beat me with that. So, yeah. I felt for that. Alex, I have a question here about the timeline. If they launch in time today, when does the crew arrive at the station?
That's a very good question. So currently the docking is scheduled for August 2nd at 3 a.m. Eastern. That will be 700 UTC, essentially. So very early in the morning on Saturday. But, that's how orbital mechanics works. I'm sure we're going to get so many questions about that because I think this will be the longest time between launch and docking for a Crew Dragon so far. And I bet some people will be asking, oh, why is it that they have to do that? And Soyuz and the Chinese and whatnot, they do like 3 hours, 6 hours, or something like that. Long answer, but short story is orbital mechanics. That's all. That's why. But yeah,
I wish I could reason more things in my life just with the answer orbital mechanics. Like, just
I
sometimes
mean,
just say, why didn't you clean the bathroom today? Well, that's
orbital
just orbital
mechanics.
mechanics.
Yeah, it was orbital mechanics. Well, at least birthdays do tend to be because of orbital mechanics.
That's true.
Because we celebrate an orbit around the sun.
There are some
Anyways.
questions in every day that you can answer with the answer orbital mechanics. There we go. There we see the crew capsule, of course, on the pad with a Falcon 9 below it and the crew access arm attached to it. Sawyer, the past few days, they have already performed some tests and some rehearsals with this, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, there are 2 different main tests that they do. One of them is called a dry dress rehearsal. One of them is called a wet dress rehearsal. One of them, the goal is for the crew to be able to run through the entire countdown in their actual vehicle, or on top of their actual rocket. That is the dry dress rehearsal, so called because no propellant is loaded into the vehicle during that time. So they did that test, and then a couple hours after that, they attempted a static fire. So in that one, they load up all the propellants and then they ignite the engines for about 6-ish seconds usually, keeping the rocket held down onto the pad. The first attempt, they had to abort that because of some hydraulic sensor issues, I should say, with some ground equipment. They worked through that and then tried again about 12-ish hours later, and they were able to successfully do the static fire test and get the data they needed to go for launch. They did find one issue with one of the little engine controllers that they just swapped it out at the pad, but that's why they do these tests. So the crew is ready and the rocket is ready.
There we go. I will, for the next one, I will directly go to Sawyer again because I feel like this question I have to ask you. Brian Moore here is wondering, does Endeavour hold the record for time and space for a crewed vehicle other than the space station?
Ooh, I mean, that's probably an Alex statistical question, but I would think so. I know we'll have some more info on the exact numbers. Alex, you've got those, right?
Yeah, as far as I know, it does hold the record for that. I can look up right now the number, and it is 701 days, 21 hours, 16 minutes, 14 seconds in flight. So quite a long time. Let's put it that way. Nearly 2 years of accumulated time in flight for this capsule. Other than a space station, that is pretty much the most. Like the space shuttle I think the longest they have accumulated was Discovery, right, Sawyer, which had about a year or so.
Yep.
Like 360 something days, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it was Discovery.
Yeah, and this is closer to like 2 years, and that's one single capsule. There's the other capsules as well that have a bunch of other, hundreds of days and whatnot, except for Grace, which is rather new.
Yeah, I have to say, why I throw this to you, Sawyer, is because I had a misconception. Because I thought the answer is there's Sawyer, by the way. I
Oh, that's
thought
me.
the answer is a shuttle. Like my
Oh, no.
my initial I didn't know. Like this was totally my expectation was the shuttle was still having more.
For reference, the amount of time spent cumulative between all of the Dragon capsules surpassed all of the 30 years that the U.S. Space Shuttle was flying in 2022. So from 2020 to 2022, combined, Dragon spent as much time in space as the shuttle did over 30 years.
Yep, absolutely. That's why. So that's why you now make sense why I threw to you, right? Like I tried to make a shuttle reference, and we're like, oh, shuttle, haha. And then I noticed, oh wait, Dragon actually has more.
By a lot.
By a lot, which also is thanks to these 6-month crew stays at the station, of course, where they accumulate a lot of time. Alex, do we know how long they will fly these capsules? Like, do they have a limit? Did SpaceX ever communicate? Oh, we can do 10 flights, like up to 10 times.
I'm being too distracted now with this aerial view because I'm looking at the Starship hardware there. It's too easy to get distracted by that because we don't get these views even on our own flyovers. We cannot get this close to the pad. But yeah, so for example, one of the things that they're trying to get to is having these capsules be able to be flown up until 15 times instead of, because the original limit for Dragon 2 was 5 flights, right, for every capsule. But as you can see, this is flying for the 6th time, so they have extended that a little bit. Eventually, SpaceX wants to certify these capsules to fly up to 15 times each, which, with 5 capsules, that's a lot of flights that they can do, right? They have already done like 18 flights with Crew Dragon capsules, but they still have a lot more to go if they wanted to and reach 15 flights with a single capsule. I don't think any specific Crew Dragon capsule will reach 15 flights because it feels like that's too many flights of Crew Dragon, right? But hey, look, if it does happen, that means it's really great for Dragon and all of the other stations, because I expect them to also use Dragon at some point and whatnot. But yeah, they do intend to fly Dragon capsules at least up to 15 times. So 6 flights, this is just halfway through. It's just almost halfway through. It's not even that, right? So there's still a lot more life, apparently, from what they think they can do with these capsules.
Absolutely. And a quick follow-up question, Alex, while I have you here. The heat shields and everything, they are not reused, right? Like the heat shield is new.
The heat shield material itself, yes, it is not reused. However, where the heat shield is applied to, that can be reused. So, for example, the main heat shield, the one at the bottom, is sort of on a very specific structure, right? That is attached to the pressure vessel of the capsule and whatnot. And that, as far as we know, they can reuse it a couple of times. They have been approved to reuse that, for example, so they don't need a new one. However, for this one particular capsule in flight, they are flying a new sort of heat shield structure. Not the material itself, not the Pika X material, the ablative material. It is replaced on every single mission, but it is applied to a structure that supports that, and that can be reused. But for this one, they have actually improved that. They have upgraded that structure. There were no details about what exactly they've done to upgrade it, but they just said that, hey, we've upgraded it. And so there is a new one there for this capsule. Ooh, look at that.
Ooh,
Is that Zena?
we have. I think so, right? We have astronauts already suited up. By the way, they are fast today. Like that's ahead of
Nice.
schedule. Sawyer, let's talk a bit about this room and the traditions and everything about it, because this room has, like, in general, the suit up sequence of astronauts has quite a history, right? And a lot of rituals attached to it.
Exactly, yes. So normally in the morning, yeah, like we mentioned earlier, it used to be the steak and eggs breakfast and they would have the cake, but we don't get to see that as much now. But these are the same suit up rooms that you've probably seen Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin suit up in, that you've seen John Young and Bob Crippen and all of the shuttle crews suit up in. It's the same type of room. In fact, you can see some of that older hardware on the back of the wall, but those are definitely newer seats that they're working in now to get suited up. So they will obviously suit up, get all of their pressure checks done. That's why you saw, I believe, Zena there with the visor closed when they turn them into marshmallows temporarily to puff up the suit, make sure there's no leaks. You see the mission patches on the base there as well of all the different missions that have used these seats to suit up. And then once they do that, they have a card game that they play. And basically, the commander has to lose as a sign of good luck, and that all of the bad luck was basically gotten out on the ground by losing said card game. So you will see that usually with the head of the astronaut office before they head out to the Teslas.
And there have been in the past quite some missions that were almost delayed because of long card games, right?
Oh yeah, way way back to the shuttle days, you can absolutely hear stories of ones where they were cutting it real close when they needed to get out to the pad to make it on time for launch. But it's worth noting there's a lot more wiggle room in the countdown. So basically, SpaceX teams have built in extra time. So if it takes a touch longer, it's not the end of the world.
Absolutely. It's I love these kind of traditions that are still attached and are still carried over. I think also the seats they're sitting on has all the patches that of the missions that have suited up in that seat, particularly, which is kind of cool.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was pointing
Yeah.
earlier at the foot of it.
Oh yeah, sorry. And there, I think in the background, that's the official. Yeah, that's the official Crew-11 patch as well. So, kind of nice to see all of that, and you can see that room is quite busy. We also see some Japanese officials there.
This is LD on
so-
Countdown 1 with the situational briefing. All COPVs are at MEOP and the count is progressing nominally towards a 12:09:24 Eastern Time T0. The COLA screening process has been completed by both SpaceX and NASA, and we have no COLA conjunctions in play for today's launch. Weather looks extremely favorable for both launch site, Dragon Ascent Corridor, and upper level winds. The advance team is currently on the tower, but will remain off the arm for the next 10 minutes or so while Dragon repeats gyro compass alignment. Overall, advance team made it out to the tower about 10 minutes early, so we do not expect this to impact timeline. The crew is currently at the suit-up room, ONC building, and timeline remains on track. Reminder for all operators, procedure 52.911 is open for tracking any crew contingency actions throughout today's launch operation. Overall, Falcon and Dragon remain healthy, tracking towards today's launch. Pending any questions, that concludes the briefing.
And there we go
LD out.
with a quick, like, LD out. With a quick briefing here, Alex, kind of similar to the beginning of the Falcon 9 countdown briefing, right? More like a general statement.
Yeah, it's the usual briefing. It's usually at T-minus 4 hours or so. So it's pretty much when we would expect that. That is the sort of point in the countdown when that happens. You know, normal stuff. They've gone through, you know, what they have done until this point. He talked about, you know, loading the COPVs on the Falcon 9 and that it's going well and whatnot. They've been cycling stuff on Dragon as well. The crew teams are there at the pad and everything, and so they are holding off the crew access arm while they do stuff on Dragon, right? But then they'll proceed into Dragon. So like just going through what has happened until now and what is the immediate things that they're going to be doing. The weather, we've heard that it is extremely favorable, right? That we already had seen yesterday on the weather forecast from the Space Launch Delta 45 that it was 90% favorable, so like really good weather. He talked about, for example, the ascent corridor weather that is on the abort zones for Dragon. So that's good because those can also scrub the launch essentially, and also upper level winds are favorable, aka they're not a concern for this launch attempt. It's also Florida, so things could worsen in the 4 hours until launch. But let's hope that doesn't happen, right? Let's just hope things just keep to where they are right now. But so far so good. This is great. This is great news.
Absolutely. Sawyer, I have to talk about this wording they just used. Extremely favorable weather. That's quite an endorsement of the weather. Like, have you ever heard something like that?
I mean, yes, I've heard them say that many times, but I don't want to come off as negative Nancy, but we've seen launches where it's 90% and it doesn't go. Just a couple weeks ago, we saw a launch that was 10% that did go. So, things can change. You always have random scattered storms here in Florida, but I do like hearing the extremely favorable part.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 Falcon Heavy missions so far where nobody thought they would launch, including the maiden launch, and then also another one a bit later where everybody was like, yeah, there's no way they're going to launch today. And then that thing lifted off. So never count out 10% odds and never take 90% for granted. Is what I would say about this. And we see some wavings. Very chatty, very happy astronauts. They seem in general in a very good mood there. And Sawyer, I know you have talked with a lot of astronauts to bring this in again. These crews, they learn to get and work together many months before the main mission starts, right?
In many cases, over a year, exactly. This one is quite interesting because Commander Zena Cardman was originally supposed to fly with Crew 9, so she had trained with Crew 9, and then got bumped so that they could have 2 empty seats for Butch and Sunny to return down. So when I was talking to her pre-launch when we got a chance to interview them, she was basically saying that a lot of the training wasn't so much having to retrain on, learning Dragon or learning ISS systems. It was learning to work with the crew. So that was the big thing that she talked about, was basically getting to work with everyone, see how they function, and train as a team so that they know each other's next move without even having to say a word.
Absolutely. One of the beauties of these crewed space flights, right? Like completely international crew, but they have to work together, trust each other for the next 6 months completely. Like they are as close as you can get as a crew. Let me thank some people here while the astronauts also thank some people. Starting with Turtle Sanctuary with a super chat saying, "Can you please create a weekly show with Sawyer, Adrian, and Alex? I would watch every episode. Thanks." I mean, thank you for these kind words. We're glad you enjoy it, and I will do my best to have us on streams together regularly. Maybe can that show basically make happen? There's always a Starlink that could make it happen.
Cool, you're joining us for the 1 a.m.s then. Got it.
The 1 a.m.s are like 6, 7 a.m.s my time, which is the worst. Anyway, Turtle Sanctuary also gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that support. And then Chevo also becoming a Patrat member. Again, we have quite a busy schedule today. We have 2 big productions probably ahead with Crew 11 and also with the potential static fire. So all of the support is why we can do this. And I know we always say it, but like it's absolutely true. We cannot have all of these cameras in place without you. And there we see some waving, some photographs being done, Alex.
And the 11 with the fingers.
Aw, that's cool. They seem very happy and chatty.
I'm guessing they'll do the game now, the card game.
Oh yeah. So that card game, huh?
And just to add,
oh, good.
I was gonna add one note to what you said about the streams. We already have the Ship 37 stream on our channel, ready to go. So put it on another tab. It'll go live when it goes live. We're gonna run parallel streams. There's not gonna be like one stream for both because it's too impossible right now, right? But
Yeah.
it's there. It's there. So for people that are asking about it, it's there. You can find it.
Absolutely. And we will make sure to inform you. Looking like, yeah, suit up seems to be done. Are there, Sawyer, I'm not sure, do you have the schedule handy right now?
I mean, I can go off of what I know. What's the schedule question?
How are we on time? Like, what's the time when they will have to leave this facility?
Usually it's about 3 hours, 15 minutes before launch is when they are basically on their way towards the Teslas and starting the drive from the operations and checkout building to the pad. So right now they seem to be about on time, if not slightly ahead of schedule. As we heard earlier as well, the teams out at the pad are running ahead of schedule as well, which is a good thing. It sounds like they needed to basically realign the GPS on Dragon, and so that took about an extra 10 minutes, and they were out there 10 minutes early, so that kind of cancels itself out. But right now the crew is 100% on time based off of just what we're used to seeing here.
Absolutely. They have usually like there's tons of buffer in these missions because another thing we have, for example, seen a lot of times is when they have to reopen Dragon because, for example, a hair got in the closing seal. So there's always a bit of buffer so they can run these operations, make it happen. I mean, we had that Alex, we had that huge thing the last time, right? With the with the clearance of the data. That was like a data submission they had to get done, right, for an upload to Dragon.
Oh yeah, wow! I almost forgot about that one. Yeah, I don't even remember exactly what kind of data was. I'm trying
It was
to
aboard corridor wins.
abort corridor
corridor.
win.
There we
Okay,
go.
yeah, yeah. I completely like erased that from my memory. I think it was too traumatic. But yeah, I
I
now
haven't
remember.
forgotten that.
Yeah, because you were
Go
there.
ahead, Sawyer. Go ahead, Sawyer.
Yeah,
Tell
that
us
was-
what happened.
So they do final weather information. They load it into the capsule so that if it needs to auto abort, it can take winds and waves and all that latest data into account when it's deciding what to do. And they needed to upload it, and the file just would not upload. They pushed the count. They basically kept pushing and pushing until the last possible moment. With less than 90 seconds to go before having to call the launch, they were able to get that file uploaded. So that was critical. But also, I think it was also Axiom 4, if not Crew 10, where they had to reopen the capsule again, or they tried to close it and did a FOD for object debris inspection and found a piece of fabric that was preventing it from closing. So you talk about hair. Also, we had a piece of fabric, just I believe it was Axiom 4 again as well.
4 on countdown. Suit donning and checkouts are complete on schedule.
There we go. On schedule. That's what we like to hear. And I think we are getting ready for the card game. Should be fairly soon if they play it. Maybe they don't. Are there crews in the past that have like chosen against superstition and like didn't do certain rituals, Sawyer?
No.
Okay.
Plain and simple, no.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Card game time.
Joe Acaba,
Yep.
head of the astronaut
That is.
corps, right?
Yep.
And it's until the commander loses, right? Not the pilot, the commander.
Exactly. Yeah. It's assumed that if the commander loses, that's all of their good luck, or all of their bad luck, gotten rid of on the ground, so that the good luck will follow them during their mission. So it's essentially a high card is basically what it comes down to. So keep an eye out, and we'll see when Zena loses. So again, she is the second from the left.
And we'll see. Don't go cut away. Show the card.
There should be like an overhead view.
That looks like Kimiya Yui just won, potentially. Oh, she needs to be last, it seems.
Mhm. Oh, it didn't take the jokers out.
Seems. Oh, that's 3 jokers, right? Did she just? This is fun.
Are you winning, son?
Apparently, also the deck of cards has drawings of Zena Cardman on the cards,
That would probably be why she's laughing so hard.
and that's just I think that's. I think they're going through some rounds there.
She keeps winning, so
Oh,
Here we
duel.
go.
That seems rather high. That seems rather low.
And there we go.
looks like that is it for the game.
That's a wrap on the game. Seems. Or are we getting a second round? No, I think they're done. Wonderful. That was cool. Again, they seem in such good mood and spirits.
I mean, would you blame them if you're about to go to space, hopefully in 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 52 seconds?
I would also be nervous, Sawyer. Like I always think it's so crazy how calm these astronauts are, and how like they just function on these days.
I mean, yeah, but it's part of their training as well. This is what they. That's why out of the 30,000 people that applied in the last astronaut class, it was 12 or 13 that they selected. They get the best of the best, the ones that are willing to do this. And I'm sure, there's some anticipation and some nervousness, as there should be. But other than that, I mean, they're going to get to go hang out in space for 6 months. This is what they train for. This is what they all hope for. It's that crew assignment and that launch day.
Absolutely. It is absolutely. I mean, that's probably what their training is about, right? Like making this day routine, making this day just part of training. So
yeah, pretty much. That's why they do the dry dress rehearsal. They run through absolutely everything with it on their rocket, on their pad. So everything feels like it's the real deal. Even when they're training for prop load, they will pipe in sounds of prop load so that they know what it sounds like on launch day. It's all choreographed.
a lot of blue suits there. Were there's all astronauts there? I always connect blue suits with astronauts.
Yeah, either astronauts. There were also some officials there from JAXA and Roscosmos.
I think there was also
Go ahead.
a Russian cosmonaut as well there. Yeah, there's a couple of Russian cosmonauts as well.
And another question, we earlier talked a bit about the reuse from Dragon. And people are now wondering, Alex, if it initially was certified for 5 flights, how can they reuse Dragon more? Like, what's part of this recertification? What are they actually doing when they say we want to fly this up to 15 times?
Yeah, one of the things they do, for example, is most of the components on Dragon are then retested and sort of like they go through a battery of tests with these components and simulate multiple flights to space and back. Like, for example, the famous COPVs on Dragon, for example, which make up the pressure tanks, the propellant tanks, and things like that. Those get cycled the many times that you would expect them to be cycled for 15 flights and more. Because normally what you do is, if you want to certify, for example, for 5 flights, what you do is you run 3 times the amount of certified flights so that you have a 3-fold confidence level. Essentially, you test them 15 times. However, as far as we know, especially early on, we were told that at SpaceX, they do it 4 times instead of 3 times, just to make sure that things are tested, retested, and retested, right? Like, they just go 4 times the needed amount. So when they did 5 flights for their certification process, they did things like cycling a COPV for, just to put that example of one single part that I can think of right now on Dragon, for the entirety of 20 different flights, for example. When now you take into account 15 flights, then we're talking about 60, right? We're talking about 60 cycles on each component and making sure that these components can survive. Now, obviously, the same exact hardware that you've gone through that qualification, you don't put it on the spacecraft, but that if you put the exact same design of material and components on the capsule, it's going to survive not just those 15 flights, but beyond that. Right now, though, they are certifying these components in a sort of component per component sort of basis, system by system. Some components on Dragon are not even reused like more than 2 times. As I said, for example, the heat shield back shell, the structure itself, it is only reused a couple of times because it's in a very delicate situation location on the Dragon. So, for example, that one might not have a lot of reuses, but that's one of the many things that you can think of for that.
Absolutely, and I'm seeing. Oh, it's not them yet. It's just another few people. Speaking of reuse, I think we also have a handy graphic about time spent in space here that is quite interesting on the 5 dragons. We of course have 206 Endeavor, 207 Resilience, 210 Endurance, 212 Freedom, and 213 Grace. And we can see in the middle, in the left, we have Endeavor, today's candidate, with 5 flights so far and 701 days in space. And honestly, 210 Endurance not that far behind for the fact that it just had 4 flights, with just about 30 days less. So
It's got the... Sorry.
But
It's got the advantage that C206 Endeavor did 1 short duration flight, Axiom 1, right? If it had done another crew rotation mission, those are like 6 months. So it will be like 6 months ahead. And also Endurance is a capsule right now up in space with the Crew 10 mission. And so that time in space is current, like 671 days for as of today. But when it returns, it'll be a few more days because it's scheduled to return on August 6th. So add another 6 days or so for its total time in space by the time it returns after Crew 10 comes back home. So yeah, this is the fleet of Crew Dragon capsules. I thought it was neat to have some kind of view of what are the capsules and how many flights they've done and how much time in space they spent. So you can see Grace is just 20 days because it's only done 1 flight and it was a short duration flight. But yeah, and Resilience, it's done 4 flights, but it's only been in space 178 days. And that is because 3 of them were short flights with Resilience flying Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, and also Fram 2. So yeah, that's really interesting to see the differences.
Quite a difference. So yeah, we have a lot of cameras right now out there. I'm sorry, just as I say that, the cameras go away, but I will still say that. There's a lot of area out there where people are gathering. What is exactly the purpose of that gathering area that we are looking at?
I mean, the main reason for people gathering out there is to give a final farewell to the crew. So you've got all the media lined up. You've got a bunch of the other astronauts out there. It's a whole gathering, essentially, to wish them luck before they head out to the pad, a final chance to say goodbye to them before they spend 6 months on the ISS. So it's a whole big celebration.
There we go. There's the journalists also in place at that walkout.
There'll also be officials from NASA, from JAXA, from Roscosmos. I think the head of Roscosmos is there, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, sometimes also like we see some SpaceX officials. As of course this is their capsule and their launch vehicle. So they usually also have some SpaceX personnel present there as well in the gathering. but it's mainly like for the families, right? It's mainly for the families really to say goodbye before their extended stay on the station. And we are probably fairly close to these door opens. Are these still the same? Like, are they just replicated the doors look over time? Or are these still the same doors constantly?
I would think they're still the exact same doors. I mean, they look very similar. Haven't seen much change to them, and you still have all of the patches and stickers and things around the door frame. But these hallways are the same.
That's true. Cool shots. We need an F print there. I'm just saying. Alex, throwing this to you. Evan is wondering, with the ISS nearing the end of its amazing service at some point, will Dragon be used to shuttle astronauts to future private space station?
That's the hope. We know at least of one company that wants to do that, which is Vast. They are developing their own sort of bare bones station, so to speak, which is Haven 1. And that one will only have 3 missions, maybe 4, we'll see. So it's not going to be a lot of missions, but those are going to be at least with Crew Dragon. Then they'll have a bigger space station, Haven 2, which may also use Dragon as well for crew and cargo. But we'll see in the future if there are any others. Potentially Axiom as well. To be fair, they've been using Crew Dragon anyways for ISS missions, so I wouldn't be surprised if they also asked SpaceX to fly their crew and cargo to their Axiom space station once that's up and running. I'm not too sure about other players, namely Blue Origin with their orbital reef. I think they probably have their own plans for that, but we'll see what happens with all those.
Yeah, the hope is, of course, that these private stations are up and running before the ISS is retired at some point.
I just saw the acting administrator of NASA.
Yep. Quite a show of personnel there, as they are getting ready to board their transport Teslas. But still waiting. I think there's like an elevator they have to take, right? Like, this is not the same floor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll see them get in, and hop on out at the ground level, and then make it through the doors.
The second to last elevator to space, basically.
But I mean, is a rocket also an elevator in a way? Because if so, then it would be 3.
I think I was told it's a trampoline.
It's a
okay, then 2
It's both a trampoline and a broomstick. How times have changed. Am I right?
Absolutely. Quite a lot of people there. It's busy.
It is busy here at the press center, I have to say. There are a lot of cars, a lot more people than there were for Crew 10, it feels like. So this is nice to see all of the support for human spaceflight.
Of course, also helps that the time of this launch, Sawyer, is a bit more favorable for a lot of things. Time of day.
I mean, I like my 2 a.m.s as much as everybody, but yes, 12:09 p.m. is quite nice.
Yes, I'm not against these kind of time slots. Let's see here if we have more questions that we can hit before we can before they walk out. And yes, they, as people are wondering, we talked about it a bit earlier, they have live, laugh, launch number plates.
No,
I'm not sure which.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's launch, live, laugh, right? Or something like that.
Launch.
I think that's the order.
Launch, laugh, live, or like the order needs to be clarified.
Also, are you going from front to back or back to front? Because if so, if you're going front, it's love, live, launch. Otherwise, it's launch, live, love.
I think it's
Or
launch, live, laugh because
Sorry.
launch. I think it's launch first because launch goes first, I guess.
But the saying is live, laugh, love. So in this case, it's live, laugh, launch. Although the order of the Teslas, I think, is what is it? Laugh, live, launch.
It's also there's quite a if you say this a lot, like if you say these words a lot, they don't make sense anymore.
That's true.
It's a weird thing, but yeah, live, laugh, launch.
And yeah, I just saw the names like Crew Dragon was so Crew 6 for example was Crew Dragon, like it was CRWDR6N. Yeah, it's weird. Like Crew 10 was liftoff and the
I think
T and
7
O
is.
was
I think 7
10.
is still my favorite.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Best number plate. Just like a bye. Perfect. Honestly, I don't have any improvements over that. They should have just. But I love the tradition that they just come on with. There they are. There you can see Crew 7. Bye.
Blast off with the 5.
Yeah, I like when
Send
they
it
incorporate
with
the
a 3.
number into it.
True.
Crew 2, reuse, reduce, recycle, because that was the first reused both Dragon and Booster on that mission. With guess which capsule? This one.
I'm gonna guess
Endeavour.
Endeavour.
Yep. It was
That's
very very funny because Demo 2 was flown by Bob Finken as the pilot, and then we had Megan MacArthur on the same seat, and she is his wife. So it's like it was in the same seat on the same capsule that flew with Bob Finken on board. So that was funny.
I mean, also talking about the seats and everything. Sorry, I know we will get to the board, like the boarding of the capsule and everything later. But these seats are like made for these astronauts, right? Like they will always be adjusted and everything.
Exactly. Yeah, they have seat liners. You're talking about inside the capsule or inside the
Yes.
car?
Inside the no, not in the car. I don't think they made the car seats for them.
No, they do have ways to be able to have air conditioning and stuff still in their suits in the cars. But yeah, no, their seats are all custom mapped to them. So they're called seat liners essentially. So they'll kind of make a mold of it and they will put that inside the capsule for them. If needed, they could swap it around between vehicles or seats. But it's so that once they do re-enter and during the G-forces of launch as well, that their body is cushioned and doesn't do any damage, especially when you're coming back after 6 months
On
in
countdown,
space. And
advanced
one
team
of my
is
favorite
in the White Room. This is approximately 15 minutes behind schedule. They have until T-minus 2 hours and 43 minutes per the green light time, so we have margin.
There we go. At least they're within margins, even though if they're a bit behind schedule. But yeah, especially once you're coming back in with all those Gs. And my favorite fact is that every single one of their suits or suit parts and seat parts has their name in the serial number. So they know that these 4 people on the screen are first most in their mind.
Absolutely, and it looks like we are heading into a very full elevator. Oh well, it's okay. Nope. Getting fuller. I think if you're an astronaut, you get to stand in the front. And down they go. And now we await for these doors to open. And the call-up we just heard is for I think the pad crew. And the pad crew, of course, had to perform some additional work, but they are within margins, even though a bit behind schedule. But there is margin. So nothing to panic about. They will need more space here for stickers.
They'll get creative. There's still room.
That's true. Why 4 astronauts and 3 cars?
2 ride on each of the cars, and then the third one carries some of the ground crew to the pad.
There we go.
So you've got like pilot and
yeah, of course.
Are those?
I think we're seeing. Yeah, that's older, right? Like they were before.
Yeah,
shooting.
the crew quarters.
That's in
I
their
think
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, there's like one car has the pilot and commander, the other has the mission specialist, and then the third has some of the ground crews. Because there are already ground crews at the tower, right? But some of the folks that we see here that help them get suited up and whatnot will be riding along with them to the pad. So that's what the third card is for.
There we go. Yeah, the pad ninjas are very much with them along the way. You can pick your favorite number and track their work throughout the day.
Normally, one of the ninjas is an astronaut because they sort of know what it's like to go through all of these procedures, and because it's sort of like a, I don't know, like they've been training, right? They are part of the Corps, and so you usually see one of the ninjas is one of the astronauts from NASA's Corps of Astronauts.
There we go. Some fist bumping of the ninjas.
Yep, ninja number 34. That is the one of the main crew trainers at SpaceX.
Core on countdown. Side hatch is opened. This is approximately 15 minutes behind schedule. We still have margin to our T-minus 2 hours, 38 minute green light time.
There we
Nice.
go. Yeah, I think 34 is basically there every single launch, right?
Yep, she's the head of the. I'm guessing it's not like head of the entire crew training and whatnot, but she is a very big part of the crew training, and I follow her on Twitter, and it's super fun because she's very, I don't know, she shares a lot of these little details every now and then about crew training. Oh, there we go.
Let's listen in.
Launch into a mission years in the making.
Core on countdown. Crew walkout is underway on schedule.
Commander Zena Cardman, pilot Michael Fincke, JAXA astronaut Kimiya.
I like that they have the banner saying "This way to space."
Yep. So you don't walk in the wrong direction.
Yep.
The cars are already open as well.
Waving goodbye to family and friends and co-workers. As you can see, there are some astronauts there. Some of them have flown already on Dragon. I can spot some of those in the crowd.
And of course, Sawyer, they are not allowed to like hug and everything because of the quarantine, correct?
Exactly. They're quarantined for about a week before, at least. Sometimes 2 weeks if you count time that they're quarantined in Houston. As a way to make sure that they are healthy on their way up and they don't bring any other germs, viruses up to the space station as well.
You don't want to have
Basically,
a cold.
that is. Yeah, I don't want to have a cold when I go to the ISS.
I don't want to have a cold when I am here on the ground. Imagine going to the ISS and also having a cold. Yeah. COG does mess up with your nose and whatnot. So now on top of that, you have a cold. I don't want that. I don't
your
think
sinuses
they
get
will like
blocked
that
up.
either. Yeah, right. So
We see some time watching in the background. And I think they will now get the gentle reminder to get into their cars. Yep, there it is. I think that's the reminder. That's
by 34, yeah, by Haley.
yeah.
By the way, I didn't
Basically,
mention her name.
hey, by the
Haley
way,
Sparsa.
you. Yep.
But yeah.
Basically reminding them, good, you had some time. Now it's time to get into cars.
Come on, get in the car. It's time.
You could really see it. It's like funny. You could see Haley like look at the clock and like, uh-oh, time's over.
Gotta keep to the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they can't launch without them. And technically they can, but would kind of defeat the purpose of the mission. There we go. Getting into the seats. And of course, I think Sawyer, they are also listening to the music of choice of the people in the car during the following car ride, correct?
Exactly. Yep, they've got their playlists that they'll be listening to. I'm not sure what they are. I don't think we've actually heard their set playlists since Crew 1 and Demo 2 in those days, but they'll have their tunes playing. I'll see if I can keep an ear out as they drive by, but usually they don't have the music blasting as they go past the VAB.
Thank you so much. And there they are. Looks everything looking good. Now the families are allowed to approach the cars.
I still laugh about the fact that they have a Starlink antenna attached to the back of the car in front.
True.
And there's acting NASA administrator.
Quite a showing of people.
And by the way, the Teslas don't drive themselves. They have their own driver. Maybe they do have some of the self-driving stuff and the driver is there sort of like, but I've never really looked at the driver when I look at the astronauts. I like looking at the astronauts. I'm gonna be fair about that.
And it looks like it's time for the cars to depart. And of course there's also some, let's say, additional car security that is following them, including like, there's like military security and everything going with this convoy, right?
Oh, absolutely. There's police, there's armored vehicles, there's a security helicopter that follows along with it. It is super high security for the crew and their rollout.
There we go. There you can see all the cars securing the area. And I think it's go time for the pad, which I think Sawyer said about 3:15, so yeah.
Right,
I would say on time. And they are moving. And there we go. There's also some cars that I always wonder
About 10 minutes
about.
behind schedule. Again, we have plenty of margin to our green light time. Team is making up time.
Team is making up time. That's good to her. And as we are now on the way to the pad, this is also the time where we like to learn more about our crew, which we will do in just a moment from now, because now that the crew is on the way to 39A, we will go a bit into details about all of our 4 crew members. And there we go. Transport to the pad using the Tesla Model X. The helicopter as well. They have all the vehicles. And here we go. Let's meet our crew, starting with Oleg Vladimirovich Platanov, who is Roscosmos cosmonauts. It will be his first flight to space, currently with 0 days in space, of course. He's a lieutenant colonel in the Russian Air Force and will be the Russian mission member of this crew as a mission specialist. And next up, we are moving to Kimiya Yui, also the mission specialist, this from Japan, from JAXA. It will be his second flight to space. Already spent 141 days in space, launched initially on the Soyuz TMA-17M mission. He is a retired lieutenant colonel in the Japanese Air Force, and now assigned to this mission as a mission specialist for the second time, again as a JAXA astronaut. Then, of course, we move over to our pilot, Michael Fincke, born on March 14, 1967. This will quite a history, already be his 4th space flight with already 381 days in space, 9 completed EVAs in space, originally launched on Soyuz TMA-4, TMA-13, and also on STS-134. He is a retired colonel for the US Air Force, also from Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, and he also speaks fluent Japanese and Russian. So there you go, quite qualified also in the language. And then last but certainly not least, we have Mission Commander Zena Cardman. It will be her first flight to space with 0 days in space currently and no EVAs. Originally planned for the command of the Crew-9. Of course, then that mission was adjusted to take home the Starliner crew because of Starliner CFT. She is the final American from the original NASA astronaut group 22 to fly. With her background, she is a geobiologist and, of course, a NASA astronaut. She worked in Antarctica at the Palmer Long-Term Ecological Research Center and has also completed her Master of Science with that research group. So that's your crew for today's mission. And let's talk a bit about this Starliner shift and crew movement, Alex. Let's quickly recap what happened there exactly. Why was Zena Cardman moved from that mission?
Yeah, so last year, NASA and Boeing launched the crewed flight test of Starliner back in June of last year. And, it got to the ISS, but it got there with a lot of difficulties. They had issues with the thrusters, right? And NASA decided that was with Sonny and Butch, and the thing that they sort of, after much thinking and deliberation and things like that, was they decided to not return them on Starliner because they thought there was a potential risk that the thrusters will fail again and that perhaps they will not be able to return, right? So they did not want to go through that risk, and they returned them on the Crew-9 flight. And in order to do that, they launched Crew-9 with only 2 astronauts. And that meant Zena Cardman, which was the commander for Crew-9, was left off. There was also another astronaut, I believe it was Stephanie Wilson was the name, and she is also off. She was also off of Crew-9. And so Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson, they both had to be reassigned. Zena is flying as a commander on this Crew-11 mission. As for Stephanie, we don't know when it's gonna be her turn again. But then there's also the pilot of this mission of Crew-11, Mike Fincke, as we were talking about. He was also supposed to fly on Starliner, but instead of on the crew flight test or on some other Crew Dragon mission or whatnot, he was supposed to launch on the first operational mission of Starliner. So after the demo missions, right, of OFT1, OFT2, and then crew flight test, they were supposed to head over to operational missions, Starliner 1, Starliner 2, etc., etc. So he was going to be part of the crew of Starliner 1. And guess what? That is also the case for Kimiya Yui. Kimiya Yui was also training for the first operational mission of Starliner, but unfortunately that is not going to happen anytime soon. And so both were bumped here to Crew-11, so they had to move from Starliner to Crew Dragon. Really interesting stories. I'm sure right now we may see some of these astronauts still pass through our cameras, and maybe by Sawyer, because I think this is right next to the VAB.
Absolutely. That is certainly next to the VAB.
There we go. Those are our camera views.
Here they come. That convoy on the way to the pad. And we might spot some NSFers waving, but we will see.
Will we see Sawyer here?
Yeah, we'll see. There is the VAB. Very hard to spot always. The VAB kind of small structure, so it's always hard to spot on cameras. That was
there they
Sarka.
go.
There we go.
But yeah, You could say that the Crew-11 crew has been sort of shaped by Starliner's shenanigans, and we'll see what will happen in the future.
And we also just saw Mobile Launcher 2 quickly in the background. There it is.
Yeah.
Peeking behind the VAB. And oh look, there's Mobile Launcher 1.
You can see Mobile Launcher
Yeah.
1. There's an SLS rocket there.
Yeah, they're literally stacking SLS inside there right now.
Yep. Just missing its Orion capsule.
By the way, you can see part of from where I am right now, part of the Artemis 3 engine section, I think it was, that just arrived. They have the transfer aisle door open here. As we waved the crew farewell here, people were passing out American flags as well and waving those as they went by. So gave them a good wave here and a nice cheer and applause and some horn honking.
There in the front, you can already see 39A, right? Like that's in the distance with the two towers. That is 39A.
Yeah. 39, you can see it from very far away. Having been there already, it's one of those things that even from well far away. Okay, side story. I remember being there last year, and it was this. Like, I recommend people go in there and experience like how, even though things are far away, the VAB looks huge. Every single launch pad looks huge. You can see pretty much every single one of them as long as you have nothing in your line of view, like trees and whatnot, because everything just, even the smallest rocket out there at the Cape is huge. So yeah.
Yep, Starship has kind of skewed people's conception about the size of Falcon 9, but Falcon 9 is a huge rocket.
It's still huge, yeah.
It's one of the biggest rockets that ever flew. My God, yeah, you get the word.
Yep, 70 meters tall is nothing to laugh at. Yeah, it's really big.
There is the right turn. And there we have all kinds of fancy scene transitions today. Look at this, like 4-box with a big, like there's cool 3 scenes today. The production is having fun behind the scenes. I'm sorry, I had to mention that.
An applause in chat for Kevin, and I think Jay is also helping in the background as well, and Carson. We have all like the full production team in force.
Absolutely, and we are also still standing by for Starship. I quickly want to mention that. I see people are asking about it. So far, seems SpaceX is giving us a bit more time there, which would be kind of nice. Because I also want to see Starship, but I also want to see Crew-11. So maybe we're getting lucky there.
Yeah, I like it when things deconflict, naturally. That I think the road at Starbase has not even been closed yet, so there's still time to relax and cover Crew-11 without any concerns. Oh, we're gonna miss the no. You're not gonna miss it if you're watching this, by the way, because we have the other live stream. Whenever things are ready to go and everything at Starbase, that separate live stream will go live as well.
Talking about timelines and expectations, let's talk a bit about the timeline of Crew-11 going forward. Sorry, that was kind of mid-segue. Anyway, there's the countdown timeline. Next up, we have the crew ingress. Of course, that means they are going into their Dragon capsule. Shortly after that, about 40 minutes after that, after several comms and leaks checks, they will close the hatch of Dragon, which will mean that they seal it, they check it for leaks, basically making sure that Dragon capsule is good to go to space. And then we move into, let's say, common territory. That's where we move into the Falcon 9 countdown. Wow, that's a view.
We were talking about the size and the scale. Look at that.
That rocket just keeps getting bigger as you drive to it.
Yeah.
There we go. And then it's like a Falcon 9. Oh, that's the adapter for... Yeah, that's the adapter for normal fairings, right?
Exactly. That is the top part of the Stromback for fairings. Just a teeny tiny bit at the top. And it's huge.
Yeah, that's like... Do you see that small piece at the top? That's the Dragon adapter. And basically the equivalent for fairings is the fairing adapter that you just saw. That's the thing you see there at the top.
Yep.
It's insane how huge this rocket is. And of course, we are now getting the lean potentially very soon, where they have to lean back because of the way that the suits are, and they will be able to see their rocket with their own eyes for today.
Yeah,
which
now that they
might
have
launch in
arrived.
3 hours and 2 minutes.
Yep. Now that they have arrived to the pad, it's what I usually say that there's a relief period. Let's put it that way. There's some facilities there, sort of in the back of the tower. There's some adjacent buildings there where the crew goes to, and
Horon countdown.
Yeah,
Crew
you
arrived
can
at the
imagine.
pad on schedule.
there we go.
Nice.
But you can imagine what happens there before they have to go to their rocket and stay there for 3 hours. More than 3 hours, because then there's like another 8-10 minutes to orbit. Then they have to get off their suits and whatnot. Probably want some time before that. Let's put it that way. We all
The last,
know what we're
normal
talking about.
toilet for 6 months.
Exactly, the last normal toilet before they go into to the ISS. Exactly.
There we go. And
and then they'll do the lean back and everything, as we always see.
yeah, absolutely. And we have heard it earlier that the pad crews are also gaining time again. They were just 10 minutes behind on schedule the last time they checked in, and they are gaining. So we might be soon in a place where they are on schedule again. And again, they have some margins in there, and that's how probably also they're catching up. Basically, they work as normal, and the margins will help them. So, yeah, 3 hours from now, we might see a crew launch. Alex, I want to bring our favorite thing here back again, which is orbital dynamics and orbital physics. And let's talk about the launch window. Why is it just a single second?
Well, it comes down to orbital mechanics, of course, but also the performance of the rocket and whatnot, and the abilities of the rocket. So we always say that they launch when the orbit, not the ISS, the orbit of the ISS, which is different, goes over the launch site. But in theory, as you go into orbit, you could steer yourself a bit left and right. If, for example, you launch a little bit later, right? The orbit of the ISS will be a little bit west, so you will probably have to launch a little bit more northerly, right? And then steer yourself to the right as you correct for the whole thing. And left and right on a rocket, if you can imagine, right, that will be the yaw of the rocket. And so there's a precise sort of programming and steering that is called yaw steering during ascent. And Falcon 9 does not do that sort of steering. Not that it can't. It's just that it is not programmed to sort of go through all of that. If you were to be able to program that and put it on the rocket and whatnot, then you will be able to extend the window a little bit more. Have maybe like 5 minutes behind the optimal T0 and 5 ahead, for example. Like maybe you have a 10-minute window or something like that, which can give you a bit of leeway. But other than that, you pretty much have a very short window. Like even if you have that, it doesn't give you that much of a leeway. For example, Atlas 5 for certain missions, for Starliner it was not able to do that, but for cargo missions, for example, when it launched Cygnus, it did have some of these, it does have the yaw steering thing, and so it did have this sort of option. Shuttle also had a window as well, a few minutes of window as well. It also did this sort of yaw steering and whatnot during ascent, that it could adjust its trajectory and still catch up with the orbit of the ISS. Falcon 9 does not have that. But again, it's not like it gives you like 2 hours or 3 hours. It cannot do that. There's no way of being able to do that. It will be too prohibitive. But it, that's essentially why you only have essentially an instantaneous window. Normally, it is the single most optimal time to launch
Countdown.
the
Advanced team
rocket.
has completed their preps for crew arrival, and crew are heading up the tower on schedule.
There we go. And
Nice.
so, yeah,
These,
that's the whole
these,
history.
these comms will get more and more frequent now. I can already warn you all, there will be a lot of times where we interrupt mid-sentence because the communication will pick up significantly from here. We also just saw views from the ISS there. The ISS waiting for their new passengers, I should say. And there is Falcon 9. And I also think we have Sawyer back. Sawyer!
Hello, I am back.
Successful waving completed.
Absolutely, yeah. As I was mentioning earlier, people were passing out American flags. It was horns were honked, waves were had. It's always so cool to see them drive by and to see the fanfare that they get. That doesn't get old.
Absolutely. And there's the crew access arm that we will soon see astronauts walk through as they are getting ready to board their Dragon capsule. And there we see also the difference between the color of the second stage and the color of the first stage that has already flown 2 times. So, brand new second stage, of course, already used first stage. Dragon looks kinda new, even though it isn't, but it's probably painted all over again.
There we go. Look at how
There it
tiny
is.
they look.
Yeah, like, remember when we said this is all very huge? There you go. Oh,
And there's the lean. There we go.
Support each other.
Those are
Don't tip
Commander
over doing the lean.
Zena Cardman and pilot Mike Fincke, both is bumping there, looking at the rocket.
Yeah, like, they're cheering. I love the vibe
That
of
goes
this
all the way
crew.
back to Alan Shepard.
That's crazy. Really? That's like, so this is also like a ritual. It's not just a thing that happens.
Correct. This started way back when with Alan Shepard, who when he first got out to his Mercury Redstone, looked up to see the top and did the lean back. So I think this has been more since Demo 2 is when we really see it, but crews now do a lean back and take one last look at the rocket before heading up the elevator.
To be honest, even if it was not a tradition, I will still do it. Just because, you know. Like, even when I go into an airplane, I'm like, okay, let's look at it. And, like, it's just magical, right? That the thing that you're going to be flying on, you take a good look at it, and just drool about the engineering of it and whatnot. Because this is quite a machine that they have there with Falcon 9 and Dragon. Oh, that was quick. Look at that.
That elevator was
already up. Yeah. You think it's faster than Falcon 9?
Maybe a few seconds. A second, maximum. There they are. Patnage is also getting ready. I think they're putting on new boot covers.
And you can see the crew access arm has a little bit of an incline there, of a slope. That is because the tower, it was built for the shuttle, and this level is actually a new level that they had to build on the tower, and it's not exactly aligned with Falcon 9. This tower was put in place there for the shuttle, and the shuttle crews were, used to load and ingress the shuttle lower in the tower. So when Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon came along, they had to make up this intermediate level in the tower. And as I also said just now, it's not perfectly aligned, so they need a little bit of an incline on that access arm there, as you can see as well from this view. I believe the one at Slick 40, the tower there, it's perfectly made for Falcon 9 and does not have any lean, any sort of slope there.
Absolutely. It is. There we go. There they're walking down the crew access arm.
Big smiles.
Very big smiles. Also, I think a bit of nervousness, but that's very much expected.
I do wonder
if you could...
Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, you can tell by the faces who's the first time flyer and who's the one flying for the fourth time who's been doing this since shuttle.
Exactly.
I think my favorite difference always was between, even though they're both experienced, Bob and Doc, because there was back then a bit of a meme of like Bob goes to space, Doug is going to work, with their face expression, which of course is very much like they're both very excited, but it was always funny in the expressions because Bob was super excited and Doug was like, "Yep, work."
Another tradition here is signing there that wall at the end of the crew access arm, the NASA logo for NASA commercial crew missions, SpaceX logo for private SpaceX missions like Axiom missions, Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, etc., etc. So really, really interesting. That wall is filling up with signatures there.
Sawyer, why are the patches of the Pet Ninjas being put in the commander's pouch?
We're on countdown. Crew are in the white
It's
room.
another
and this is
tradition
on
going
schedule.
back to the fact that they will literally take their patches off, hand it to the crew as a way that they promise they will bring it back to them as they return from space. So it's kind of another way of saying good luck
Oh.
of, you'll give this back to me once you're back.
Another lean back.
Second lean.
That was a great pose.
Yep.
They practice their poses. Nobody can tell me different.
There was I think one of the Axiom missions where I think it was the pilot of Axiom 1 where he was like, sort of posing Spider-Man style or something like that in front of the elevator. Yeah. That was funny.
I mean, if you would go to space, you would also think about your poses, right?
Oh, another thing, I forgot. There's another upgrade on this mission, not just on the capsule, but also on these suits. So, because I just reminded of, because I thought about the Spider-Man pose, and then I thought, hang on, these suits are not that flexible, right? But this in particular are a little bit more flexible, actually. So SpaceX, probably because of all of their studies and whatnot on the EVA suit for Polaris Dawn, that's my pure speculation there. Now, non-speculation part is they have improved these suits with more mobility aids and like flexibility and things like that. And Mike Fincke, the pilot, which is right now entering Dragon, will be testing those as part of this mission. So really, really awesome as well to see, improvements not just on the capsule, but also on the astronaut suits. Because these are not for EVA. This is not for like going out of the capsule or anything like that. But if you are in the Dragon capsule, even though you're not trying to, maneuver around and whatnot, you still want to have a good, flexibility on your suit and whatnot to be able to move more freely. So it's really interesting and more data points, I guess.
The mission specialists have arrived. And also looking down. Let me quickly thank some more people here because I'm very badly behind here and I want to quickly thank some more people while we wait for the mission specialist to also board the capsule. Alexandra Pinto becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much. That gives you access to our membership Discord that will allow you to discuss space basically all day, which is one of the best things ever. Ingo Beglin gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Ingo, for that. And everybody that received one, I hope you said thank you. Barbsy becoming a Pet Red member as our mission specialists go down the crew access arm. Also very excited. They seem very excited.
I'm surprised none of them sort of like stop in one of those windows and sort of take it in for a minute or two before entering. Especially when they have plenty of time.
Turtle Sanctuary with a super chat here saying, Adrian, please say it ain't a squirrel asking for a friend. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that was worth the super chat. Turtle Sanctuary also gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for all of that support. Again, we have a lot of stuff to do today, and we couldn't do it with all of the support. We have a lot of people out there. We have Max and D, of course, right now in the field. We have 2 producers with Kevin and Jay behind the scenes. We have 3 commentators. It is quite a lot. And Sawyer, to be fair, is also in the field, but also a commentator. So I didn't want to mention you twice, Sawyer. That's why I said you're a commentator, not you're in the field. But,
Thank you.
There you go. And also signing the wall here is flashing green light good?
Yes,
Flashing
that
green.
is
Yeah.
very good. That means that things are safe to go at the pad right now. Sometimes you'll see it for the night launches that as they go, there are different kind of flashing color levels on the tower. So green obviously means it's safe to be up there right now. Yellow sometimes I think I've seen for pad clearing. But once the pad is not safe for any personnel to be out there, obviously besides the crew inside the capsule, you'll see these red lights flashing all along the tower.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer. And also, I want to quickly mention Carson, who is in theory scheduled to support Starbase today, is also helping behind the scenes until Starbase starts. So we have a full team here in force that are working and getting this ready. Shaknor Singh is wondering, Sawyer, did I miss it or did they skip the phone call at the pad?
That's a good question. I didn't see the phone call either, unless it was super quick. For those who don't know, there's a telephone out on the launch pad, and again, it was a thing with shuttle as well, that they would be able to go out and make one final Earth call to any relatives, friends, family, whomever they wanted to speak to before they boarded the capsule. I did not see them make any phone calls this time.
I think they no longer do those. I believe they said something on the lines of like they just don't need it anymore. On like it's been a few flights where we've just not seen them use the phone on the tower, and I believe they just use their own sort of own phones to be able to call before they board the Dragon. So yeah. So like it's just they go up there and then they cross the crew access arm. It's not like the first few flights where we usually saw them, stopping at the phone and calling, friends or family or whatever, and then they went to the capsule.
There we go. That's your answer there. And with that, I want to go to some pictures here because earlier on the rollout, our very own Max Evans has taken some amazing picture. Here, starting with Zena Cardman, definitely showing the excitement today and the love. So amazing first picture here, Max. Then we have pilot Mike Fincke, also very excited. It seems a bit more calm. Again, has been to space a bit. And then we have next Kimiya Yui. Also, I would say I'm not rating the constant excitement scale here, but so far again, this crew is like smiling constantly. It seems like they're just constantly smiling, and even a small smile here from Oleg Platanov, as they are all four got ready to board their cars, and then at this point, of course, have arrived at the pad, and we are now seeing them already, all four, in the capsule. Apparently, we have some more cool pictures here. But we'll. Yep. Yeah, okay. Apparently, more cool pictures. There we go. Sorry, Kevin. But feel free to, if we have them while they are getting them into seats. Another black and white shot of Zena Cardman here. And then I assume I know what's next. Is this the black and white set? No, it's not. Okay. There we go. There we see the badge. It looks so high quality. The stitching and everything. I sorry. I have the thing for like looking at stitching since we do a lot of patches. I love it. And the excitement building up. I love these shots. Wonderful work, Max. As always, if you want to make sure you can see these pictures for your own, follow maxevans_mgde_ on X, where they are posted. And of course, follow our NASA Spaceflight account on X and other socials such as Facebook, Blue Sky, or Instagram if you prefer these platforms. Then we will also find NASA Spaceflight there. as we are covering all of these spaceflight events in the last few days and coming up, and they will make sure to keep you informed and up to date. So, there we go. Crew and the capsule. We have not heard anything about the schedule yet again, right, Alex? If they're still behind schedule?
It seems like they are pretty much on track. Whatever few minutes they were behind, they were able to catch up. Usually the side hatch, this hatch on the side, normally is closed, like it has to be closed by T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, which means they have, 47 minutes or so, right, for that? So that's plenty of time. We've seen them normally closing it like T-minus 2 minutes and 10, T-minus 2 hours, and 10 minutes or something like that. So, they usually have a little bit of leeway there.
Absolutely. So, clearing milestone by milestone, as they are now in their capsule. And sorry, compared to some other space capsules in the past, and probably also, not the shuttle, but everything else, this capsule with Dragon has actually quite some space, right?
Yeah, it's pretty roomy, all things considered, for a capsule at least. So obviously there's the room for the 4 seats that you see. The original plan was to be able to fit 7 seats in there, which they've not needed that configuration, so they've never used that configuration. So that leaves a bunch of room underneath the seats. A lot of that is where they'll store cargo and other personal belongings. And then behind that, you will see some kind of more empty area that's a little bit of living quarters. That's where there's a curtain that can be drawn if you need to use the onboard restroom. So all of that is there.
There we go. That's it is quite some space, but also this of course the suiting process is not that easy, and they will need some help here getting fully suited in and getting ready to go to space. I'm now wondering, this is more a question from me. Do they also, does the crew at the ISS help them the same way the passengers help them here? Because
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm sure they do, and I'm sure they also help each other get suited up for reentry, because at that point when they need to get into those suits, when they're departing the station already and preparing for entry interface.
yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's apparently not that easy to suit up, right? So there's probably also some help needed on the ISS.
SpaceX, Dragon, ready for sound checks.
SpaceX copies, we are configured, so seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, comm check.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
3, loud and clear. Seat 4, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Now going through the comms checks, there will be various levels of comm checks, correct, Alex?
Yeah, these right now are basic comm checks. The full-on comm checks should happen later, though, where they even they go through the ground through TDRS, the NASA's tracking. Oh my goodness, tracking data and relay satellite system. Yeah, there we go. I got it out of my brain. I had it there, but I had to actually say it. But yeah, the TDRS satellite constellation, they have to also go through the umbilical checks and all of the communications through the umbilical and whatnot. So yeah, there's like multiple channels. They have to talk to mission control in Hawthorne. They also have to talk to launch control at the Kennedy Space Center, probably at Hangar X at Roberts Road. Because the folks that we hear talk to the crew, that's the core, the crew operations and resource engineer at Hawthorne. But also the launch director will be able to talk to the crew. And the launch director, of course, is at the Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center.
Definitely. So there is quite a few contracts coming up. And Alex, I'm also going for this to you. I think we have a video about LZ1 because
Yep.
this will be quite an interesting mission regarding LZ1, correct?
Yeah, so this booster will be landing at landing zone 1, and it will be the last landing at landing zone 1. So let's play the video.
Falcon 9's in startup. Flight software has control of the vehicle.
LCLD, go for launch.
The engine plume widening as the rocket is increasing in altitude.
LZ1, the Falcon has landed. Landing operators moving to procedure 11.100, section 3 on LZ1 VNet, recovery net.
First stage landing legs will be deployed shortly.
Landing burn startup.
It's rolling a lot, y'all. Look at that. Oh no, 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 no! You've got to be kidding me! Come on down, baby! Woo!
Absolute magnificent work from Ryan Caton here, who will be on this broadcast in a bit later. So make sure to hold your thanks and make sure to tell him then.
SpaceX seats are in the launch position. With that, you are go for section 2, suit leak check preparation.
And the crew is moving into suit and leak checks. And we are progressing well here on the timeline. Oh.
They cut the camera.
That happens. That happens. Sometimes they want privacy while they go perform certain steps. And that was one of these moments that they apparently want to turn off that camera. And that camera will probably return at a later point. Let me quickly thank some more people here, starting with Kristen Turpet, gifting 5 Red Team memberships, and then we have Pence fan, let's go Pence fan for life, becoming a Pepcom member. I wonder if that person's a Pence fan. Thank you so much for all of that support, and again, if you're joining a Capcom membership team, I hope you join our membership Discord, because it's a lot of fun, and I love to hang out there. And at this point, let me reintroduce everybody who is joining now. We are still live with the Crew-11 launch here, launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. Currently, the crews are already inside Dragon, and the Pet Ninjas are in the process of leak checking, and after that, they will close the capsule in preparation for fueling just in about 2 hours from now. My name is Adrian Ball. I'm your host for today's mission. With me are Alex and Sawyer, and I'm also welcoming our viewer on PopSci, who are now joining us as well. And with that, let's go through the next few steps. Sawyer, we are now, of course, into to leak checking and everything. What are the steps that they will now check everything? Like, what will all be leak checked?
mainly check right now is their suits. So they want to. Obviously, they did that while they were out at the operations checkout building. But of course, now that they're on the pad, they want to make sure that they can. They still have that pressure
Tear
seal.
complete. You have a go for Section 3 suit leak check.
There we go.
As they described right there. So they will basically. They'll become giant marshmallows. They'll inflate everything fully all the way with the connection that they have on their thigh. That is pressurization, air conditioning, communication, all goes through that one cable. So they'll check all of that while the suit technicians are still out there and able to check things.
There you go. Basically a final check before you close that hatch, because you want to be able to troubleshoot while the hatch is still open.
Yeah. You never
That
know when
makes
there's
things
like a
easier.
zipper not fully zipped, for example, on the boot and whatnot, or on the arms. And so they do these leak checks, and that ensures that they can, fix that. You can see some of they're ballooning a little bit as they are being pressurized.
Oh yeah, they're ballooning very much right now.
Astronaut balloons.
The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
It's you can basically always see who is undergoing the test right now, right? It's kind of funny. But we hope, of course, that that leak check goes well, and with that would clear the path for hatch closure, which so far still seems to be on time. Everything going good here. So yeah, I like this countdown so far.
You can also see that compared to earlier in the count, the seats have rotated from their ingress position to the launch position. Their ingress position is a little bit more upright to precisely help with the ingress. It's a lot easier to get in your seat when it's a bit upright, right? And then as you are, once you're strapped in and whatnot, the seats rotate and they are more horizontal to help with the G's, the acceleration forces as the rocket heads into orbit. And also for return as well. That's the orientation those seats will be in as it is in orbit, and also for reentry. After reentry, for the splashdown, they rotate back a little bit more upright, precisely for the splashdown, so that the forces are in a different orientation, because the capsule, when it's under parachutes, hangs in a different angle, right? And so it's not perfectly straight down.
There we go.
So that's really nice.
I have a great question here, sorry, from Alan that I don't know the answer to. Alan is asking, I assume the ninjas have been in quarantine too. What are the protocols? Do they quarantine with the astronauts or separately? Oh, okay. Alex, do you have that? Do you know details about that?
Yeah, the ninjas, as we call them, the ground crews, essentially, they do go through the quarantine procedure as well. They are also part of that, and you may have seen some folks, for example, that at the ONC building, at the operations and checkout building, when they were suiting up, they did not carry any masks or anything like that. Those are also part of the people that have been quarantined. The reason why you see these ninjas, dressed as ninjas, we call them like that because they have this full bunny suit sort of thing, right? And they have the hair covers, their masks and everything. There's also another reason for that, and it's not just germs on the spacecraft or on the crew, but it's also because you want to avoid what it's called FOD, which is foreign object debris. And the whole reason for that is because even the time.
Dragon, we see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. You can proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close hatch.
Nice.
Copies. Proceeding Section 4. Wilco.
So, as I was saying, because, the tiniest thing, like there's a little pebble somewhere or something like that, or like a tiny hair, like even a tiny hair can endanger, for example, the leak sort of properties of, or sort of the sealing properties, I guess, of the hatch. It could lead to a leak, right? And if you've got 0G, whatever small thing you leave in there, like I said, like even just a tiny pebble that you leave there because it floats up, and then it can get into your eye, it can get into somebody's, ear, mouth, whatever. People are really full of these different places where things can get stuck to and be very damaging, right? And so it's one of those things that you want to avoid as much as you can, and so therefore the full bunny suit and face covering and hair covering and everything. Yeah.
There we go. That's why that is so important. And again, we have seen hatches being opened again for a hair. And
Yeah.
that is the amount of precision they will now have to show as they are checking for FUD. So, yeah. Gabriel here is wondering, Sawyer, how do astronauts sleep on orbit on Dragon? Do they sleep in their seat? Oh. I heard a quick
Maybe?
I heard the tone.
Let's get on with the question then, in the meantime.
Yeah, Sawyer, how do they sleep?
Like I mentioned before, there's areas
SpaceX
inside Dragon.
check.
Oh, now, of course.
There we go.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core has you loud and clear. Teeter's comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
There we go.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Huh.
Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check on Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD, Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
There we go.
Dragon copies, and crew are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy, crew readiness for side hatch closure. Closeout team is taking final steps in prep for that closure, so stand by for that in a few minutes. The vehicle will then transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon copies, Boca.
Wonderful. Going through the checks here, as it seems the comms check went well. So, Sawyer, quickly, before we get interrupted again, how do astronauts sleep?
Yeah, so you can see actually some of their cargo underneath them in this view. There are different spots all around the capsule that they can take a sleeping bag and Velcro it to. So there will be plenty of room for them to be able to move around and find a spot to get cozy.
There we go. That's the answer we had to wait a comm check for.
Yeah, and those comm checks, we heard like MD, LD, and all that. Those are like mission director, launch director, etc., etc. So yeah.
Quite a few people that really want to make sure they are heard properly, because it's very important that they have constant loop to the astronauts. Let's check in with the timeline here. Where are we? What is the expected timeline? And how long do they have to perform this hatch closure? I think we are about to see that timeline popping up here. And then we can see where they are in the countdown. Any second. But they are they seemingly all still checking out some final things before the hatch. There we see the hatch here, and it is time to close. I say, and they don't.
I guess that's their step on the timeline.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
We had hatch closer, I think.
Yeah, they're closing the hatch, but they just don't do it right away. It's sort of like they keep it there. They take a look at it because I think the top they're not able to check that, and so they lower it a little bit. They check the top, then they put it up back. See, they take pictures and whatnot. That's why they have the tablets. They have phones and all that, and so they are able to both register all of the things that they are looking at. They look at their procedures, that guy, looking through all of the stuff and whatnot. But they are also able to send the pictures to mission control, to launch control, being able to make sure that, other engineers that are not there present are able to take a look at this and, make sure that everything is ready to go. More eyes, more better.
Yeah, you could see their group chat actually open, and in one of them, they took a photo. You saw those little orange bits as part of the cabling up there as they're checking every little spot. And again, because you can only see so much on a tablet out there, you've got the engineers back in Hawthorne that can take a closer look at it and make sure everything is good and that there is 0 foreign object debris. Because if there's anything and this hatch doesn't seal properly, that's a bad day. So you can see there the sort of pool noodles being removed, basically things so that the sharp edges are covered as the crew gets in so that they don't cut their suits by accident.
The captain covers as well. They're removing those, that sort of orangey, yellowish tape. This hatch, once closed, it will not be open until the crew is back on Earth. The one that they used to be able to go into the ISS, it's up top. And so this seal needs to hold for the entirety of the mission. And I think this one is supposed to be a longer duration mission compared to the usual ones. About 7-8 months. Because they're trying to extend a little bit the missions. So, yeah. It will not be the first time, though. This capsule knows about spending 8 months in space. It's the only Crew Dragon capsule that has spent more than 8 months in space in a single mission. I mean, not cumulative.
And we are still seeing them work on that hatch. Of course, that hatch closure has some time here until they are until they have to close that hatch. The pad ninjas needs to depart the pad before fueling is actually before the launch escape system is armed, because Sawyer, they will arm the launch escape system before they fuel, correct?
Exactly. They won't start prop load until that is the case. They'll move the crew access arm away in about 45 minutes, arm the launch escape system in about T-minus 42 minutes. That way, in the event something happens during fueling, the crew can get away using the Super Draco thrusters built into the Dragon capsule itself. Of course, if it's something that doesn't need to abort and they need to get out at the pad, they can swing the crew access arm back in a very rapid pace. And there are ways to escape the pad if they're still on it, including the slide wire baskets on the outside that the crew can hop in, hit a button, and they go about 60 miles an hour, are caught by a net at the end, and then have safety vehicles waiting to move them to safety.
It's a question. What's cooler, the slide wires or the tubes on Slick 40? That's a tough question.
The tubes seem more horrifying because you can't see anything. At least you can watch it all happen when you're in the open basket.
Yep. I'm not sure if I would go inside that tube. That's maybe me. Maybe me. Let me thank some more people here, starting with Crafty Geek. With a $10 tip using tips.nasaspaceflight.com, saying what's next for LZ1 after today's final landing, and what other pads are set up for RTLS. Alex?
Well, what's next? So the landing zones at the Cape, they are built essentially on the site of the former launch complex 13. And the whole problem with that is that they have to close things like the, closer. Okay, well, essentially, what's next is they're going to be using landing zone 2, and they're going to be preparing their own landing pads at Slick 40 and LC-39A.
And we are still here, live with the Crew-11 mission that is ticking down from 2 hours and 17 minutes from now. And we are still looking at them closing the hatch, as we are hoping to see that hatch close very soon. I'm not sure if we what's the expected timeline, Sawyer, on hatch closure? Do we still have time? Oh, sorry, Alex.
Come again? Sorry.
How much time do we have to until they have to close this hatch?
Yeah, the latest time per the timeline, it's around T-1 hour and 55 minutes. They will still have margin though. Even though I said it's the latest, there's still some margin because between T-1 hour and 55 minutes, I don't know if we maybe have the timeline graphic, but between the T-1 hour and 55 minutes, they have until T-45 minutes, which is when the crew access arm gets retracted. In that interim time, what they do is the ground crews prepare the crew access arm for that retraction. They prepare the ground systems and whatnot. They leave the pad. There's a bunch of things that are going on there that they could just squeeze and do them a little bit faster if they needed a bit more time. So they still have 20 more minutes here on the clock to be able to close the hatch, do the leak checks. They will be able to even reopen it again if they needed to, and then close it again. There's plenty of time for that right now.
There we go. Thank you so much. I'm constantly. I have more questions for you. I actually don't know. Michael J is wondering: do repeat passengers sign the wall again? Like, did Jared sign twice?
I don't remember. I think he didn't, but I'm not sure. It's hard to remember right now, Polaris Dawn. It's also because when Polaris Dawn happened, so Inspiration 4, SpaceX covered the entirety of the pre-launch procedures, but very recently for private missions, they have started sort of like a T-2 hours, T-1 hours with their coverage, which means we've missed things like the crew ingress, getting suited up, and things like that. And the drive to the pad and all that. And so I don't fully remember, I'm gonna be honest, and I think it is because of that, because there were we were not following it live. Like, we were live, but we were not able to see the crew access arm views and whatnot, because they did not provide feeds like this one that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. So yeah, we will have to check the signatures and everything. We'll see. We will do some cross-checking if we can make sure to find that out at some point, but it will take some time. And we are 2 hours and 15 minutes at this point away, ticking down step by step. Paul Kelly wondering, are the Pad Ninja numbers persistently assigned to one person across multiple crew flights, or numbers assigned fresh for each flight? I think at least 2 roles they're consistent, right, Alex? Like, is it roles or person?
They rotate. It's not like one person is always a certain number. At least I don't recall them keeping much of these numbers all the time. I will have to look through though. It's an interesting question. It's one of those things that maybe I need a spreadsheet for. Nah, but yeah, like maybe by chance some of these are indeed the same numbers. But it seems like they are just different numbers.
And quick update, by the way, for the people following Starbase. There is still no signs of imminent testing activity over there. And I've been just informed by people watching that very closely that they have just allowed a jogger who is going for a bit of a morning jogging to the pad. So
That's
make
good.
of that what you will. But I don't think they will do that if it's an imminent test.
Yeah, it's healthy to jog and do exercise and whatnot. That's healthy. That's good. That they allow that person to jog.
That's a lot of people. Oh, that's a picture, I think, right? That's a final picture before.
Yeah. I bet we'll
before
see
going.
that on socials from SpaceX really soon.
That's a really cool idea. Let's talk timeline here. Sawyer, what is next? The next 2 hours and 12 minutes from now. What are the major milestones we will experience from now, and what is going on in the timeline for these 2 hours?
Sure. So right now, obviously, you're seeing one of the major ones as they close the hatch. So hopefully they'll get a good seal on that. They'll check everything, make sure that it is all good to go. And then after that, they will kind of just hang out there at the pad while teams work to double check everything, make sure all is good to go ahead of the big major milestones upcoming. So that would be the go for propellant load. And once they get that go, they will start retracting the crew access arm, as we were just discussing. About 3 minutes after that, they will arm the Dragon launch escape system, and once that is fully armed and tested, that is when they will start the propellant load. So the main thing right now is just verifying that the hatch is closed and that the seal is good, and then we'll see what the crew does. Some of them who are professionals will end up kind of sleeping in there. Some will just be on their tablets. Some will be looking at the screens. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing.
Absolutely. It is still quite a lot of work that they have to perform in the next 2 hours and 11 minutes, but they are making it through. Let's also talk about the weather here, Alex. I know we had earlier heard statements like fantastic. Can describe this fantastic weather for us.
Yeah, there you can see for today's launch day, the weather for today is at the top. So you can see a 10% probability of violating weather constraints, which means there are 90% chances of favorable weather conditions, with the only concern being cumulus clouds rule. And there you can see some of those additional risk criteria to the right. Upper level wind risk is low. The solar activity risk is also low. The ascent corridor is low moderate, but as we've heard earlier in the stream, the crew operations and resource engineer said that the weather in the ascent corridor is currently looking good, and it is not a concern for today's launch. So, of course, the weather today looks as good as you could expect. There's been other forecasts that we've seen, that they have been like 5% probability of violation, or even less than 5%, but still rather good, right? And so even if they were to delay 24 hours and 48 hours, as you can see there at the bottom, the backup opportunities to have also good-ish weather. You can see if they were to delay tomorrow, they do have the ascent corridor weather with high risk there for potential that they have to scrub and whatnot if they were to go tomorrow. So let's hope it goes today and we don't have to find that out. So
yes,
yeah, let's knock on wood.
And the launch weather officer is discussing
SpaceX,
like
we're commencing health check for launch escape system. You can expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Tracking copies.
Going through the flow here. All still expected and all still good for them to go to the ISS in just 2 hours and 8 minutes from now. Sawyer, let's quickly talk about going to the ISS. When we say going to the ISS, we of course have a trajectory to go to the ISS. So what path do they... did that just cube zoom?
It sure did.
Yes, I saw that. For the note. Sawyer, let's ignore this and talk about the fact that there's a trajectory going to the ISS.
Exactly, yes. This one, it feels like the recent Starlinks, if you've been keeping track of those. This one is going to the northeast, but it has nothing to do with shells or with downrange recovery weather. This is all to do with where the ISS is. The ISS is inclined 51.6 degrees. So basically, if you were to take a look at the map, and the equator is at 0, and then angle it to 51.6 degrees, that is kind of the trajectory it's going. And if you think about that, that is towards the northeast. that will line themselves up with the orbit of the International Space Station, and it'll take them about 39 hours, I believe, on this one, which is one of the longer ones, to then do some maneuvers to actually meet up with and dock to the ISS. So this is a northeasterly launch, a little tougher to see because it is a day launch, but it's one of those where if you're anywhere along that entire coastline of the East Coast, going all the way up towards Canada, Newfoundland, and that area, might as well go outside and take a look.
There we go. Absolutely. And as always, if you have a chance to see something, my recommendation is just try. Because you will not see any space capsule you never try to see. Like if you have a satellite that could be visible, if you have the ISS that could be visible, just try. If you stay inside, you will never see them. That's why I always try, of course, not today, because today doesn't line up, but as a European, with ISS launches, sometimes they have second stage burns over Europe that are visible at night. Not today, there's very much still light outside, so that won't work today, but I have seen second stages ignite over me. I've even seen second stages fly over me and don't even recognize it was a second stage. That was great. I hear some sounds. Not sure which microphone this is, but I think that's potentially a press side mic. But going fantastic here so far. Countdown is going well. Weather is going well. Checks are going well. So far, going good. I'm probably performing the biggest jinx of a lifetime here. Alex, Supersonic Retro Propulsion is wondering, are there any marine assets deployed during a launch for a pad abort contingency?
Well, in today's case, no. So right now, SpaceX does not have any recovery operations anymore in Florida. They've retired their capsule, their capsule recovery vessel, I guess, Megan, out there on the East Coast. And so they do not have any of that. If they have a pad abort or an in-flight abort, it'll be the Air Force's duty to do all of that. It's going to be, I think it's Attachment 3 group that it's going to be doing the recovery operations in case of an emergency. And that also occurs in any, like, if they have to do an emergency deorbit, for example, they have a requirement to be able to get to the crew within 24 hours. The Crew Dragon capsule is certified to keep the crew more or less in good shape for 24 hours while bobbing in the sea, essentially. So there's like multiple different emergency procedures in place for such a contingency situation. Similar thing, for example, with Orion and whatnot. Ooh, is that a wasps?
I think that's a wasp.
No, that's a dragon. And a falcon.
Yeah, that's... Thank you, Sawyer. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, at this point, Alex and I have done a lot of talking in the last 24 hours. So I think it's time for us, Alex, to step aside here a bit and let others talk through the launch here, as I think we have Ryan Caton and Alicia Seagull on standby here to take our spots. Ryan, do we have you?
Yes, you should do. And we should also have Alicia.
Hello. Yes, you do.
Ooh.
Ooh.
At this point, I'm glad to have you two here. Alex and two will get out of here, and I wish you the best of fun in the next 2 hours and 3 minutes until launch.
Have fun.
And yeah, I know there's been some question also if something happens with Starship. Don't worry, we will be having a parallel stream that I believe they will also be on for that as well. So don't worry, we are covering everything today. But right now, of course, our main focus is the Crew-11 launch. So hi, Ryan, how's it going?
It's wonderful. You know, my first question is all, because I'm British, the first question I always ask is about the weather, and, you know, they were just discussing it earlier, and the probabilities look nice. The sky is blue, and that's an improvement on some of the launches we've had recently.
That's true. And those clouds they're very wispy. That's a nice view right there to be able to see that on the Cape with nice blue clear skies. So yeah, as of the predictions, they were saying only about a 10% violation on the range there. So things are looking pretty good. Although I don't know, Adrian really hyped us up, so maybe he might have jinxed us with everything going so smoothly. I'm gonna blame Adrian if anything doesn't go as according to plan, but so far so good. Everything is moving smoothly here.
The sea is even glistening. That's how good the weather is.
Look at the sparkles. That's beautiful.
There's a light breeze, which is nice, but otherwise it is very, very hot here. We are talking in the 90s with feels likes in the hundreds Fahrenheit at 10 a.m. So it's going to be quite a hot one, but quite clear. So we should get great visuals all the way up and for the booster all the way down.
Well, stay cool there. Goodness, out at the press site, I assume that's where you are. Drink water. It's been very hot across the country, to be honest, up here in New York as well. But yes. All right. So for those of you who are just joining us, if you are tuning in now, we are about to be launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. Once again, this is the 11th SpaceX Crew rotation mission under the NASA Commercial Crew Program. We'll be launching Crew Dragon Endeavour up there with 4 astronauts. Always a good day when we're doing that, of course. They'll be going up and docking in a couple days from now. August 2nd is when that's planned to happen, probably around 3 a.m. or so. They're going to be overlapping, of course, with Crew 10. And that's expected to last about a week. That always gives the crews gives them some time to kind of orient themselves, familiarize themselves with what's going on up there, and transition all of those responsibilities. And it's actually going to be a kind of special time now up when Crew-11 is up there. Their time up on the ISS is going to coincide with the 25-year milestone of continuous human presence aboard the ISS. That, I believe, is in November. And so, since the first crew expedition arrived, that station has allowed for so many different experiments. It's become a springboard, really a model for living in outer space. Which is essential as we look towards long-term living, up there on the moon and Mars and all of the other plans
we have completed side hatch leak check. It was successful, so the teams are completing their final closeout steps for the crew arm and will be departing the pad here shortly. For Dragon and Falcon 9, both vehicles are healthy, so we are looking good for our launch today.
All right, that's good news to hear.
Dragon copies. Successful side hatch leak check. Looking good for weather. Feeling great for launch today.
Sounds good. So yeah, Crew 10 is scheduled to undock from the ISS on the 6th. And they'll be splashing down on the West Coast again this time. Again, we've sort of changed it up. Usually they splash it on the East Coast. But as of, I believe, the last mission, which was that from 2, I think. We have been now
and Axiom 4.
Oh, and Axiom 4, that's right, thank you. Now we've been doing it on the West Coast. So launching from the East and landing on the West. And Ryan, why is that switched? Do you know why they switched that up?
Basically, it's British. It's talking about the weather. So there's a few reasons that goes into it. No, I'm just kidding. It's not really the weather. It's because the trunk, which is the aft kind of module of the Dragon vehicle, that was re-entering in a way that was uncontrolled because of the trajectory from orbit to the areas around Florida, and because of that trajectory, they had to jettison the trunk a little bit earlier, which meant that the orbit of that trunk couldn't be controlled. And we saw a few instances where there was quite a famous instance, for example, where one of the fins off the side of the trunk made it through re-entry and literally pierced the ground in a farm in Australia. And there have been many similar scenarios to that one. That one being the most famous situation. So after 10-odd flights, 12-odd flights of that, SpaceX made the decision to move the recovery operations from the East Coast back to the West Coast, where, of course, they originally recovered Dragons from the West Coast back in the days of Dragon 1, when they were only doing cargo resupply to the International Space Station. So they decided to move one of their recovery vessels to the West Coast, and the other they have since retired because they had two on the East Coast, because Florida has two coasts. It has a Gulf Coast and an East Coast. California, of course, only has a Pacific Coast, so they only needed one vessel for the recovery operations down there in the West Coast. So that's why, essentially, they've changed the trajectory, which means that the trunk can be jettisoned later in the flight, and it actually re-enters alongside the Dragon spacecraft, so they know where it's going to go, which is good. And there was actually some footage that was released around the Axiom 4 re-entry taken from the International Space Station, and you can actually see the trunk re-entering first. You can see the Dragon, just a little speck of light going through the atmosphere, but before the Dragon goes through re-entry, you can actually see the trunk going through re-entry. So that, in galactic terms, they're quite close to each other during that process. Of course, in reality, they're going to be quite far apart, and it's all safe and everything, so there's nothing to worry about. But it's just something quite interesting.
That is interesting, and also a bit of a change. We're always useful to the other way, or always used to the other way. So once again, this is Endeavour's 6th flight now. This is the most flown human-rated Crew Dragon to date. Past ones I know they were talking about earlier, our past missions were Demo 2 with Bob and Doug, then also Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, and Crew 8. It's got some upgrades for this mission. We've got a parachute upgrade, we've got a new heat shield. So they're, kind of still iterating, but definitely working towards getting it certified for reuse many, many more times. But definitely a historic capsule as well. I always actually like talking about the naming of it too, for those of you who aren't familiar. Again, Endeavour. You might recognize also we did have a space shuttle Endeavour, which the astronauts Bob and Doug, of course, who first flew on this as Demo 2, they had both flown on Endeavour during their shuttle careers, and so they named it kind of in honor of that, and also for Captain James Cook's HMS Endeavour, speaking of British, which explored the South Pacific during the 18th century. And they said that it symbolized exploration, teamwork, and perseverance, which reflects both SpaceX's milestones of returning human launches to the U.S. soil again, which they did with Demo 2, and also the shuttle heritage. So, of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't throw in some shuttle love, which, of course, I know Sawyer also is a big fan of as well.
It was my favorite orbiter, in fact, and it's worth pointing out that Mike Fincke, the pilot on this mission, flew to space on STS-134, which was the final flight of the Space Shuttle Endeavour. And when I got to ask him some questions about a week ago before the launch, I asked him, does he have a favorite Endeavour yet? And he said, obviously he hasn't really gotten to fly much on this particular Endeavour, but he compared it to being like the new girlfriend, and so he'll let me know after launch which one he prefers.
That's great. Good question too. That's funny. So for this one, we did have that amazing video that you put together, Ryan. This is also, so the booster, the first stage booster is B1094 for this. It's flying on its 3rd mission. Previously launched Starlink 1210 in April 2025, and also Axiom 4, which we just mentioned as well. This will be making a return to launch site, landing at LZ 1, but it will be the last one on there. Is that correct, Ryan? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit bittersweet because, a journey that started in 2015 with Orbcom OG2 Mission 2, it's coming to an end because Landing Zone 1, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be retired after this landing. They're going to be keeping Landing Zone 2 around for a little while longer, but Landing Zone 1, the original, is going to be retired. And that is because of a sort of policy shift that has taken place and that will be going forward at the Space Coast, where essentially they want all of the recoverable rockets, if they are going to do a return to launch site, they want them to return to the actual launch site. So, for example, this mission, under the new rules, would have to return to Launch Complex 39A. SpaceX would have to build a landing pad at 39A. If they were launching from Slick 40, they'd have to return to a landing pad at 40, etc., etc. Slick 37, they'd have to return to Slick 37. I think you get the idea. That's essentially the new policy that they want to implement going forward, which is why, you know, landing zone 1 is a little bit further south than Launch Complex 39A. If you weren't aware, it's a few miles south, which means that not only does the authorities at the Space Coast have to protect the area around Complex 39A, but they also have to protect the area around landing zone 1, which is quite disruptive to all of the other companies that are currently working around the Space Coast. You think you've got Blue Origin, you've got Relativity, you've got technically Firefly, you've got Stoke Space, and you've of course got all of the other companies that actually work within the Space Force station itself. And it disrupts operations, of course, because it's a rocket falling back down to the ground. You need to make that area safe. So by returning the vehicles to the launch site themselves, that means you only have to close off the area around one specific site, and you're not disrupting multiple parts of the Space Center with a specific launch. So you can still recover your vehicle by only disrupting one part of the Space Center, which is, as we move into this, you know, multi-operator future, that's going to be quite important, with partial and full reuse coming along for many operators.
So how's that going to affect then when the booster comes back? Like, is that going to affect at all, like well, it has to. I mean, the trajectory of it, you know, spinning around and coming back and aiming for a pad that's, like you said, miles. I mean, it's the pad that it took off from. Is that going to affect how that has to then land again? Its movements?
Well, at the end of the day, the Falcon 9 booster goes quite a ways down range, and it goes to about, 120 odd kilometers in altitude. So shifting your landing spot by 10 miles isn't exactly going to be groundbreaking for the vehicle to accomplish. So physically, it will essentially be the exact same trajectory, except it'll just be aiming a few miles further north than it would have done before. So it's not. I don't think that should be anything of concern with that going forward, to be honest.
All right. So we are currently watching them finishing sealing up this door here. They're removing the seal between Dragon and the crew access arm, if you're wondering.
Yeah, it's kind of like the extension that they roll out when you're on a jet bridge, if you're going onto a plane, so that you're not working in the rain if it is raining. It's kind of like that goes up against the hatch. So now that everything is closed up and sealed and there's less worry about foreign object debris, obviously rain not a concern, so it's more of, debris getting in, they can remove that seal away from the vehicle. And that's also why they're harnessed in, because now there will be a gap between Dragon and the crew access arm. You do not want to fall.
Or drop anything. Drop your phone or, your shoe or something.
Yeah, if that touches the vehicle, then that becomes a bad day.
I'm not looking forward to the day when Ryanair start introducing human space flights, because I would not want to take a stairway all the way up to the Dragon capsule. That'd be quite a walk.
It'd probably be just about as tight and cramped, though, right? Is what they have. You wouldn't have a nice cushy seat liner, but Ryanair, if I remember correctly, is very cozy.
More personal baggage allowance, I've heard on Dragon.
Yeah, they'll fit the same number of people as they do on an A319 into a Dragon.
Another beautiful day out there, though. We're seeing some shots out there of the Cape. Is it kind of hazy? Or is it just my computer screen? Is it just the heat is kind of hazy out there? Or is it just the normal Florida?
There is a strong heat haze, because right now there is a major heat index warning here all along the southeast in Florida in particular. We're talking feels like temperatures over 100 to 110 degrees Fahrenheit later in the day. The current temperature now is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit at 10:20 in the morning, with the feels like of 101 Fahrenheit. So, and we're still 2 hours from launch and an hour and a half, or 2-ish hours anyway, away from midday. So
we've got some time right now. Somebody mentioned in the chat they were wondering about some of the science experiments. I think we've got a little bit of time before the next item in the countdown at about T minus 90. So let's go over some of the science that they're doing, because I always like talking about that too. Oftentimes, you see people going up into space, they're floating around, they're, having fun up there. But they're also doing a lot of science. That's really why we do this, right? It's why we go to the ISS. It's for some of this really deep research. So for this particular one, they're doing things that are going to help with the Artemis mission moving forward and some long duration spaceflight missions, as well as living in space for a while, things with plants. So one of the things they'll be doing, the crew will be conducting simulated moon landings. So before, during, after these flights, or this flight rather, they're using a handheld controller with multiple screens to fly through essentially a simulated lunar South Pole region that the Artemis crews plan to visit. So they'll be looking at how different gravitational forces and microgravity might disorient them and their ability to actually pilot a spacecraft while they're in space and, in the trajectory landing onto the moon as well. They're also going to be doing some metal 3D printing while they're up there. That's going to be running on board the ISS while they're there. Then they've got some human studies, which I always find very interesting. Obviously, when they're in space, astronauts are always complaining about this fluid shift that happens. You hear about things, how they like spicy food because, they kind of feel like that stuffed up feeling. But something that's really, really important is these brain and eye changes that happen during long duration space flights because of that fluid shift. So they're going to be looking, first of all, at fluid pressure on the brain, and also looking at how the body processes vitamin B in particular to prevent or mitigate the swelling that can happen at the back of the eye. Again, they have a lot of pressure that builds up with their eye, and then also whether some supplements of vitamin B can affect that fluid shift. They'll also be doing some stem cell investigation, looking at using microgravity to generate larger numbers of young stem cells. They've taken skin and blood cells that can transform into any type of cell in the body and reprogram them. And they're testing whether they can produce up to about 1,000 times more in quantity while they're there. And then also if they're higher quality for clinical use, other than the ones that they make currently here on Earth, which obviously would have some very long-ranging impacts. Then there is something called the Genes in Space 12 experiment that looks at the effect of microgravity on interactions between bacteria and bacteriophages, which are essentially the viruses that infect and kill bacteria, so things that they use to create antibiotics. Previous studies have shown that bacteria actually increase in their growth rates in space, and that antibiotics are also less effective. So being able to essentially create antibiotics in space would have also a very profound effect on human health. Similarly, we also have the Bionutrients 3 experiment that builds on some previous work to produce on-demand nutrients, so the good stuff, not the bad stuff, in space, using genetically engineered organisms, things like yogurt and yeast. Of course, we forget that those are actually alive, and that can remain viable for years. So kind of think about like a sourdough starter, but in space with, yogurt. That also includes things like pasteurization to kill microorganisms in the sample. They also have a sensor called e-nose that simulates an ultra-sensitive nose that can detect pathogens, which is kind of funny sounding, and also a food-grade pH indicator that can track bacterial growth. Then JAXA is working on a plant cell division investigation. They're looking at how microgravity can affect cell division in green algae and also a strain of cultured tobacco cells. Apparently, the tobacco cells divide much more frequently, so this is going to be able to show the effects of space on plant cell division. So obviously, that'll impact growing plants in space more effectively, or also on the moon or on Mars. And they're even planning to perform a time lapse of it on the space station to monitor it too. So that'll be really great to be able to look at over time. And there is one other project that I just found out is on board too, which I'm so excited about. I have to give a personal shout out to this crew. It's the Sailing to the Stars team. That is put together by a team of amazing students at Cornell University. They are testing different deployer designs for light sails. So you might have caught me and Doss actually interviewing them. First of all, there's another project called Alpha CubeSat that is in relation to it. So we actually at the Intrepid Museum a couple years ago had an exhibit about this project. There's going to be the first holograms in space on the outside of this CubeSat deployer. But specifically inside of it, they have this light sail And it's this like poster-sized sheet of retroreflective film with little chipsat satellites that can transmit data to Earth. And it's got this shape memory alloy frame. So you fold it up like origami and you put it in this little deployer box, and then it ejects the sail. So imagine like a jack in the box, except it's not connected, and it just pops open and it unfolds into a flat sheet. So this team has been working on this project for many, many years. What they're currently doing now, the sailing to the stars aspect, is they're sending it up as the first step to the ISS, and they're testing out different ways to deploy it to make sure that it is going to be like the most accurate way to do it. And then later they'll be using the Alpha CubeSat project. And that actually should also be launching soon. They're saying NG-22, whenever that goes up, that should be the actual CubeSat with the light sails that go into space. But Joshua, Verena, Shashank, Noah, Lisa, Claire, Deanna, Grace, Cameron, Gabriella, Parashi, Ethan, Ryan, Adam, the whole team, we are so proud of you. Dawson and I, as I mentioned, we were at Kids Week. They were there. We interviewed them. You should go back and check out that live stream as well. It's amazing. These are students doing incredible work and getting their stuff up on the ISS. So proud of you. Good luck. We can't wait to see what happens with that. So yeah, lots of different science projects that are going up there. It's always really interesting to incorporate the human aspect, of all of this, and to remember this is why we do it. This is why we go to space, not just to plant flags on things and to, float around, even though that is really cool. And I would still love to float around up there too. But the science is very important. So. What are we looking at right now here? What is this shot? Oh, is this a shot of the ISS?
Yeah, this is live on board at the International, well, not inside the International Space Station, but we're riding on top of the International Space Station as it's currently experiencing one of its many sunrises it sees every day. It's currently over the Southern Pacific. It's going to be heading over the United States shortly at approximately T-minus 90 minutes because, as you may already know, the International Space Station takes about 90 minutes to orbit the Earth. And the International Space Station usually passes around the launch site around the time of launch because of orbital dynamics. So there you go. Physics.
And of course, as always, thank you everyone for your support. We have all of these cameras running all around the pad down there at Kennedy. Oh, and we have an internal view here of mission control there.
I think this is the International Space Station Mission Control Room in Houston, which of course works alongside very closely with the SpaceX Mission and Launch Control personnel who will be located Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, and there's of course also the Launch and Landing Control Center in Florida.
Lots of mission controls and lots of people doing very important work to make these things run smoothly. I know earlier we were earlier, Sawyer, you were mentioning the flight path trajectory. Galactic Biker was just asking about that too. Can you go over that one more time and where maybe even somebody down at the Cape there or someone along that range, what direction might they want to be looking if they want to try to catch this today?
Absolutely. So this is a northeasterly trajectory on this one. So basically, it is going to be going all the way up along the East Coast, past the Carolinas, Virginia, New York, Massachusetts, Maine, even up towards Newfoundland. They have some actually abort areas up there as well. So it is going northeasterly, and as you just pointed out, that is because of where the International Space Station is flying. It flies at 51.6 degrees inclination. So basically, look at a map, start at the equator, and then put an angle to it of 51.6 degrees. That's sort of the orbit that the ISS is in. So as Alex has pointed out, and it's worth noting, you are not trying to launch at the space station. You're trying to launch at the orbit of the space station when it lines up, and then you'll play a game of catch up and work your way towards getting closer to it, and then actually dock. In this case, it will be a slightly longer docking time of about 39 hours after launch, which normally it's about 23 hours, and the reason being because orbital mechanics.
Hashtag because orbital mechanics. Blame everything on that. Thank you, though, for your support. Also, here we have, so what Sawyer is saying is the heat is on. We mentioned as well.
Oh, yeah.
And also, somebody mentioned thanks for recommendation for where to watch from Twitter. Apparently, Sawyer, you also
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
You also had recommended
Dragon
for
copy.
somebody.
Absolutely.
watch.
I'm
So they're
I'm glad they
thanking.
found a spot out there. Yeah, someone tweeted at me after a video I posted with little behind the scenes here at the press site. And there's plenty of good places to watch. We have a whole video dedicated to it. Of course, for certain launches, you can always just, ask us on social media, any of the NSF socials, any of us. But this is one where it's a little harder to see if you're not really close because it is a daytime launch. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't go out and look. If you're anywhere along that kind of trajectory there, it's worth going outside, taking a look, and see if you can see anything. And if you do, let us know on our socials. We're on all of your favorite ones: X, Facebook, Instagram, all of those, Blue Sky.
Absolutely. And you said it was coming past New York. Should I just hop off and run outside? Do you think I can see it from up here? Bring my microphone out with a really, really long cable.
I mean, it can't hurt. If you really want to double check exactly where you are, you can use the Next Spaceflight app, because we actually have a 3D trajectory on it. So you can see exactly where it will go with data powered by Flight Club IO. So thank you to them for allowing us to use that info. But it's really a cool feature.
That is a really cool feature. You guys should definitely check out that app, Next Spaceflight. You can download it in the App Store. And also, check out all of the other really amazing things that we offer as NSF. NASASpaceflight.com, of course, where we have all of our amazing articles. You can learn more about this particular mission, as well as all of things like science. We have great science writers. You can also learn more about just some of the other updates going on at the different pads. We also offer, our YouTube channel. We have different shows. Of course, you've got Starbase Update, where they're giving you all of the updates about things going on with Starship and out at Starbase. We've also got, humble brag, This Week in Spaceflight that is produced here. I am the host of that, as well as we have Ryan and Alex and Marty and the other Marty. There's so many different writers and people who work on those teams creating that. We have Cape Flyovers, where you can get aerial views of everything that's going on as well. So much stuff that we put out. And then also we've got merch too. So if you go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, you can get some cool patches and shirts. And we've come out with a whole line of summer stuff as well. Also things that are a little bit lighter weight. So if you are stuck out there at the Cape like Sawyer right now, you can, have a sun shirt. It's a little bit lighter as well. So all kinds of cool stuff there. And of course, metal prints and paper prints and all kinds of different things. So be sure to check all of that out as well. And those are just different ways that you can support us. Of course, we do love the super chats. Any support is welcome, but also just subscribing to our channel and hitting the like button goes a long way too. We love having you with us for these, and it will continue to let us operate all of our cameras out at the different pads and keep these live streams going for you. Speaking of, LSR also gave us a little plug here too. Important question. Do we know what the in-flight movie is today? They do have those little iPads, right, that they often pull out at this point. They're sitting there. Maybe they're taking a nap. It looks like they always look like they're taking a nap when they're sitting here waiting. Maybe they are. Maybe they're sitting there playing Angry Birds on their little things. Or maybe they're watching a movie. Probably not. What movie would you guys put on? What do you think? What would get you pumped up?
Oh, because obviously right now there's mission checklists and things on there. They do get some personal stuff that they can add onto their tablets as well. When they go back to the inside, you'll see a big giant block on their thigh that kind of holds it in place. What movie would I want to watch before liftoff? I feel like Groundhog Day would be a terrible choice. So,
no, we don't want any of that.
I'm gonna go with Snakes on a Dragon. Oh wait, no, Dragons on a Plane. No.
Is it a dragon? Is kind of a snake in a way, I suppose. Dragons in space. It's actually kind of funny though. Alex in the back channel said no in-flight Wi-Fi on this Dragon, unfortunately. You joke, but you know what? I actually last week, just had a chance to interview Sarah Gillis and Anna Menon at Intrepid. They came for our astronomy night. So, of course, they were half of the Polaris Dawn crew. And that was a big part of their mission, was testing out Starlink connectivity on theirs. So they were on Resilience. So it was outfitted with that. It is not on this one. But that's something they're working towards. And they said that it was great. Like, the connectivity was awesome. They literally FaceTimed their family from space up there. Like, that the whole test was Sarah did her violin performance, right? The Harmony of Resilience, where she played Rey's theme from Star Wars. And that was the test of Starlink. And of course it worked great. And she streamed it down to Earth for musicians and students around the world. And it was this wonderful moment. But oh, cool. You guys have a shot of that too. That's amazing. Really, really amazing interview. They're incredible women. They are, of course, now the two women to have traveled the furthest from Earth ever in history, which, I mean, about time. We haven't really sent any women to the moon yet, but that's coming. But no, it was really interesting to hear about the Polaris Dawn, just, all of the different key components of that mission, all the things they were testing out, new suit things with the EVA and whatnot. But they had Starlink, and so they were able to do stuff like that. I was watching another interview. They were saying they watched Talladega Nights during their pre-breathe, I think, when they were waiting to to get into that. So, hey, they do watch movies up there too sometimes.
Also, speaking of Talladega Nights, we see those vehicles flying out of there. That was the Crew Teslas that we saw head up there, live, laugh, launch. They are now leaving the pad, so we should get a call out shortly from that too. So they will now basically pass right back where they came from and let the crew do their thing. They will, of course, be ready if, for some reason, they will need to get the crew off after. Let's hope that doesn't happen. So that they are now the only ones on the pad at this point, about 90 minutes before flight.
And the schedule is looking pretty good from this point out, because the crew access arm isn't actually even scheduled to retract until T-minus 42 minutes. So we still have, just shy of 50 minutes left until that point. So this is one of the things that we always like to see. We're running ahead of schedule, and it's also why the schedule is built this way. So if anything did happen, there'd be plenty of buffer in order to get things sorted, such as we've seen on more than one occasion that they needed to reseal the hatch a couple times because they found some foreign object debris, some strand of hair or something had gotten in that seal. But for now, everything looks to be good to go as we approach T-minus 90 minutes.
They're definitely making up some of that time that they lost earlier, which is great. Oh, so actually, speaking of museum stuff, Sawyer, I want to pass it over to you because you have a little update about, I believe, what is it, the first museum icon going to space? Is that correct?
Yes. So you're talking about, snakes on a dragon or whatever. We actually have an armadillo on a dragon. Well, at least a stuffed one. As you see there, that timeline now getting towards the liftoff portion, really getting into the busy part here. So I want to take this moment to mention Rupert the Space Armadillo, who is the mascot of the Cape Canaveral Space Force Museum here in Florida. It is a great place to check out, by the way. If you're down here, in addition to the Kennedy Space Center, you get to see some of that military history as well. So basically, he's the mascot of the museum since 2019, and it's quite appropriate since armadillos are quite common to this area. I've actually seen a few driving around. So Rupert, known for his armored physique and playful lore, is going to become an aerospace mascot with thanks to a connection from pilot Mike Fincke. He will be hitching a ride on board Dragon and will be flying to space. There is Rupert. So you can hashtag follow Rupert throughout the flight. And then once the flight is over, Rupert will return back to the Cape Canaveral Space Force Museum here. So really a cool thing to check out. Shout out to the museum. I know Julia is one of the volunteers that helps out over there. And there are a lot of keyword volunteers at that museum there. So another thing to check out if you're in the Space Coast. And just a fun little mascot on board. I'm not sure if they're the zero-G indicator one or not, but regardless, we've got Rupert heading up.
I was going to ask if you knew if that was going to be the zero-G indicator. TBD, I guess.
Yeah.
Very cool. I don't think Intrepid has a mascot. Should come up with one. I don't know.
We should send you
Now's
up
the
as
time.
the zero-G indicator.
That's fine. I volunteer as tribute. Someone could just put me in their pocket and I'll just come out and be like, hey guys. That's so funny. What earrings would I wear? Somebody asked any dragon earrings today. I actually do have dragon earrings. I should put them on. They're kind of small, so they don't really read on camera for twists, but I do have dragon earrings. I don't think I could wear earrings in space. I feel like that would be one of those things where it's like it would get caught on everything, and it's probably just not safe to wear dangly things. There's probably rules about that.
Also, you don't want to lose it. Although, one of the
Yeah.
things that you'll notice on the space station is all of the air vents have very fine filters on them. It's not even just as an air filter for anything that comes through in terms of particulate and stuff. It is to catch things. So a lot of times they will find things floating up. They get sucked up towards the air system and will hang up against there. When astronauts shave or do personal grooming, they do have a vacuum that they use, and there go the Teslas driving right by us here on the way back. But they will do it right near those vents again, so that if anything doesn't get sucked up by the vacuum, it will get sucked into the air vents and not have tiny little pieces of beard hair floating everywhere.
But even the capsules themselves, like Sarah and Anna were saying that it's something like 9 cubic feet of space. It's like very small, but surprisingly large for them to be losing things. And they said that a very common phrase that they would say was like, hey, have you seen my whatever? And even after they got out, I mean, granted, they didn't go to the ISS, but even when they left their capsule, like a week later, they had found like a number of different things. They were like, hey, do you want this stuff back? Because it's just stuff floats around. You don't even realize. So we've got some other questions in the chat. So let's maybe see if we can get through some of these questions as well. So I don't know if anyone knows the answers. I actually was hearing this in the press conference. They were asking questions, but did they fix the leak in the ISS? I know there was a small leak in the Russian segment, I believe. But have we heard any updates about if that's being mitigated at all or fixed even?
I think mitigated would be the correct terminology to use on that one. Excuse me. I don't think it will ever be quote unquote fixed. It's just a byproduct of the fact that Zvezda is an aging module, and the International Space Station, as we were saying, we're approaching 25 years of continuous human presence. It's been in space for longer than that, the older modules. So it's an old machine, and it's been constantly pressurized in the vacuum of space for over 25 years. That takes its toll on the materials that are used to build the modules. So the leak is being mitigated by sealing off the area where the leak is, in which case it's not impacting the rest of the atmosphere on the International Space Station. But it's one of those things that the crews will just have to deal with for the next 5 odd years until the space station is deorbited, because there's not really, at this point, unfortunately, there's not really anything you can do about it. But as things stand, NASA and Roscosmos and the international partners clearly are comfortable with the current conditions to launch another crew to the International Space Station. Because, of course, if you remember, last month we had the Axiom 4 launch, and that was delayed quite a lot because of, first, there was a leak on the Falcon 9. There was a liquid oxygen leak on the actual rocket, but then there were concerns about the leak on board the International Space Station, which NASA and Roscosmos wanted to make sure was resolved before they sent 4 more humans to the orbiting outpost. So that hasn't happened this time around. So what Roscosmos have done to the Zvezda module, NASA has clearly found acceptable in order to launch 4 additional crew members to the International Space Station, even if it is only going to be an increased crew cohort for 3 odd days until Crew 10 come home.
And of course, if anyone has any questions, just at us at NASASpaceflight in the chat. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, here's an interesting kind of thought experiment. When Starship comes online for Crew, will Dragon work in tandem with it for Crew launches? So you think we're gonna? Well, gosh, if I had to guess, I mean, it's a totally different machine. They're hoping to put 100 people on it at a time. So I would think that the pad ninjas would need to have completely different jobs, and obviously the structures would be very different. What do you guys think about how things would be very different for that?
I have to say, I think Crew Starship is still quite a ways away. I think we're probably a decade or so away from that sort of point. And by that I mean the like a transatmospheric Starship, crewed Starship flight. So that means launching from Earth and returning through Earth's atmosphere. Fingers crossed, it's not a decade away for the human landing system Moonlander variant, which of course has to be crewed for the Artemis missions. But I do think speaking of putting 100 people on board a Starship to fly them into space, we're still quite a ways away from that. For me personally. Unless they want to use Starship as a space station and then dock Dragon to it, I mean, that could be a possibility. But yeah, for me personally, Dragon and Starship, the programs don't really seem to kind of feed into one another. I don't know, Sawyer, if you have any differing opinions.
I think there will be minimal overlap, to be honest. They serve two totally different purposes. One is large amounts of crew, and in particular to the Moon and Mars. The other is designed specifically for low Earth orbit. Years ago, there was discussion of Gray Dragon and Red Dragon, which were going to be Dragon capsules used for Moon and Mars missions, but those obviously didn't come to fruition. They're not building any more Dragon capsules than the ones that are currently in the fleet. So I think at this point, it will be fly these out, maybe if there's still some low Earth orbit destinations, but for the most part, I think we'll see probably Dragon retire around the time that Starship begins regular flights.
Speaking of other vehicles, here's another question. At the news conference yesterday, NASA seemed to suggest that Dream Chaser wouldn't be launched this year. What do you think the holdup is and when launch? You guys have any thoughts on Dream Chaser? That's been kicking around for a while.
That was an interesting point. Yes, they were discussing all of the upcoming vehicles for the ISS, the big one being CRS-33, because that one will have a specially modified boost package, basically, so that it can help raise the orbit of the International Space Station, which will be critical if Russia stops supporting in 2028, also to conserve propellants on board the Russian side. Otherwise, though, I didn't hear much about it. There's still Northrop Grumman. You'll have Japan's HTV-X, which is their upgraded version of their HTV transfer vehicle. It sounds like hopefully we'll see that soon, but when that soon is, they didn't say. I didn't get a chance to ask them what the update was on that, but we're, of course, reaching out to the companies and talking to them, and hopefully we'll get updates soon.
Very cool. For those of you just joining us now, as we get closer, as our countdown continues, we are about to launch 4 crew to the International Space Station. This is the Crew-11 launch. We've been broadcasting here since about 8 this morning, East Coast time, so the past few hours, and we've got a few more in us still to go. The T0 time is expected to be 12:09 p.m., so just a little over an hour here still to go. They are currently inside of their capsule, all sealed up, ready to go, and so now we are just waiting on the timeline here to keep ticking on, and we will keep you updated as to what's going on. Might be a good time maybe to go over who some of those crew members are again while we're waiting. So I don't know if we have those graphics that we can pull up there. But we've got a crew of 4. It's a very international crew. So, of course, we've got 2 NASA astronauts. We have 1 JAXA astronaut from Japan and 1 Roscosmos cosmonaut from Russia. Zena Cardman is the commander. This is her first flight. She was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2017. She is from Williamsburg, Virginia, and her background is in biology and marine sciences and geosciences. So as one of the Artemis astronauts, of course, she has a really strong background there that's going to be helpful. Geobiology, geochemical cycling, subsurface environments, deep sea sediments, caves, this sort of thing. So that's going to be really interesting once we start landing on the moon and doing some of that research. You can see why she was selected. Interestingly, she had previously been assigned to the Crew-9 mission along with Stephanie Wilson, but they were ultimately removed. They were ultimately removed from that mission, obviously, in order to clear some seats up for Butch and Sunny to come home on their Starliner mission. So she was reassigned to Crew-11, and she is our commander. Next up, we have Mike Fincke, the pilot. This is his 4th trip to space. He has actually logged 382 days in space and 9 spacewalks during his previous 3 trips, all of which were on shuttles, including, as Sawyer mentioned, Endeavour, the final flight of Space Shuttle Endeavour in 2011. Since then, he's been doing a lot of work with NASA's Commercial Crew program, and he also has been doing a lot of work towards the Starliner operational certification. He also was supposed to actually be on the infamous Starliner crew flight test, but then was later decided that it would just be a 2-person mission. So, of course, Butch and Sunny were those. Then he became the backup pilot. Then he was reassigned to Starliner's first crewed mission, which would have been the first operational flight of that. But earlier this year, he was moved to this flight to better support its activities. And also because who knows when that next operational flight will be. He is from Emsworth, Pennsylvania, just outside of Pittsburgh. Woo woo, that's where I'm from too. And he's got his bachelor's from MIT. He's got his master's from Stanford. He's a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Test Pilot School and also a U.S. Air Force colonel with over 2,000 flight hours in 30 different aircraft. So a lot of flight experience there. Then also we've got our mission specialist. So Kimiya Yui, this is his 2nd trip, JAXA astronaut. He has spent 142 days in space. He flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 44 and 45 in 2015. He is a graduate of the School of Science and Engineering at the National Defense Academy of Japan and later joined the Air Self-Defense Force at the Japan Ministry of Defense. In 2008, he joined the Air Staff Office at the Ministry of Defense as a lieutenant colonel before becoming an astronaut a year later in 2009. And after his last mission, he was assigned chief of the JAXA astronaut group and was also assigned to the Starliner 1 crewed mission with Mike Fincke, but later reassigned to Crew-11 due to ongoing testing with that vehicle. Then finally, we have Oleg Platanov, the mission specialist from Roscosmos there. He was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018, earned his degree in engineering from Krasnodar Air Force Academy in aircraft operations and air traffic management. He also earned a bachelor's degree in state and municipal management in 2016 from the Far Eastern Federal University in Russia. And in 2021, he was also assigned as a test cosmonaut. And he has experience in piloting aircraft, zero-gravity training, scuba diving, and wilderness survival. So a fun little group of astronauts there. Zena Cardman was saying that, previously she was obviously assigned to Crew-9, so she had been training with them. And she said, she'd already learned all of the machines, all of the vehicle information and kind of knew what she was going to be doing. But really the main thing she had to relearn now was just her crew and getting all those dynamics down. But they all seem to be having a really great time this morning. We saw lots of smiles. Everything seems to be going very smoothly. And they all are a really good fit for the different experiments that are going to be happening up there on the ISS as well.
And we were talking earlier about how we're approaching the 25th anniversary of the International Space Station being continually or having continuous human presence on the International Space Station. And if you give me a couple minutes, I can actually link everything together quite cleverly because I've been looking through some of the mission profiles here. So as you may have seen, we had some people in chat who saw the pre-launch conference yesterday. 2 of the people on that panel are former astronauts, and they currently work in the management of their respective space agencies. One of those people was the legend that is Sergei Krikalev, who flew actually as a flight engineer on Expedition 1, the first of the expeditions to the International Space Station. He now serves as essentially the director of human spaceflight at Roscosmos, that being his fifth spaceflight on Expedition 1. Someone else who was assigned to Expedition 1, but as the backup commander, was Ken Bowersox, who was also in that conference yesterday, and he currently serves as NASA's Associate Administrator of Space Operations. He actually flew in Expedition 6 as the commander of that expedition, alongside someone you may have heard of before, Mr. Don Pettit. He was a flight engineer on that flight. And guess who was a backup flight engineer for Expedition 6? None other than Michael Fincke. So, in a roundabout way, Expedition 1 ties up to this mission, sort of.
No relation to our Stranded Astronauts video, of which 2 of those members were actually in.
Yeah, oddly convenient that was, Sawyer.
Yes, exactly. Check it out on the channel if you haven't.
Look who it is. That was Sawyer yesterday, asking his wonderful questions to the panel.
Gotta say, the breeze is picking up here right now at the press site. The flags are definitely flying a lot stronger than they were. I know they're keeping an eye on those ground wind limits. Jeez Louise. Can you tell we don't get much sleep here when we're in the field? Anyway, so right now everything's still green, but it's just something that is now a watch item that they are keeping an eye on. So we should get a full update on everything at the T-minus 1 hour mark. That is after ISS Mission Control, Hawthorne Mission Control, SpaceX Launch Control Center, all of those work together, make sure everything's good to go, do final weather checks and status checks, and typically we'll hear about it. They'll give the update to the crew, and then they'll work towards the propellant load, and of course the before that, arming the launch escape system and removal of the crew access arm.
Amazing. So right now, again, we have our shot of the rocket, obviously, at 39A out there, the Kennedy Space Center. Again, pretty blue skies out there still, even though the winds might be picking up just slightly, but still in the green, as he mentioned. On top there, we've got, of course, Crew Dragon Endeavour. It is its 6th flight. And I don't know, should we talk maybe about the capsules and kind of how this is really a big milestone for this one. This one is going to be spending the largest amount of time in space. I believe, Ryan, you put together some interesting information about that as well, if we want to go over that.
Yeah, so Endeavour is going to be the first Dragon capsule to achieve a 6th flight into space. Currently it is the fleet leader with 5 flights, and it's going to be even more, it's going to extend its lead as the fleet leader, bumping that up to 6 flights. So serial number C206, it was the first Crew Dragon, it's the oldest Crew Dragon currently in the fleet. It of course flew Demo 2, it flew Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, Crew 8, and now is getting ready to fly Crew-11. And it is also the Dragon capsule which has spent the most time in space. It's spent 701 days in space to date, and it's about to add 8 more months on top of that, which is going to be quite the record there for Crew Dragon. The next Dragon in the fleet is of course Crew Dragon Resilience, and although it's flown 4 flights, it is actually only, until Crew Dragon Grace came along, it was actually the least experienced Dragon in the fleet with only 178 days in space, and that's because it has only flown 1 crew rotation to the International Space Station. Because ever since it flew Crew 1 back in 2000, back in 2020. However, ever since then, it's only been doing private missions. So it flew Inspiration 4 in 2021, it flew Polaris Dawn in 2024, and it flew Fram 2 earlier this year. And of course, those missions don't go to the International Space Station. They're free flyers, so the maximum duration for those is about a week. Polaris Dawn was about 7 days long, Inspiration 4 and Fram 2, they were both about 3 days in duration. So that's why the actual time and space total for that capsule is much less than its fellow Dragons. We, of course, also have one Dragon currently in space, which is C210 Endurance, which first flew all the way back in 2021 on Crew 3. It's since flown Crew 5 and Crew 7, and the reason it's highlighted is because it is currently in space with Crew 10 to date. It has 671 days in space. It will be coming home in about 3 days' time, assuming Crew 11 all goes well today. And we also have Freedom C212 in the fleet. First flew with Crew 4 in 2022, flew Axiom Mission 2, Axiom Mission 3, and Crew 9, the, dare I say, quote-unquote rescue mission. I think I'll leave it at that. And of course, we have the youngest in the fleet. It's only flown one time so far, Crew Dragon Grace, serial C213, flew Axiom Mission 4 last month. So there you go. Only 20 days in space, but 5 Dragons now in the fleet. So the 5th and final flew just a few weeks ago. And Crew Dragon Endeavour about to get it underway for its 6th spaceflight, which is quite impressive considering, well, I don't think we really have to talk about Starliner, do we? But SpaceX is significantly ahead of its main competitor.
Thank you for that rundown. And so actually there's a question. Do the capsules get extra servicing every so many flights? Obviously between each one, it gets, a little refurbed, it gets a little wash. It doesn't look like a toasty marshmallow anymore. Do they do like extra tune-ups, or do you think just between every one, they probably do it stem to stern?
Every single vehicle, every single Dragon vehicle gets a considerable check every single time it comes back from space. They don't just wash it and say it's good to go. Let's put 4 humans in this and send it up into space, right? So no, they get stripped back, they get inspected, they get of course they get washed down, but they also they get things retrofitted, they get things checked, and they even have different components replaced because some missions require a docking port. Other missions require the cupola. Some missions, dare I say, even require the ability to EVA and exit the spacecraft. So there are various components that can be fitted to Dragon for various mission profiles. The docking port, the cupola, the Skywalker system. But SpaceX has been working with NASA in order to certify Dragons beyond a number of flights. Because even with just the boosters, originally NASA wasn't too happy with load and go, which is the process of putting the crew on the vehicle before fueling it. Originally, they weren't happy with reused boosters. Now they're pretty happy to fly on a reused booster, and they've been working with SpaceX to work on reusing Dragon and certifying Dragons for many flights into the future, such as a 6th flight of Crew Dragon Endeavour.
Yeah, and upgrades too. Like we were talking about earlier, this one has an upgraded parachute, an upgraded heat shield. There's it just really depends on the mission too. They're just pushing it further and further every time, getting as much life out of it as possible. There's another.
And of course,
yeah.
We were talking earlier about how Dragon and Starship won't really overlap with each other, but of course, this experience that SpaceX is getting with Dragon will, of course, naturally help the Starship program, right? Because however many, like 20-30 Dragon flights they've done now across Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, that's heat shield experience which they can help and apply to Starship. So there are little things that they can gain from these Dragon flights and spread, trickle down throughout the rest of the company.
Somebody with an eagle eye out there also pointed this out. Where are C208, C209, and C211? Because I believe those numbers weren't sequential. Alex in the back channel pointed out the C2, number there. It's capsule for C, 2 for Dragon 2, and then the last 2 digits are the capsule number. What happened to 8, 9, and 11?
Those are actually cargo Dragons. And yes, Sawyer is right. They flew. But because they are cargo Dragons, they don't get a name, unfortunately. Sawyer, I believe they've flown 12 flights now of Crew Dragon, or rather Cargo Dragon 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe CRS-21 was the first of the V2s. It was either 20 or 21, but I think it was 21. So the one coming up is 33. So yeah.
Are they so on the outside they look the same, but we never really see the insides. Like could there be seats inside in an emergency, or like did it look completely different on the inside versus the crew ones?
I mean, it's a common shell essentially, but then inside it's quite different because
Yeah.
you have obviously an entire life support system that needs to be inside the crew ones. You know, the squishy meat bags in there that apparently need to breathe and things like that. So it's a little bit different of how that's made up. It's a lot more optimized for space. Obviously, it is still pressurized because they do have live experiments that are brought up and down. But rather than seats, they have plenty of extra freezers that they can use to bring back biological samples. And right now, it is pretty much the main way to bring stuff back from the ISS. It's called downmass. There are very few vehicles that offer that capability to be able to not only launch stuff up, but then have it come back down in one piece and not burn up on reentry. So that is why it's super critical. And I mean, I guess if they absolutely had to, but all the ones that launch as cargo dragons are not set up to have people on them, besides when it's docked to the station.
One of the things for that, for example, is that they don't have a crew escape system on Cargo Dragon. They have the bumps where it would be, but they don't have the motors. So that's one of the things, infamously after the the CRS-7 failure of Falcon 9, SpaceX reprogrammed Dragon, Cargo Dragon, to have the ability to deploy its chutes in the event of a launch mishap. However, they don't have an escape system, so unless the vehicle naturally survives an event like that, it's game over, unfortunately.
Life support. Psh, who needs it? Come on.
Humans are so needy.
Right? God. Gotta have your Starlink now. You gotta get your Wi-Fi. Come on, guys. So we are a few minutes out now from our next call out, I believe. But yeah, otherwise, we see some venting there, which is totally normal.
We are approaching 1 hour to go momentarily, so fingers crossed everything continues to track as expected. We're about 21 minutes now from the retraction of the crew access arm. So when that happens, we should be hearing over the loop that they'll be activating that launch escape system on Dragon in case it is needed. Because right now, the evacuation route, I believe, Sawyer, would be to use the slide baskets at 39A.
Exactly, yes. Worst comes to worst, they can jump onto the crew access arm, although again, the hatch is closed currently, but there are ways to do it in an emergency to get out, go down the crew access arm, and then there are 4 wires, and there are baskets attached to them. You jump in, hit a button, and it slides away from the pad. It's about 60 miles an hour, so it's not the comfiest landing when you get to the net at the bottom, but as long as you're alive, you don't really care that much about the comfort. You get out, hop into waiting emergency, basically tanks that you could then use to drive away.
I still maintain that would be a really fun amusement park ride, like at Kennedy Space Center,
They have
SpaceX,
the
we're cycling all the
slides,
tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
Okay, so we're about an hour out now. You heard some of those call outs.
Yeah, so right now they're going through their main checks with all of the different centers, all of the different launch operations. So Houston, Hawthorne, here at the Cape, going through everything, making sure all's good to go so far as they get into the final hour, which is when you really get into the nitty-gritty and the fast-paced part of things. So this is kind of a final chance to check everything. Systems, you heard they're working on just some vent valves. Also weather, of which there have been concerns about wind. Earlier, they were discussing upper-level winds. Now it seems the comments are more potential ground-level winds, but just things they're keeping an eye on right now, which the official forecast says 90% favorable and the winds were expected to be a low level of concern there. You can see upper level winds, the only main concern being the cumulus cloud rule. So that was why they gave only a 10% chance of violating weather constraints. The concern originally was ascent abort weather, so basically sea states downrange, but they said that was more for where their recovery assets are stationed rather than the wave heights for the crew. So that was less of an issue than originally discussed.
I blame Adrian.
And for what it's worth, I don't know, sorry if you are able to confirm this or not, but I'm just looking at the weather at the shuttle landing facility just down the road. It's currently only reporting a 3-knot wind, so at least the data nearby isn't suggesting crazy ground level winds, but they might be more talking about things, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 feet.
Yeah, I mean, the flags are
Dragon
flapping here,
SpaceX
that's
to
for
go
sure.
For Section 5, when ready, report go for launch.
All right, so the go, no go poll.
Tracking copies. Go for 4.100, Section 5. Wilco.
And that's just confirming that they are happy to go through a certain part of the checklist. That's what all of those decimals and all of that gibberish means, which is basically confirming which specific part of the count they are going for, and then they open it up and they can look through all the things, all the different items they have to hit, and all of those various things that happen in a checklist.
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
SpaceX copies, crew are go for launch.
And there you go. Crew are happy to go.
So the next major milestone coming up is going to be the crew access arm retract, which will be at about 42 minutes out. So we still do have a little bit of time here. Might be a good time also. You might have noticed when they were getting their suits on, as Sawyer pointed out, the stickers at the base of each of the, I don't know, what do you call those? The couches, I guess, the chairs that they were sitting in to get their suits on and everything. Their patch design, and of course, you can see the patch design in a few different locations. So let's talk about it real quick. The Crew-11 mission patch, they say it embodies teamwork, exploration, and the deep connections that bind us across nations, agencies, and families. So on it has that really striking dragon image. There's different shades of red, white, and blue that are a tribute to the flags of the 3 nations represented by the crew. So, of course, the United States, Japan, and Russia. There's also 3 gold stars that symbolize the unity of the 3 space agencies working together in pursuit of discovery. And then there's 2 sunbeams that you can kind of see behind the dragon there that forms the number 11. So it illuminates a blue circle, which is a subtle nod to Voyager's pale blue dot image, reminding us of our fragile unity and our shared home. That vision of Earth is then reflected in the dragon's eye, reinforcing our focus on exploration and the perspective gained from space. And then the dragon, evoking the heraldry of family crest, stands as a guardian of the mission and the legacy. Then within the stars, we honor the children of the crew, a reminder of the generations inspired by human spaceflight. And encircling it all, there's a red flame that represents the power of launch and the plasma of reentry, symbolizing their full journey, their departure from Earth, their work aboard the International Space Station, and their safe return home. Always interesting to look at those patch designs. Everyone is very, very unique. And of course, at NSF, we also create our own patch designs too. So a lot of thought, I know, goes into the symbolism behind that. Also, of course, you see everyone's names on there. It's really cool to see Oleg Platonov's name there in Cyrillic as well. They always try to, kind of pay homage to whatever their native languages are. But a really, really cool patch. I love that dragon. Very fierce. Also, of course, don't forget, you can check out some merchandise in our store, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've got patches. We've got lots of patches. We've also got shirts. We have our new summer collection. So all kinds of things from luggage tags and water bottles, tote bags, t-shirts. Again, some really fun Hawaiian shirts there as well. Never a bad time for a Hawaiian shirt, guys. They've also got some lighter weight clothes as well. So, of course, if you're out there in the summer heat, as Sawyer is right now, and as our other colleagues, Dee and I believe Max are out there too, in that blazing heat, It's hot here in New York. I'm not even in Florida. And it's like 97 degrees outside up here, too. You can always have some lighter weight shirts as well. Some of them have hoods, of course, too, so you can shade yourself. So be sure to check those out. All different colors, all different styles, all different fun designs. Oftentimes, if you're watching, any of our streams on YouTube, you can also see all of our commentators wearing fun different designs as well to get an idea of what they look like. We've also got designs for women too, which is exciting. Be inclusive for us too. So all different kinds of stuff on there. Don't forget, you can also get prints. We've got metal prints. We've got, as I mentioned, all other different kinds of merchandise. For anything you could possibly want. So check that out, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's a great way to support us. And of course, you can also tune into our streams. We always encourage you to subscribe and like our streams. That is a free way that you can do it. We always just love having you join us as well. All of your support is really, really appreciated, no matter what you do. And of course, our super chats too. Let me just go ahead and highlight some of those as well. So we've actually got some support on this stream. So $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Crew-11 from Ninja Decimator. We've also got a bunch of Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for being so generous. We have Retha Patton, who became a Red Team member. We've also got Russell Snodgrass, who gifted 20 Red Team memberships. That's so amazing, so very generous. And of course, inviting everyone else into this fun experience as well. So becoming a member of our channel.
8.87 is open. Poll for propellant load and launch.
All right, so we're holding for propellant load. Becoming a member of our channel enables you to have special access to certain our Discord, and you can see all different kinds of pictures and new videos that get released. So it's a really fun community as well. You can always join in with that. And also, GL Stewart, thank you as well for becoming a PadRat member too. So lots of different ways to support, even just throwing us a like and subscribing to our channel is just great. We also have a new channel, Breaking Space. I don't know if I'm allowed to even talk about that, but hey, why not? So if you ever want to catch some of the breaking news that is happening in the space community, we encourage you to also subscribe to that channel as well, Breaking Space. Oftentimes you'll see that kind of dovetail into our This Week in Spaceflight broadcast, which is, of course, our weekly Space News Roundup show hosted by yours truly, and also written by amazing writers, Alex and Marty, and the whole team really helps out. Ryan is our wonderful editor. We all put in so much blood, sweat, and tears every week for you all, so please do watch. That'll be tomorrow. We've got a show to record tonight. How about that? So yeah, please everyone, join us and support however you'd like. Oh, I see we're scrolling through the YouTube channel there on screen now. And I'm told there's a poll open. There's a poll open? What's the poll? Please help me. I don't have that one open right now. Oh, here we go.
I believe that was in reference to the
the poll
in mission control for the propellant load sequence. Not a poll in chat. I mean, if
We
Chris
can
is
have a
here and he wants to
poll.
open up a poll in chat
Let's
to
do a
ask
poll.
whether we go for propellant
Are we
load,
go
then
for
I'm go. I don't know if chat
I'm
is
go.
go, but yeah, they're currently
here's-
going through.
Here's a poll for everyone out there. Tell us where you're tuning in from. We love to see all the different places that everyone is tuning us in from. Oh, here we go. Which poll? A poll here.
Yeah, so propellant load is actually scheduled to start in about 15 minutes time, but they of course go through all of the different everyone makes sure everyone across all of the different departments, all of the different teams is happy with how their how their specific system is looking at this point before we get into the pointy end of the count.
We've got someone tuning in from France. I was just there a couple weeks ago. How about that? South Dakota, Austria, London, Michigan, Illinois, Norfolk Coast, Cheshire. Oh gosh, we got a lot of UK kids on here. How about that? Chicago, Ottawa, Poland, Manila, Tennessee, Maryland, North Carolina, everywhere. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you for tuning in. We love having your support. My living room. All right, that's cool. Pittsburgh, PA, Chris. All right, that's where Mike Fincke is from, Emsworth, right outside of there. I'm also from there.
I'm seeing a lot of people from the UK, so thank you very much for the
Yeah.
representation in chat. It's greatly appreciated.
They all tuned
As
in
we,
for you.
100%. I will 100% take that. As we are approaching minus 49 minutes.
I butchered Norfolk. Okay, how do you say it then? Sorry, I butchered Norfolk. Folk? Is the L silent?
Norfolk.
Folk. Norfolk. Oh, F-U-K. Got it. Norfolk.
Yeah, but don't say that bit by itself because we'll get demonetized. But Norfolk.
Right. Got it. I'll just not say it. Netherlands, Ohio, Slovenia, Germany, Korea. Wow. We are getting people from everywhere. This is great. Germany. Adrian, we got some Germans. Mars. Wow. Could you help us with some maybe backwards Starship help then, Kajun? That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Send us an email.
Yeah.
So looking at the time here, we should be about 6 minutes away, if I'm not mistaken, from the access arm retracting. So fingers crossed we hear the results of the polling that's going on shortly in the background. But yeah, things still. This is this last hour is kind of, dare I say, the boring bit of each crew launch, because we have the exciting part of the crew rolling out, driving in the Teslas to the launch pad, then they're getting in the Dragon, they're getting strapped in, they're putting their seatbelt on, getting all ready, looking at all the computer screens, and then we have to wait for an hour for the fueling process to begin. But of course they have that hour in there for a reason. If anything were to go awry, they have that opportunity to kind of catch back up on some time. But yeah.
Lots of built-in extra time here. Because again, as we were saying earlier, this is an instantaneous window. They can't just delay this for an hour. This is very much timed with where the location of the ISS is.
Yeah, if they are not able to launch at 16:09 and 24 seconds UTC today exactly, they have to stand down, because they wouldn't be able to reach the International Space Station because of orbital dynamics and physics and lots of things that I'm sure Alex would absolutely love explaining to you.
And yes, I believe if that does happen, which of course it won't, everything's going to go smoothly today. But if it does happen, they do have backup opportunities August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then I believe on the 4th, they'd have to stand down and do like a recycle. But the next few days, and the weather also is looking pretty decent for tomorrow as well, just in case.
And we're getting a wonderful view here of the Starship launch pad at Complex 39A. You can see they're doing a lot of construction right now in the background. You can see loads of pipes. I think those green pipes are for the deluge system, if I'm not mistaken. We've got some new tanks in there. Got a lot of groundwork. We've got some lovely cranes, which look to be kind of lying down at the moment, so they're out of the way for the launch. I think you can almost see the flame trench in the background there as well. Some lovely pre-launch entertainment provided by the SpaceX camera on the crew access tower here.
Pre-flight entertainment. Nice. Yeah, we're about a minute away from the poll result now, so hopefully we'll be hearing that go for launch again. Just a few seconds, I suppose.
20 seconds. Trying to see if I could spot anything else in this camera view. I don't think there's a big mound on the right hand side for some reason, but anyways, here comes the result of the poll. Fingers crossed it's good.
On countdown 1, the poll for propellant load and launch is complete, and the team polled go for propellant load and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto-sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch Control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
And that is
Arming
what we
crew arm
like
for
to hear.
movement.
All right, so far so good right now. That crew arm retraction should happen in about a little over a minute now, I believe. And
Yeah, that should take place at 42 minutes to.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're going early,
They're ahead of
alright.
schedule even. They're ahead
They're
of
ready to
schedule.
go.
Access arm
They're like,
retraction started.
well done. So now they are sitting there in their capsule in the tippy top of that flamey thing. Let's go.
And because that arm is now retracting, that means the launch escape system should also be armed on Dragon momentarily. So the launch escape system is currently the crew's only way of escaping the pad in the event of an emergency.
I kind of always wonder, like, why don't they arm that before they remove the crew access arm?
I would assume that it's kind of what it's the arm is a bit in the way. So I'm not sure if this is the actual technical answer, but the arm is, physically in the way. So I'm not sure whether, because Dragon leaves,
Crew
as we saw
access
during
arm retraction complete.
as we saw during the pad abort and the in-flight abort tests, Dragon leaves in quite a hurry. So I'm not sure if that would damage Dragon.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So, again, that's just speculation on my part, but that would be my assumption.
Dragon
They don't want to.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
They wouldn't want to damage the capsule anymore.
Dragon copies. Go for Section 6, closing visors and arming LES.
I would just think if they did need to escape, like in this moment before it's properly armed, there's like a 3-minute window there where they don't really, I guess the basket thing, I don't know.
SpaceX, Dragon, visors closed, arming LES.
6 copies.
And I think the arm is now, unless this is just like a optical illusion by the helicopter cam here, I think the arm is fully retracted to its point where it will be for launch. It doesn't swing all the way back to like the negative 180 degrees mark where it is usually held for non-Dragon missions, but this is its nominal position for when the vehicle needs its space and it is out of the way.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
And there we go.
All right,
We
and again,
are ready for the propellant loading.
yeah, again, a few minutes ahead of schedule here too.
Dragon copies.
Wonderful tower eclipse there at 39A as the Starship tower gets in the way. But there we go. Dragon launch escape system armed. 5 minutes to stage 1 propellant loading.
We are seeing some really beautiful shots there of the Cape. We were talking before about how this is going to be the last RTLS to landing zone 1 because moving forward they're going to want to try to have returns to like the one that it originated at.
Return to the actual launch site, like RTAS.
RTAS, I guess, yeah. So, or original RTOS, original site, maybe. So somebody actually had a question. What do you think? Okay, so for LZs and SLIC 40 and 39A, what could they be numbered? Would it be like, would they just add a number? Like, would it be LZ 3 and 5 or whatever to whatever it is, or would it be like LZ 39A?
Oh, that's a good question. I am not particularly confident in SpaceX's naming conventions based on prior naming conventions they have tried to give. Let's not even talk about what they call the launch pads at Starbase. I would assume they'd start with 5 because they skipped 3. 3 for those of you who are unaware, there was originally going to be 3 landing zones where landing zone 1 and 2 is, because that would have been for a Falcon Heavy where all 3 cores came back for an RTLS. But they never built 3. But when they built the landing zone at Vandenberg, they called it landing zone 4 just in case they wanted to build 3 at some point in the future. So they kind of skipped 3. So I'd like them to start from 5. But they probably end up calling it Landing Zone 1, Landing Zone B, and Landing Zone Gamma, for all I know. I don't know if Sawyer is with us and has any more ideas.
Why not just name it after the original pad that it's from, though?
Because they could have multiple. So for a Falcon Heavy launching from 39A, they'll need 2 landing zones.
Oh, that's true. Well, so
LZ39AB or A1?
Yeah. Exactly.
39AA, 39AB... 39A1. I mean, this is going to get so messy so quickly.
Yeah.
Or they could just name it something random like Bob's Your Uncle or something like, Of Course I Still Love You.
They could name the landing pads after astronauts. They could have Landing Zone Bob and Landing Zone Doug and Landing Zone Megan and Landing Zone Shannon, But then we also have, when the Starship pads come online, the Starships and the Super Heavy boosters, they'll have their own landing zones. So this is going to get so messy so quickly, and SpaceX has absolutely dominated the launch industry. They've shaken things up, and they are sending humanity in the correct direction.
Falcon 9 tanks are venting for the start of propellant load.
But I do not trust them with naming things whatsoever. I'm sorry, SpaceX. I just don't.
Well, so speaking of that too, there's a question. When do you expect LC39A, LZ, whatever number will be, to be online? Has SpaceX given any indication of that yet?
I don't believe they've given any direct indication, but, this may sound obvious, but it's going to be before the next RTLS from 39A. Unless they return to Landing Zone 2, because even though Landing Zone 1 is being decommissioned after today's launch, Landing Zone 2 will still be sticking around for a little while yet. So it's going to be, I'd say it's going to be a little while, but I wouldn't, I've seen a lot of people in the comments and on social media a bit like, why are they retiring Landing Zone 1? They don't have a landing zone at 39A 39A yet. They don't have a landing zone at Skip 40 yet. That is correct, but at the end of the day, a landing zone is just a concrete pad, so I trust SpaceX in their ability to build a concrete pad in a short period of time.
There's also no Falcon Heavies on the schedule anytime soon, so that gives them time to not have to worry about the double RTLS.
Exactly.
That is a good point, though. We do need to have at least one available if we want to keep doing these for a while. I don't know. There's a lot of swampland and whatnot around there, obviously. They could definitely build a concrete pad somewhere. But as of right now, it's just interesting to see where they would put it in proximity to it. The structure out there of everything, the roads and, just the way it looks, it's been like that for so long. It's interesting to see where they're going to squeeze those in.
100%.
But, speaking of all these beautiful shots out there, too, I just want to throw some love out to all...
Started.
All right, launch auto sequence has started. Good news. I want to throw some love out to all the people in the field that are helping us to capture this right now. We've got Sawyer, of course, who's been joining us on comms as well. And then some of the voices that we haven't heard, but are still out there doing really hard work. We've got Max, we've got Julia, we've got Dee, and Dr. WD40, Wade, out there as well, bringing us all of these amazing images. And of course, we're going to be getting even more amazing images as the thing launches. And the tracking shots coming back to the pad, which we all love to see as well. So thank you all for all of the work that you've been doing. Also earlier this morning, too, going out there to the ONC and, some of the shots of the cars coming in as well to the pad. You guys are doing amazing work and hopefully drinking lots of water and wearing your NSF sun shirts and staying somewhat cool.
I believe this view is actually from Wade, Dr. WD40 on Twitch, looking over one of the bodies of water. Is that the Banana River or is that the Indian River? I'm not sure, but it's one of the rivers. Fingers crossed we get some wonderful views, as always, from him of the vehicle returning to the landing zone. I think he's probably positioned himself a little bit further south than the press site here, so fingers crossed we get a good view of B10. I forgot what the booster. B1094, seeing B1094 coming back to land.
That's the one. So yeah, as you heard, we've got our propellant load is underway. And I think the next call out should be about 3 minutes from now. But all things good. So we're going to start seeing that rocket get real frosty. All that liquid oxygen and RP1 loading.
Yeah, so at 35 minutes to go, they start the RP1, the rocket-grade kerosene, loading on the first stage. They also start the load of liquid oxygen on the first stage, but they hold off on the liquid oxygen load on the second stage until T-minus 16 minutes. So it's going to be about 15 minutes until liquid oxygen starts loading on the second stage. But for the time being, it's kerosene in both stages and liquid oxygen in the first stage. And around now, if we look at around you see the SpaceX logo on the booster there, if you look around there, we should start to see a ring of frost starting to rise on B1094.
So this is, again, the 11th SpaceX Crew rotation mission under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. We're about to launch 4 astronauts up to the ISS. I believe this is the 16th crewed spaceflight of Dragon with crew on board, if you count Demo 2 with Bob and Doug. And it is an international partnership. As I mentioned, we've got teams from NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos involved. Here we go. We've also got some stats on here. So this is SpaceX's 536th launch overall. SpaceX's 97th launch of the year. Wow. The 13th launch of the month. Falcon 9's 510th orbital flight. The 115th launch of SpaceX from LC-39A. 53rd and final landing on LZ-1 out of 54 attempts. So, of course, we've been talking about that all day long, and maybe in a little bit we'll also be able to show you an amazing video, kind of a montage in retrospect of all of the amazing launches, or landings, rather, I should say, that happened there. Thank you, Ryan. The 54th orbital flight of a Dragon spacecraft, and the 19th human spaceflight by SpaceX. So a lot of amazing stats there. No doubt all of these were compiled by Alex on one of his many, many spreadsheets. But really, really amazing stats, though, right? Like they've accomplished a lot. That cadence is just breathtaking. We're always talking about just everything going on out there at the Cape and Vandenberg, everywhere. I mean, SpaceX is crushing it right now with their cadence.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the doorstep of August and we're nearly at 100 flights from one single company. I don't think,
That's wild.
that simply boggles the mind.
And we're just getting warmed up. Let's see right now. We've got a few minutes. So real quickly, I just want to give some thanks to everyone also who's been supporting us. Thank you, Jarn Wolf, for becoming a Capcom member. We really appreciate all of your support there, and you're going to have access to some amazing behind-the-scenes stuff. Thank you, Doug Ramsey, for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Again, spreading the love. Thank you so much. That's so generous. So for those of you who are lucky enough to grab one of those memberships, please do throw some thank you to Doug as well for that. You guys are also going to get some really cool benefits with that on our Discord. Thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Boing with 2 G's. And also Parker, thank you for your support. Such a great live stream. Thank you. You are a great supporter of our live stream. We love doing these. We love, of course, having all of our teams out there on the Cape who I just ran through some of our field operators. Of course, here in the studio too, we've got Ryan and myself. So we love doing these. We love bringing these launches.
Start of stage 1 cryo-helium loading.
All right, cryo-helium loading. So we're still going with that propellant. This is great. Lots of frost starting to show up there. But I think especially these crewed missions are really just a lot of fun. There's so much more excitement, at the pad, of course, when there's humans on board too, and we talk about these life support systems, and there really is just a lot more behind this. There's a lot more at stake here, and a lot more to learn from it as well. So we're really excited to be launching these 4 to the ISS soon. But thank you all so much for your support. That is absolutely what allows us to keep going with these streams. And for those of you who are freaking out about Starship, don't worry. If anything happens with that, we will be starting a separate stream. Most likely we'll you into that stream when this is over as well. So don't worry, we got you covered. There will definitely be coverage of that too. We haven't forgotten. Oh, and Finn, wonderful, just in now. Thank you also for becoming a Capcom member. We really, really appreciate your support. And for everyone.
100%. And if you just become a Capcom member, or you're already a Capcom member and you're not in the NSF Discord, a quick shout out to a brand new feature we rolled out a few weeks ago. We have basically a way for you to personally select notifications. So if you only want notifications for Raptorsides or Space Coast live chats or dedicated live streams or Starship testing or shorts or videos, things like that, if you really want to hyper select your notifications, the NSF Discord is one way to do that. Because YouTube notifications, let's all be honest, they're a little bit naff. Discord notifications are much more rock solid. If you get notified in Discord, you're definitely going to get a notification on your phone. So if that's something you're interested in, that is a new feature we have in the NSF Discord.
It's a great community too. It's just so much fun to talk with everyone, and you get to see some special members behind the scenes views of things, and sometimes you'll get a shot of all the different camera angles that Kevin's playing with in the background, and it's just fun to see kind of how the sausage is made, as they say.
Yeah, I think we're also running a couple of member multi-view behind the scenes as well. So if you're watching our stream and you're like, I want to see even more cameras, then I think all members have access to a behind the scenes multi-view. One for the Cape and one for Starbase, because of course we also have that Starship testing about to start, or not really doing anything right now. But they're both running. If you're a YouTube member, you should have access to that in the member area.
And thank you also to Kevin and to, let's see who else, Carson, I guess, is back there, Jay, everyone who's pulling all of the strings and dinging all the bells and blowing all the whistles and all of the things behind the scenes, the people behind the curtain who are helping us with that. We've had some amazing multi-views on our stream here too, these 5 camera views and whatnot, so that you're getting every angle of this launch. We're not holding anything back, so amazingness.
So just under 26 minutes now. Put my teeth back in. Proponent load is right underway. When NASA was giving us that close-up view, you could actually see the frost. Well, I guess you can see it from here as well. The frost is very, very much rising on the first stage now. You could see kind of as the wind would blow against the vehicle, it was very pretty. You could see the condensation kind of there we go. You can see the condensation kind of waving up and down the vehicle. I do like myself a frosty rocket. And you can see there, almost looks to be like 30-40% filled already. I mean, they load this vehicle pretty fast, considering for how big it is.
Start of stage 2 cryohelium loading.
And there you go.
All right.
Loading the helium on the second stage as well. Starting to get real.
It is really getting real here at 25 minutes to go. The winds have died down dramatically from what it was earlier. The skies, there's some clouds, but doesn't seem to be any concern here. It's getting exciting. Of course, you'll get a better idea of the winds in about 4 minutes and what was that, 10 seconds?
That's good to hear, though, because that's something that they were keeping an eye on, are those winds picking up. Or, I guess, now dying down, so that's good.
And as we cross T-minus 24 minutes and 20 seconds, why don't we take one last look at the montage of landing zone 1 as we are about to say farewell to that historic pad.
Falcon 9's in startup. Flight software has control of the vehicle.
LC-LD, go for launch.
The engine plume widening as the rocket is increasing in altitude.
LZ-1, the Falcon has landed. Landing operators moving to procedure 11.100, section 3 on LZ-1 VNet, recovery net.
First stage landing legs will be deployed shortly.
Land burn startup.
It's rolling a lot, y'all. Look at that. Oh no, 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 no! You've got to be kidding me! Come on down, baby! Woo!
Goosebumps. Amazing job. Oh my god. Ryan put that together, by the way, everyone. So show him some love in chat, please. That was amazing.
Who's cutting the onions?
It is really wild to think that that's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of always been there, or at least that's how it's felt for the last 10 years. It's always been there, and now it's not going to be there, and it's a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird, but yeah,
So wait,
it is
did we
wild
talk
to
about-
think.
Did we talk about what is happening with it? What are they doing? Are they putting another launch pad there then? Or are they just going to, I don't know, what are they putting there?
So the site of Landing Zone 1 and Landing Zone 2 is actually officially known as Launch Complex 13. It has been leased to SpaceX for the last 10 odd years from Space Florida, who manage all of the pads there. And because it's been leased to SpaceX, they can obviously do whatever they like with it. And they decided to turn Launch Complex 13 into Landing Zones 1 and 2 for the recovery of the Falcon 9 and the Falcon Heavy. But as do all leases, the lease has come to an end, and instead Space Florida has provided it as a joint lease to Viaspace and Phantom Space, and they instead are going to be sharing the site, each with their own respective launch pad. Neither of those companies are really close to launching anything anytime soon. They're both kind of not really shown a lot of stuff. Phantom Space, even more, have not really shown anything. I mean, of course, if they do eventually launch stuff, that would be awesome. I think Phantom Space actually names their rockets after racetracks, which I find even more exciting.
What?
But yeah.
Wow.
We'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. But yeah, long story short,
Stage
Launch
2,
Complex
RP1
13
load complete.
has been reassigned, and as we hear RP1 load complete on the second stage, we can see the T-minus 20-minute vent, which is just purging all of the lines there in the strongback, making sure everything is ready to go, and there's no foreign object debris that accidentally gets pushed inside the second stage when they get going with liquid oxygen loading on the second stage in approximately 3.5 minutes time.
So yeah, all of that venting that you see there is normal. Don't worry, nothing is awry there. That's so exciting though. You know, it's sad to see LZ1 go, but at the same time, or LZ2, I guess. But at the same time, that's really exciting that there's another launch provider coming in eventually someday. But that's, you know, like we're moving into this really amazing commercial multiple option provider world. That's like, we are in the future. This is incredible. It's not just NASA anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many different companies. If you run up the Space Coast, we've got Blue Origin, we've got Relativity, technically we've got Firefly, we've got Stoke, We've got SpaceX, of course. We've got Via and Phantom, who are going to be sharing Complex 13. There are so many different companies. We've, of course, got United Launch Alliance at Slick 41 as well. So many companies doing so many things.
Actually, there's a question, too. Do you think New Glenn
SpaceX for countdown check-in brief.
might eventually do an RTLS? And, like, where would that be then, I guess?
Okay, Zena, we have Healthy Dragon, Healthy Falcon 9, just like last time, so prop load is proceeding nominally. We do have one watch item that has popped up. There is a pop-up storm cell that is just to the north of the pad. Currently not violating any LCCs, but we are monitoring this particularly closely as it's moving offshore. We'll let you know if it starts trending towards blocking launch today, but again, not expecting that at this time.
Dragon copies all. We've got a Healthy Dragon, Healthy Falcon. We're proceeding towards launch. Only watch item is a storm cell that is north of the pad, moving offshore. We'll continue monitoring, but otherwise looking great.
That's a good readback.
I love in mission control there, you can see the turtle, which has been stuck to the wall behind the crew communicator there. I find that quite interesting.
She was Zena's the turtle.
Exactly. Zena is the final member of the Turtles, NASA's Group 22 astronaut class to fly. And so that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It's fun. So yeah, we're I don't know, Florida, right? Like there's the storm cell that they're watching, but otherwise everything is good to go.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be too large. I'm just looking at the radar now. It doesn't appear to be too large, but it has just popped up in the last half hour or so. It's currently looks to be kind of halfway between the shuttle landing facility and the coast.
Look at that shot.
You can see the rain pouring down over that part of Merritt Island. So it is there. They're keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, the clouds have definitely started getting a bit puffier than earlier. You can see that. Oh, Florida. That's like such a classic thing in the distance. You know, you see the rain bands coming and then just as quickly they go.
It's actually kind of, you can see there in the bottom right, it's actually approaching Launch Complex 39B. As liquid oxygen load starts on the second stage. It's actually approaching 39B. So fingers crossed we're not launching Artemis 2 today. And there should be enough margin there for Crew-11.
Yeah, there was just a little warning that went off here just to beware of the weather. And I'm looking at the exact storm cloud of concern right now directly in front of me. You can see, what looks like will be rain kind of coming down. But right now it is going over or just about to hit pad B. Given there's still plenty of time, and as they mentioned, it's going offshore, I think we'll be fine. But I will say it's added a nice gentle breeze here at the press site, but all of us were looking at each other going, is that okay?
Yeah, it looks a little ominous actually in that view we're looking at right now. But it goes just as quickly as it comes, and we still have 15 minutes, so.
It appears to be about 4 kilometers away, so what's that in miles? I can answer that for you. 2.5 miles away. 2.5 miles away.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Before we get into that, around 10 minutes, everything kind of starts to go really quickly, and we're also going to hear some speeches from the crew that are inside. So real quickly, oh my goodness, I want to call out, we have a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Russell Snodgrass, for your support. And also mentioning with the question, with the heat index being so high in Florida today, how does the crew stay comfortable? Is the capsule air conditioned with fresh air, or is the suit cooled? Thanks to the NSF crew for the awesome coverage. There's definitely air conditioning. There's cooling in their suits, and there's cooling in that capsule. And I wish we could say the same for the NSF crew that are out there as well. We wish you had cooling in your clothes too, but you could stay cool with your merch from the NSF shop as well, with those lighter shirts that we offer now. But thank you again, Russell. That's so generous. We really, really appreciate your support, and everyone here as well. We've also got Finn again. I always love NASA crew launches. The trajectory always goes above my house. Starting my astrophysics degree in September. Congratulations. That is so exciting. Maybe we'll see you getting involved with, let's see, I see that was pounds. So maybe you're over in the UK. So maybe with ESA or something in the future. Very, very exciting. Thank you so much for your support. Also, Space Pope, space blessings to this crew. Make it loud, make it fast. Absolutely. Thank you for your support as well. Thank you for enabling my spaceflight addiction, says Bruce as well. Thank you. That was a store message. You got a cup. Very cool. See, we offer all kinds of different merchant shop at NASASpaceflight.com. Perfect for keeping an icy cold drink when you're out there watching rocket launches. And Mathis, thank you for becoming a PadRat member as well. So again, we really, really appreciate everyone, all of your support throughout these streams. It helps to keep everyone out in the field, our camera equipment, all of our streams going. But, you know, in addition to the shop, you can also just throw us a like, throw us a subscribe on our YouTube channel. You'll get notified every time we go live, as well as you can catch all of our shows that we produce every week. We've got Starbase Update, where you can get all of the latest updates on what's going on out at Starbase in Texas, with all of the Starship updates, which of course we know we haven't forgotten. That's also coming up today, possibly later as well. So we will have you covered on that too. We've also got This Week in Spaceflight, which is your weekly space news roundup show, which airs on Fridays, which of course is Ryan is our editor. I am the host. We have Alex and Marty and so many other amazing writers behind the scenes as well every week. So you can catch all of the breaking news from the week there as well. We've got Cape flyovers, where you can see kind of these shots that we've been getting, circling the pad here and all of the things that's going on around that area, all the new construction and deconstruction that's going to be happening out there still all of the time, and especially now that they're working towards getting Starship out there too. A very, very exciting time. And then, of course, we've got dailies, we've got shorts, we've got all kinds of things going on our YouTube channel. So you can find us at NASA Spaceflight there. And also our other new channel, Breaking Space, where you can catch all of the most latest breaking news that's happening throughout the week in the space industry as well. And we also kind of dovetail those into the stuff on the main channel as well. But all kinds of ways you can support us. We do encourage, of course, like, subscribe. We love having you here. You know, just being involved in the chat too. You never know. Sometimes people will, you know, drop some very generous support there and throw out some free memberships. So who knows? If you're active in the chat, you might even get one of those as well. So be sure to thank them if you do.
We, of course, also have the shop.nasaspaceflight.com, with that summer collection Alicia was talking about just a moment ago. So if that tickles your fancy, we've got the drone ships on the Hawaiian shirts. These are real Hawaiian shirts, by the way. Really durable. We back at the last Starship launch, we saw Das was flying his camera kite with one of those Hawaiian shirts. We've got the dragons on there as well. If you remember back from Crew-9, when the dragon splashed down, we've got the dolphins swimming around the dragon as well. That was very picturesque. The final Florida splashdown of a dragon there. So a variety of items, if they tickle your fancy, available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And we've got the prints as well. Brand new print from Jack yesterday there, by the way. But we've got a print, you know, name a rocket that we photographed, there's a print of it on the store. We've got some beautiful images here from many different vehicles, many different launch providers. So yeah, if you wanna help support the channel, support the show, and support the photographer that took the photo, prints should be a great option for you.
And speaking of those Red Team memberships, thank you, Apocalypse Cow. You've just gifted 10 Red Team memberships. So if one of you guys got that, be sure to thank Apocalypse Cow as well. So generous. Thank you for sharing the love and allowing other people
confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
The chance to get involved as well.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch. It is our honor, our privilege, and our choice to take part in something much greater than any individual, but it's the individuals who make this endeavor great. To each of you at SpaceX and NASA, to our partners at JAXA and Roscosmos, to family, friends, and mentors, you fly with us today. Arigato gozaimasu. Spasibo большое. Thank you. With gratitude and focus, Crew-11 is ready.
Crew-11, sentiment is the same on the ground from everyone staying here. We have enjoyed working with you in the preparation for the mission. Looking forward to doing the same in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
All right, so we've hit the 10-minute mark. Things are going to start moving really quickly now. We're going to have fueling continue on both stages till about 7 minutes out, and that's when the first stage engine chill is going to start. So during that time, we've got small amounts of cryogenic propellants that are going to flow through the first stage engine. So it kind of makes sure that it cools down a little bit so they're not subject to those crazy blasts of heat when ignition happens. Then at about 5 minutes, Endurance is going to transition to internal power. The strong back retract is going to start to happen. It's going to back away from the rocket. And then, well, there you go. You've got your timeline on the screen there. We'll be completely loaded with propellants at about 2 minutes out, and then transitioning into internal power soon after. Then we'll have all the computers do their final pre-launch checks at about 1 minute, and the tanks will be pressurized for flight. And then, assuming we don't have any outstanding weather issues still, or any range issues or vehicle issues, we'll give the final go for launch at about T-minus 45 seconds. We'll have ignition at 3 and then T0, and it will lift off from 39A at 12:09.
It's wonderful to see that. It was wonderful to see the crew inside when Mike Fincke, Platanov, and Kimiya Yui both holding up their index fingers to create the number 11, which I thought was very fitting indeed. And then fist bumps all around at the end of that speech. So crew are happy, they're in good spirits, and they fingers crossed everything is good to go in 7.5 minutes time. About 30 seconds now till engine chill of all 9 Merlin Merlin 1D engines on the first stage.
They really are a very happy crew. Lots of smiles. I would be too, though. Let's be real. Like, this is amazing. And for 2 of them, it's their very first launch as well. So even more, I'm sure they're very nervous, but excited and ready for their missions.
Here we go, 7 minutes. Engine chill. There we go. Exactly what I was saying, SpaceX. Thanks very much. Engine chill is now underway on the first stage. Rocket is fully frosty now.
Is that sound we're hearing from the Cape?
Yeah, I believe that's from the press
People
site.
talking?
So we'll be able to hear the atmosphere, shall we say, as the vehicle gets ready to launch. And I love this condensation. Yes, I love this condensation because it just makes the vehicle feel alive, you know?
Mm. I love the sounds that the rocket makes. As they right before it starts, you kind of hear like the water systems, just like the groaning, and they say on the actual capsule that it sounds like a real dragon, like, you know, underneath you.
Like groaning and creaking as it gets ready. The materials expand and contract as they interact with the cryogenic liquids, the cryogenic liquid oxygen.
And that's something that I think is really special that we do also as a channel, is bring you those sounds from the Cape so you can also experience it with us. And then, of course, the rumble of that rocket lifting off. If you've ever had a chance to experience one in person, it's incredible. It just it rumbles around in your chest, and it's just this very visceral, alive, crackling, rumbling, vibrating feeling throughout your entire body. It's the best. Highly recommend it.
100%. If you ever get the opportunity, just 100% go and do it. Do not even question it. You've got to do it at least once in your life. I think the range helicopter is flying overhead as about 5 seconds time until Dragon transitions to internal power.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
All right.
And there we go.
So the strong track has started. We're about little under 5 minutes now. As you mentioned, we'll be transitioning to internal power now.
Strong back retract has started.
And there we go, right on schedule. That huge white structure holding up Falcon 9 will now start to fall back, but only by a couple of degrees. So this is one of the differentiators between Launch Complex 1309 and Slick 40 and Slick 4 East at the Vandenberg Space Force Base. There we go, we can see the claw opening up now around that second stage. So it's Vandenberg. The strong back actually falls all the way back to about 45 degrees right now at T-minus 3 minutes. But at 39A and at slick 40, that doesn't happen. It only falls back by a couple of degrees now, and then at the time of launch, it will fall back to about 45 degrees to get fully out of the way and protect itself from the fury of the first stage of Falcon 9.
You'll see all that venting right now, that gaseous oxygen coming off the top that of the liquid oxygen tank. That's normal. Lots of frost, lots of venting. It's going to get loud soon.
Unfortunately, it seems like we've lost that close-up view, but that strong back is now going to be falling back by a couple of degrees and getting out of the way. You'll see the umbilicals between the strong back and the vehicle start to slack. So the ground systems, there we go, thanks very much NASA. The ground systems will continue to support Dragon and the Falcon 9 vehicle for the time being until liftoff, which is when those umbilicals will disconnect. But for the time being, as we just heard, Stage 1 is topped up and ready to go. And we are
Dragon is
ready
in
for
internal
launch.
count and on internal power.
Oh my gosh, I always get so nervous at this point. Like, everything's going as planned. I'm just like, oh, this is so exciting.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to go. See the whole media cohort out at the press site, watching on across the river at Launch Complex 39A.
Coming up on 2 minutes here. We're about to be fully loaded with propellants, and we'll start to transition to internal power for Falcon 9 soon.
Stage 2,
And 1
lock
minute to
float
go.
complete.
There we go, second stage, liquid oxygen has now fully loaded. So I believe that means all propellant is now on board Falcon 9. So in terms of the fuel and in
Dragon
terms of
is
the
in auto
oxidizer,
idle.
we're ready to go. You see one final vent there from the strong back.
Ground
90 seconds
gas
to go.
closeouts have started. Expect loud venting.
On countdown net, hold. We are standing down for violation of weather rules.
Power sequence is aborted.
Well,
don't say we
There
didn't
you
warn
go.
you about the loud venting.
Yep. Almost made it, guys. So it does seem they are calling a hold due to the weather violation that they were keeping an eye on. And because this is an instantaneous window here, looks like might not be launching today.
Of course, we'll
Obviously,
keep
we're
listening
gonna-
in. There we go. That was some very insightful commentary from the field there. That's why we listen in. I think that kind of represents the feelings of absolutely everybody in chat right now.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure the crew as well. I'm sure they're all pumped and ready to go. We got so close, guys. Oh, down to like a minute. But you know what? It's important. This is why they do
Dragon,
their
SpaceX,
polls.
bad luck on weather there. We just got clipped by a cumulus cloud right over the pad, so ended up scrubbing for weather. With that, you are go to proceed to 5.100 for launch scrub. We'll begin offloading the rocket.
Dragon copies all 5.100. Too bad, but we'll be ready next time.
Oh, they must be so disappointed. 1 minute out. Oh, so close. But that pesky cumulus cloud right over the way. I'm blaming Adrian. Again, he jinxed us. He jinxed us. But yeah, Alex points out, that despite being 90% go, It's still Florida. You never know what might happen. Look at that now, though. It's so dark there, so you never know. So that 10% violation there, that 10% poo-poo on the weather, won out. Bummer.
Yeah.
Well, it happens, better safe than sorry, right? So they do have another opportunity to launch tomorrow. I'm assuming, actually, I don't know. I don't want to quote a time yet. We'll have to look that up. But
it's 11:43 in the morning local time.
Okay. All right. But just because there was a scrub doesn't mean you're completely out of luck, because I believe we also offer some exciting limited edition opportunities here at NSF when there's a scrub. Is that right, Ryan?
Yeah, I'll just give the team a few more minutes to get everything ready in the background so it's ready to go. But
oh, just
keep your
kidding.
eyes
It's not ready
peeled.
yet. My bad. But yeah, look at that weather, though. It's so dark.
We'll be sharing that with you as soon as it's ready. Sawyer?
Yeah, the weather. Yeah, there was that one cloud that they mentioned earlier, and that I was pointing out. It looked like the rain rolling by. There was this dark gray cloud that all of a sudden started moving very quickly towards the pad, from the VAB 39B area right to 39A. And of course, the concern was, is that going to hold for another minute and a half? And apparently not.
There we go. Secret shop.
There we go. Secret shop.
So for the next 24 hours, or 23 hours, 33 minutes and 5 seconds, if you go to the NSF Secret Shop, you can get I watched a whole stream and all I got was a Falcon 9 scrub shirt, which is very accurate considering we scrubbed at T-1 minute. So yes, there will have been a lot of people, including myself, who have watched this whole stream and all we got was a Falcon 9 scrub. So if that's something that's interesting to you, that's available exclusively for the next 23 hours and 30 minutes. So if you want one of them, make sure you don't miss it. So there you go.
So yeah, now they've got to get off the rocket and kind of get all that propellant down and everything. But again, we're gonna be doing this again tomorrow. And also we did get some great shots of everyone rolling out today, but tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing again. Yeah, it takes a little bit for them to get everything unloaded. Oh yeah, okay. We've got the radar. You can.
Yeah, you could heard it on the loop, but that's correct. There was just the storm just kind of breaching the boundary of Launch Complex 39A, which is we can see it on our camera here. The clouds are dark overhead at Launch Complex 39A, which is obviously why that scrub had to take place.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, I can't really tell if there's rain associated with it or not, but even if there isn't rain, it's called the cumulus cloud rule. So basically, it's a type of cloud that if you fly through it, could create static electricity, or basically create your own lightning that could cause damage to the rocket. So besides the regular flight through precipitation rule, which usually those are the type of clouds that create that said lightning. That's why. It's not because other vehicle can't fly in rain.
For awareness, we're looking at approximately 50 minutes for the prop offload time. So it should be approximately 1700 UTC when we are able to proceed with 5.100 and rotate the seats.
Dragon copies, we're looking at about 50 minutes for prop offload, so 1700 UTC for the rest of 5.100 and seat rotation.
Good readback.
Wasn't there a mission that was struck by lightning once, Sawyer, for that, when that happened before?
Apollo 12 was the reason, yep,
Yeah.
and it was John Aaron of Mission Control who gave the famous command SCE to AUX, and you hear that in the NSF intro. So that was why after that they said, let's not fly through lightning. Russia and Roscosmos say, YOLO, we launch anyway into it. They launch in rain and snow and whatever, but for the US, it's once bitten, twice score, and they don't want to do that again.
That must have been really frightening for those astronauts to be struck by lightning.
It wasn't even the lightning. It was all of a sudden the power bus overvolts
yeah.
on basically everything, and all of their spacecraft batteries and equipment started dying off. It was more that when you're, 10, 15 seconds into flight.
It must be even more annoying following the hold that the astronauts now have to remain in that upright position with their seats because of the propellant offloading. Of course, they can't reattach the launch, the coaxial arm rather, until that propellant is offloaded, which means they have to remain in their position just in case of the event of a crew escape. The launch escape system. Well, it's not really a scrub escape system. I don't know, but because there is propellant in the vehicle, that system has to remain active.
Right, and of course, because they made it to just before startup, at that point, propellant is fully loaded, so it's not like you got partway through and had to detank. This is a fully loaded vehicle that needs to get rid of all the propellant.
And we just had a question too. Why do they still even bother calling hold when given the window of it being an instantaneous launch? It's synonymous with a scrub. Is it just protocol where they need to stick to it regardless of the instantaneous nature of the window? I mean, yeah, they say, earlier on at around, around 10, they kind of go down with the rundown. It's like, okay, if we're going to pull you, if you have an issue, say hold. If you have whatever, say this, do that, whatever. I think it is probably just protocol at this point, even though, yeah, there are times when you could call a hold if it's not an instantaneous window, and then it would just be delayed. And if they have a larger window, that could still be resolved. But in a case like this, I mean, it's pretty much just assumed, I think, unless there's not something. If it's a final countdown type thing, yeah, it's a problem.
Because this is an instantaneous launch window, that, of course, they cannot recycle for another attempt. And also Falcon 9 itself, once it's gone through propellant loading, it cannot recycle for another attempt because of it can't hold its propellants and hold for a different time because it uses super chilled propellants, which are extra condensed, so it just ekes out even more performance from the rocket. And because of that, if they left the propellants in the tank for too long, they'd be too warm, they wouldn't be dense enough, and they wouldn't have that performance.
Estimating about 45 more minutes for propellant offload.
Tracking copies, additional 4 or 5 minutes for prop offload.
See, now's the time when the in-flight movie would be nice, because now they're literally just, like, killing time.
Well, they're still fist bumping, so they're still in good spirits.
They are.
I guess.
The clouds, though, look at that. Dark.
And this is technically a wet dress rehearsal now, so they did the dry dress rehearsal, they did a static fire without the crew, and now they've gotten to actually sit in the capsule, because every single crew member, this is their first time flying aboard a Dragon. So at least they now know what the vehicle sounds like, what the propellant load portion sounds like, so they're even more prepared for the next attempt.
You can see those vents on the first stage there, just venting on the left and right hand side there as they offload the propellant. Looks like plenty of people have been into the secret NSF shop. We've seen them pop up in the top right, so it's cool to see.
A lot of people wondering in the chat, is it scrubbed? Is it scrubbed? Yes, it is. It is unfortunately scrubbed today due to weather.
Yeah, we wouldn't put scrub in the top left-hand corner if it was still going. I'll put it that way.
No.
Not sure if there are any more questions we can hit in the meantime whilst we wait for the propellant load to go down and the crew to leave the vehicle.
Yeah, so there were some questions. A lot of, obviously, like the kind of the topic really we've been discussing a lot is this end of LZ1, right? So this will be eventually when it launches and lands. It'll be the last landing on LZ1, the last return to launch site for that pad, because they want to start having them return to the pads in which they originated from. So just Does this mean that today is the last one ever? Are they building new return pads? We kind of covered this earlier. That no, it's not the last ever. They'll still be doing it. They're just going to need to go to LD2 for the meantime until they build the new pads that'll be closer to the pads in which they originated from. A question about, do you think that New Glenn might eventually do RTLS? Of course, we've got Blue Origin right around the corner there. So when they start launching, I guess, yeah, they're going to, I guess, maybe also have their own. Somebody also actually was asking, will they try to catch stuff like chopsticks as well, like Starship? But
I think it
Yeah,
would
lots of
be.
questions.
I think they need to maybe try and up their thrust to weight ratio before they try and attempt an RTLS. But they definitely seem to be going for the drone ship landings first. And I'm being told in the background. Apparently, we were going to show you something secret, and then it scrubbed. But apparently, we're still going to show. I have no idea what this secret thing is, so let's find out together.
I thought that was regarding something else. Yeah.
We've built an ISS tracker. This is we have apparently been building an ISS tracker. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with this information.
Is that that's cool. That's very cool.
Is saying
Okay, so
secret.
Kevin is saying in the background that I don't sound
even know.
very impressed, but I've seen a million ISS trackers before. I'm not sure. Does it do anything special, or is it just an ISS tracker?
Did somebody
We're really
stick an
selling it
AirTag
here.
on the ISS? Like, what? Don't we have one of those with NASA as well? That's exciting though that we have it now. We have the capability, but it actually is pretty cool because then you can actually follow when it launches, the launch trajectory, and you can maybe follow along in real time and see it catch up with it.
Yeah.
Apparently,
because,
this is just part 1.
Apparently, there's a part 2 to come. So maybe I will be more impressed tomorrow. I'm not sure.
We'll have a tracker maybe of the rocket itself or something. I don't know. Like, I'm just spitballing here. That you can follow it. Again, somebody just stuck an AirTag to it, right? And you're just just seeing where it is.
So, folks, I know you're excited for this now, aren't you? After that amazing introduction to it.
I didn't know what it was. Nobody told us.
No, it just said surprise incoming, and no one actually said what it was. But cool.
Cool. No, that's exciting. Yeah. We just didn't know what it was. That's great. So tomorrow, when we do this again, we'll show it again and we'll be even more excited because we'll actually know what it is next time. That's great.
Well, if this doesn't indeed go for a launch attempt tomorrow, I won't be on the stream tomorrow. So there you go. Naturally, the excitement level will be immediately increased.
Aw, you're very excited. What do you mean? We love you, Ryan.
Well, I'll have to edit this week in Spaceflight tomorrow, so I can't be on the stream at the same time, can I?
I think we need Jay Keegan. I think we need to send cupcakes over to Scotland for Jay Keegan after all of that work to, put it all together and make it and be able to show it to you guys live on stream. And Ryan goes, "That's it. We love you, Jay."
Hey, here's a question about the ISS. Speaking of that, though, do we know which Dragon plans to be modified to deorbit the station? Obviously, in many years. Not many years.
Like Kevin,
What is it, like
Kevin
5
wants
years?
us to point out that we have the latitude and longitude of the International Space Station. Yes, it's live. I think we might have gathered that from the tracking location, but we don't actually know which Dragon capsule itself is going to be. It keeps zooming in and out. We don't know which Dragon capsule itself is going to be used in terms of serial number. We know what type. It's going to be a cargo Dragon that's going to be used with a super extra giga upgraded trunk. It's going to have, 34 Draco thrusters, loads of propellant inside some extended propellant tanks, and it will probably be the oldest cargo Dragon, considering it's going to be expended and ditched into the Pacific Ocean around Point Nemo, would be my assumption. So, but yeah, we don't actually know which specific serial number cargo Dragon that is going to be. However, coming up shortly, one of the next launches to the International Space Station after this one is going to be Commercial Resupply Services 33, SpaceX's next CRS cargo mission to the International Space Station, which itself is going to be featuring a special upgraded trunk with extra propellant tanks, extra Draco thrusters, as a way to reboost the International Space Station. You might have seen on a cargo mission not that many months ago, SpaceX conducted a test reboost of the International Space Station that was successful enough that NASA has asked SpaceX to do that on a permanent basis, which is why they're sending the Cargo Dragon up with a brand new a mega trunk, let's say, rather than a giga trunk. But that's going to be something, so not only to come progress from the Russians, reboost the station, Cygnus from the Americans, but also Dragon.
So my real question now is, when the ISS gets deorbited, will we see it on our live tracking thing, our secret live tracking latitude, longitude? Can we see it? Can we pinpoint the location in the ocean where it goes down? And then can I go scuba dive and hang out inside of it?
That I would be impressed by.
I mean, if we have a tracker, it's going to stop moving at some point, right? Or I guess it would just disappear.
That is going to be one hell of a thing to watch, though. I cannot wait. Yeah. Not saying that I want the ISS to be deorbited, but that's going to be one hell of a re-entry to broadcast live.
Lots of retrospective videos that you can make for that, Ryan. It is going to be really sad.
Oh yeah,
but it will be a really cool stream. Not gonna lie, that's really cool. Real quickly, everyone, thank you so much for your support. We were talking about the Hawaiian shirts before. Please say your shirts aren't made from real Hawaiians. Thank you, Drunar, for your support. Thanks, Doed, for becoming a PadRap member. NSF ground crew are tough. We have to deal with weather, mosquitoes, and gators. Golly. And the heat and the scrub, unfortunately. They went through all this, and all they got is that scrub t-shirt. So thank you, Methane Man, for your support. Space be with you. Thank you, Space Pope, as well. We scrubbin' from Robert Blake. Also getting, and also a Hawaiian shirt, though. All right. Thank you so much. For Alicia's Earrings Fund, thank you for the great work, NSF team. Thank you, Liercy, for your support as well. I gotta take a look over the twist script for tonight and see what our topics are, see what I'm gonna be wearing for tomorrow. You all will be, you'll get to see what that is. Gutted, but I've got the shirt, says Joanne. We're gutted too, but we'll be back here tomorrow, of course, doing it again. Darn, better luck next time. Again, with one of those scrub shirts. Great hearing, Alicia. Thank you so much. I love being on these. Again, I always love doing the crew ones in particular. Again, just adds a little something. And I just love talking about, the science that they're going to be doing and really just the human spaceflight aspect of it, the humanity behind all the hardware. Hope there's no in-flight movie for Crew-11. Wish them good rest and new attempt ASAP from Eric. Well, if there is an in-flight movie... Oh, hope there's a no-flight movie. Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if there's something to kill some time here, because it's going to be about another half an hour before that propellant is offloaded there. So thank you, Eric. Scrubs, not RUDs. Absolutely. Absolutely. Safety first. So that is, of course, why they decided against this weather thing. And of course, the weather's clearing up now. You can see that blue sky in the distance. It only matters for that one instantaneous second, unfortunately, but again, better safe than sorry. So thank you, Mitchell, for grabbing your scrub shirt. Thanks for the morning entertainment from Brett. Thank you so much. Also grabbing your scrub shirt. We'll be back here tomorrow morning as well. Pooh and Tigger too. Better luck tomorrow. This was a fun stream anyhow. Thanks all y'all. Thank you, Anonymous, as well for that. Oh my goodness, we have so much support here. A lot of store messages.
Dragon, SpaceX, propellant offload update. Estimating 37 more minutes for propellant offload.
All right, a few more minutes for that. Tell Jack we...
37 more minutes.
We would have watched 20 minutes ago, unfortunately, but yes. Tell Jack we like his photographs, says somebody in the store. Jack, we like your photographs. They like your photographs. We all love your photographs. We had some great photographs earlier, too. Maybe we can show some of those as well as a recap. But Cinderella, thank you for becoming a PadRap member as well. We love all of this. Obviously, just showing up and watching these streams means everything to us. We love to have your support in that way. Any subscriptions to our subscribe to our YouTube channel, of course. Just throw a like onto this feed. It just really helps to tell the algorithm that we're doing good work here, and we love having you coming back on it. God, that sky is like nice now in the distance. You never know.
The sea's pretty as well. I didn't mean to duplicate words there, but yeah. Wonderful view of the Atlantic Ocean. The International Space Station, as we saw, has just passed over Florida, and wonderful views thanks to our friends at SEN, who we're going to be working with as our ISS imagery partner. So fingers crossed when we get to not only the launch of Crew-11 tomorrow, but we'll have some wonderful views as the ISS passes over Florida. We'll have a Crew-10 undocking coming soon as well. And if you saw the Europe's Future in Space show that Alex did with their CEO, Charles Black, SEN actually intend to launch another payload to the International Space Station very shortly with more cameras that can point at the other docking port as well. So fingers crossed, thanks to our friends at SEN, we should be able to bring you some live coverage of all of the International Space Station docking operations, in low latency, high resolution HD, none of this stretched 4x3 standard definition NASA weird color camera stuff. Some proper cameras up at the International Space Station broadcasting some very, very pretty imagery 24/7. If you want to see this 24/7, go over to SEN's YouTube channel, youtube.com/@SEN, and you can see this live. And they have an ISS tracker as well, Jay Keegan. But yeah, very, very cool stuff, and we're looking forward to what this means for the future.
Yeah, and speaking of imagery, Smaz Sky was saying there should be Starlink and Starship cameras on ISS for its deorbit. Do you think we'll see that? You think we'll see an actual camera feed from the ISS with the plasma and everything? That'd be amazing. We deserve it.
I just want to point something out here. The Teslas are heading back to the pad at this point. They just passed the VAB about 45 seconds ago, so they're getting ready to egress the crew, which of course we'll be continuing to show on YouTube, right?
I believe so. But thank you everyone for wherever you're tuning in from. We also, of course, want to thank our viewers on Popular Science for joining us. Wonderful partnership we have with them. Don't forget to join us tomorrow. Don't worry, though, we are still going on YouTube as well until our astronauts till they decapsule themselves, I suppose, so they get out of the capsule to try again tomorrow. But yeah, for those of you who were tuning in via our Popular Science avenue, thank you for joining us. And maybe pop over to YouTube and get the after party here.
Of course, now as the weather goes, it's beautiful blue skies over 39A. There's no clouds there's no rain to be seen. It's perfect conditions. Just 20 minutes too late. 20 minutes too late. That's all it takes.
Stupid orbital mechanics.
Stupid orbital mechanics.
And I guess thermal dynamics too, because of the whole ability to not hold. If they were able to hold for 10, 15 minutes, they probably would have been able to make it. But then again, shoulda, woulda, coulda, live, laugh, launch.
Yeah. Oh God, I have to say, I'm the number plates this time around. I'm not exactly a fan. Anyways, the international, because of the 51.6 degree inclination. The brilliant thing is, we just saw the International Space Station pass over Florida, and in about 10 minutes, it's going to pass over my house. So if we keep the feed up, I'll wave out the window, see if you can see me. So where are we now? We're about 35 minutes past the hour, so we should be getting approximately 10 to 15 more minutes of detanking, and then the crew access arm will unretract or attach to the Dragon, and then we should see the ninjas return and open up the hatch and allow the astronauts out.
Decapsuling, as Kevin says.
By the way, I saw someone asking what the percentage was. And we have now had both of the extremes. I mean, my references were back to the shuttle days originally. In the last month, we have now had both of the extremes. We have had a launch that was 10% go, 90% chance of violation that launched. We have now also had a mission that was 90% chance of launch that did not launch because of weather violations specifically. So
it goes
not a
goes to
great,
show you that it doesn't matter. You never know.
not a great stat to note, but it has been noted.
I think all the meteorologists at the United States Space Force 45th Weather Squadron should, decommission all their expensive radar, decommission all of their supercomputers that work out all the meteorology. Just get one of those spinning wheels and put like sunny, scrub, rain, and just give it a spin at L-1 day, and then whatever the answer is, just say that's how the weather is going to be. Because this is Florida in the summer, for crying out loud. You can't predict the weather at all. It is literally unpredictable.
We need to just start going out in front of the gate of the 45th Weather Squadron and just start a little mini kind of protest there. We want better forecasts.
You can see the frost there, very clearly being melted off the side of the vehicle there. The very clean white frost is now no longer covering up the sooty booster, which it has accumulated following its prior landings. This, of course, B-1094. First flew on Starlink 12-10. It's since flown Axiom Mission 4, and it was going to fly SpaceX Crew-11. That, of course, not taking place today because of weather violations with the weather there at the Cape.
Hey, so here's a question from earlier that I mean, obviously we're not doing this right now. We're not having a capsule in space, but somebody was asking, what's the record for the most dragons simultaneously in space?
Oh, that's a good question. Alex is going to probably pop up in my ear in a moment, but I would assume 3. The maximum would have been 2 docked to the International Space Station, 1 crew, 1 cargo, and then a third as a free flyer. Potentially, I need to go back and look at the ISS manifest.
Mission, yeah.
But I would assume, maybe if there was a Crew Dragon and a Cargo Dragon docked to the International Space Station at the same time as Fram 2 or Polaris Dawn or Inspiration 4, then that would have been 3. But that is, at the moment, that is the absolute maximum SpaceX can support, unless they do like 2 free flyers at the same time. But that's the maximum they can support right now with 2 docking ports in the International Space Station, a free flyer Dragon. There aren't any other space stations right now until, say, the Axiom Station or the Vast Station, the Haven 1 station comes online. So the record will be 2 or 3, the maximum will be 3.
If you're just tuning in, I don't know why you're just tuning in now, but if you are,
bad luck.
Yeah, bad luck. Bad luck for you too. Yes, we had to scrub the Crew-11 launch for today due to a weather violation. They will be going again tomorrow for another attempt. Same time, same place. Well, not same time. It'll be earlier, but same place. And yep. So now we are just watching the propellant offloading, and then we will be getting the crew off as well soon.
Yeah, the mission control said to Zena Cardman, Commander, who is the 3rd from the left in this picture in the left, that they should be getting offloaded, or rather the detanking procedure should be complete by 1700 Universal Coordinated Time, which is in approximately 20 minutes and 30 seconds time. So we should be offloading the crew in about 20 minutes or so.
And it's worth noting the next launch opportunity for this would be tomorrow. And I just had the window open. There we go. The next launch opportunity would be at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. So it shifts a little bit forward because of, again, orbital mechanics and all that joy. So 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time is the attempt time for tomorrow.
I will take this launch time over any of those 3 a.m.
Dragon,
ISS
SpaceX,
launches, though.
propellant offload update, estimating 25 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copy. 25 minutes for pop offload.
SpaceX is clearly watching the stream because I was just talking about that.
Sawyer, are you still out at the Cape right now? Are you still out in the field at the press site?
No, I managed to make it all the way up to Boston now. No, I'm still here.
I was just wondering, from your perspective, the weather down there. Did you guys actually get any rain, or did it just sort of pass by and?
No rain dropped. I mean, we could see rain in the distance when it first popped up, when they first mentioned it on air right after or right around the 20-minute vent. So we could kind of see it was working our way. And when they said, oh, it should be out of the way, shouldn't be an issue, we all kind of breathed a sigh of relief. But no, it became an issue. We heard one of the warnings go off here on the loudspeaker related to weather. Clock stopped a couple seconds after that. And that was the end of it. And again, as I pointed out earlier, the issue isn't it can't fly into rain, it's that it can't fly into rain clouds, which are the ones that produce the lightning.
Clouds are looking a little bit more grey now as well. So we had that wonderful blue patch that came across at T plus 20 minutes. And now we're about T plus 40 minutes and it's looking pretty grey again.
Although from my perspective here, I don't know why it's so grey on that camera there. From what I can see outside, it is blue over the pad. In the background, yeah, there's some grey clouds over by the VAB, but looking directly over the pad, it's more of just a darker colored sky, but thin wispy clouds overhead. Yeah, it's the cotton ball type clouds. They're not as dark gray as the others. So it's, again, they probably could have waited 15 minutes and been fine. But again, Falcon once fueled, can't wait. Falcon waits for no man.
So yeah, once again, the next attempt will be 11:43 tomorrow. There are other alternate dates available, the 2nd and the 3rd, and then an additional 3-day window following August 4th in case further contingencies arise. Yep. So, as I mentioned, we will be back on the air going through all of this again. They'll do the same thing. They will play their card games. They will, have their same routine of everything that we just saw this morning. Very superstitious folk. Astronauts.
But they won't sign the crew access arm this time because, of course, they've already signed it, so there's no point signing it twice.
And they've already put the sticker at the base of their couch for getting their suits on, too.
Yeah, they've
Which
signed
I almost
all
feel
the
like
things.
I almost feel like the second time around, they've got to be more relaxed, because it's like, all right, like we did this before.
Yeah, I mean, they got to T minus 1 minute, so they've gone through essentially the entire count sequence twice, considering that they did a dry dress rehearsal. So they've done it without fuel and they've done it with fuel. So fingers crossed the third time is the charm.
Yeah, big time fingers crossed after, because the one thing that they said would be a concern is that there is a front wall that starts to move in, according to yesterday at least, in the ascent abort corridor. So at that point, the weather is 85% favorable for here at the Cape, but becomes a concern for downrange recovery with the chance of violation for downrange recovery weather being high for the next couple days.
See that frost is still starting to retract on the booster. Looks to be the frost will always lag the actual propellant line a little bit because of course the frost takes some time to melt away, so that isn't an exact representation of the current oxygen load on the first stage, but it's a rough indication, and it looks like they're about halfway done now with offloading, and judging by the timings that were provided by Mission Control about 5 minutes ago, there should be about 20 more minutes left in the offload sequence for detanking, because of course we had a weather constraint violation at T-minus 1 minute, which means we are no longer able to launch today.
Lizzie, any more questions coming in chat?
Not a ton. There's a question here. So obviously, okay, how can I transition this easily? So they've been through lots of training. They know in a case like this, they lean on their training for what they're doing. No, but so this question is, if you could join in one of the training sessions that the crew goes through, which would you prefer? The crew goes through a lot of training for those of you who aren't familiar with it. Broadly, they first of all, they go through their basic training. Of course, Zena Cardman being a turtle, she's, one of the last to actually get to go to space now, hopefully soon, from her group. But they broadly have 2 years of studying the ISS systems. They have flight training in the T-38 and the T-6 trainer. They do geology training. They visit all of the NASA centers. They have EVA training in the neutral buoyancy labs, giant pool. There's all sorts of emergency, fire, egress, toxic atmosphere, all sorts of different trainings for that too. So all different kinds of training that they have to go through to be prepared, obviously learning about the vehicle itself. But so yeah, the question is, if you could join in one of the training sessions, which would you prefer? What do you guys think? What sort of a training aspect get you going?
I mean, Sawyer's probably already gone through all of the training, so yeah. I mean, you were flown in a zero-G plane, so
I would do it again, though. Absolutely pick that.
The vomit comet, that would be really cool. I recently, well, not recently, I guess earlier this year, I got scuba certified. Just because I've always kind of wanted to do it, but also because and actually I got this confirmed from Sarah Gillis, said this for the Polaris Dawn interview that we did on Friday. That is kind of the closest parallel that you can have on Earth, that neutral buoyancy, to being in zero G. Even with the simulator with the vomit comet, you still have those parabolas, and then it's kind of like scrambling in between each of those times where you're weightless, where it's like getting ready again, or like hitting a wall or whatever, I guess. Sorry, you could speak to that better than I could. But yeah, I really love the just that neutral buoyancy. I love the scuba diving for that aspect. Actually, I could do a little plug here. Das and I got invited to go to the neutral buoyancy lab next month. At the Intrepid, we just opened a new exhibit called Mysteries from the Deep, and it's all about underwater archaeology. So how people can explore really deep under the water. They use their exosuits or just their dive training and whatnot in order to uncover sunken ships or sunken planes, or I like to say, oh, what about all the rocket boosters that have been expended down there and whatnot, or the ISS someday, right? So we've been highlighting kind of this underwater connection with the training, in order to obviously
SpaceX
like
propellant offload update, estimating 10 minutes of propellant offload remaining.
All right, so it should be done around 1 o'clock. But making that connection. That connection between extreme environments, being underwater and also being in outer space. So we thought, what better way to highlight that is than the Neutral Buoyancy Lab and their giant pool. So next month, we will be heading out there to Houston to stream live from there, and then bring that to you live as well. So I think that'd be really cool to explore that. But yeah, I think the vomit comet thing too sounds really fun as well. I think I'd like to do that.
Yeah, I would say yes to the zero G plane. I would say yes to the neutral buoyancy lab. I'm not sure about the centrifuge. I'm not sure about the spinny things. But the zero G stuff is definitely that would be the top of my list.
City Locked Sasquatch in chat says the evac zipline. Yeah, that too. The basket, right? That would be really fun to try.
See, I'm not sure about that one because I would want to try it, but I'm not scared of heights. And I would want to try it, but still, the fact that you're, a few 100 meters in the air, just like gliding down this zip line, I'm not sold on it just yet. I'll put it that way. I'm not sold on it, and it looks like it's raining now at Launch Complex 39A from this camera, unless that's just the water tower.
Surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if it is, because now's actually a good time as we deal with the rain and more storm clouds coming through to kind of talk about the clouds themselves. It's worth noting there. So let me take a quick look at what Kevin has pulled up here. And basically, it talks about the different clouds and the different things that the 45th Weather Squadron looks for in each of them. So, in particular, the cumulus cloud rule was the area of concern today. So, there's all these different rules that they have to meet and they have to match, and the different types of clouds that they're worried about. So, for the cumulus cloud rule, there's also these little legends that you see next to them. So there's the lightning rule, which thankfully wasn't the issue to that point. But for cumulus cloud, it's right there. The temperature, the distance, and is there electricity in it? Those are the three main concerns that you see on that particular cumulus cloud rule that they have to look at. And if the conditions are violated by one of those, then that means they have to call it there. So they must have seen something in that cloud that was rolling by, that sort of storm cloud, that made them pause and say, actually, we need to hold off on launch today. And there's a whole bunch of other different ones that they look for, but so the detached anvil rule, obviously you don't want any of that lightning in the area, but based off of all of the different type of clouds that you see there and what you could see from our cameras, that was part of the reason for the scrub. So thank you, Kevin, for pulling all of that up.
Those pictures are adorable. That looks like something you'd find in the seat back pocket on an airline. Like, who put this together? What is this document that we're looking at?
This is from the 45th Weather Squadron, the ones that are the group that actually call the weather forecast for this mission. There is someone from Space Launch Delta 45 and their launch support team on console for all missions that launch from KSC or Cape Canaveral, and I believe Wallops as well.
And we are currently looking at a shot of the capsule on the ISS right now, currently, I believe. Thank you, Sen, for bringing us this feed.
Yeah, that's the Crew-10 vehicle, which is currently docked to the forward port of the ISS. Unfortunately, the space station is going to lose signal in a few seconds' time, so yeah. It's definitely raining at Complex 39A.
Yeah, the weather here has changed dramatically, and again, should have been okay. And that's one of the things people always talk about. Oh, well, the Florida weather, the Florida storms. Chris Bergen likes to joke about all of the travel brochures lying. But the mornings are usually the calmer periods where there's less concern for storms and weather and things like that. Of course, you can't rule out an odd pop-up shower anywhere. But in terms of Florida weather, when people hear about that, those are more concerns for afternoon and evening launches in the summer. So the fact that they do move earlier each day for launch is not necessarily a bad thing weather-wise. It gives them a chance to kind of beat those afternoon storms. Again, the issue then becomes the other weather criteria, so upper-level winds, and in particular that they're watching the next 2 days is the abort weather, so the downrange weather, wind heights, waves, things like that.
No wonder it scrubs, considering they scheduled it for 9 minutes into the afternoon. If the afternoon is when things start to go downhill.
If only it had been 11:59.
We would have launched.
We actually would have launched, probably. Yeah.
Where is that rain coming from? There's no clouds over 39A. That's so funny. Flags are still waving. How's the wind? Sorry, I believe you've moved inside, but how is the wind? I mean, it looked pretty okay all day.
I mean, the wind, it was a nice breeze, then it calmed down for a bit, and then as soon as that first, on and off, as soon as that first storm cloud came in, that was when it started to get a little cooler, right around that time, and then, of course, it went away, the heat came back, but it moved over 39A. Also, hi, Max.
I wonder if Max just ran into the hut.
I don't know if you could hear him talking about the temperatures as well. He was talking about how it cooled down, how the winds were fluctuating.
Yeah, the noise suppression was so good that it suppressed Max's voice. So there you go.
Success.
Real quickly, Sherry, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Also, Wolf Collar for becoming a Pad Rat member as well. Enjoy your perks. And also, Rick RC Horseman, thank you so much for your support. $100 tip. It's great to get all of this coverage of all good rocket stuff. Being from the Gemini generation, or Gemini, depending on how you like to say it, seeing space come alive again is fantastic. Thanks, NSF. Thank you, Rick. And yeah, it really is an exciting time, isn't it? I mean, I'm a huge history buff when it comes to space stuff. So obviously, also working in Intrepid and talking about all the space race history of the Mercury and the Gemini program. I love that stuff too, but we are in uncharted waters now. Like the cadence is wild. The things what we're doing and dreaming of is wild. And they're just always coming up with new missions and new ideas and new experiments. And it is just such an exciting time to be alive. Just, you think about, where we've come from, and even just like the past 10 years, we're doing amazing things now. SpaceX really is doing amazing things now, and other private companies too. So thank you for your support, and yeah, thanks for joining us and for tuning in here. We love sharing all of this excitement with you all watching our streams.
Yeah, and Rick is literally a member of our team now. He's one of the Starbase Live operators. So the viewer to Starbase Live operator pipeline is in full flow.
Also, a really nice comment in chat. Hey, you've been my inspiration for space, and you were the first channel that I watched launches, and you guys inspired me to become an astronaut when I grow up. Thank you, NSF. Oh, thank you. That's FYI Space Nerd. Thank you so much for that. We love hearing it. So we got about 2 more minutes until they are expecting the propellant load to be completed.
Offload, yeah.
Or sorry,
I don't...
not completed. Yes, thank you. Words. Propellant offload to be completed.
By the way, look at the contrasting images there. Just the dark versus the blue. It looks like it should be so nice based on the bottom imagery and top right, and then you see the other pads have all the clouds coming from the other direction that you can't see. So, yeah.
I mean, I suppose it is still propellant load if you're talking about loading the tanks at the ground. Anyone?
Boo.
Floating backwards.
I mean, that's more reclaiming, and I'm going to reclaim a pun token I was going to give you. Sorry.
Do you guys just of reusing propellant then? How many times can this sort of cycle happen? Like at some point, I feel like because of just the cryogenic state of it and everything, we're losing a lot of it, so it would need to be replaced, the stuff that we lost. But also, like, how many times can it go back and forth like that?
Well, because so Falcon 9 is a Carolox rocket. It uses RP1, rocket propellant 1, and liquid oxygen as the oxidizer. So only the liquid oxygen is actually cryogenic. So I believe the LOX is... I'm not sure how much of that is recaptured from Falcon 9. That may just mainly be vented and off-gassed. So there you go on that one. The kerosene, I would imagine that would be detanked because you can't exactly vent kerosene, I don't think, or if you do, I'm not sure that would be environmentally very good. If I'm incorrect on that one, please do correct me in chat or in the back channel. But I think it would be reclaimed. Liquid oxygen is probably vented off.
So we should be hearing any minute now that propellant offloading is complete.
You can also see the frost levels have gone down dramatically. You saw how white the booster looked with all the frost on the outside, and now you can see the soot shining through again in stereo vision. There it is. Yeah, there's again, that does not represent the active amount of propellant, because even though the propellant might not be in that portion, it's still cold. So, of course, with things being that cold, you're still going to see the frost line.
I'm being reliably informed by the only Alex Physics in the back channel that I was half correct. The oxygen is reclaimed, but as much as they can. So they don't reclaim all of it, but they don't vent it out, and they don't dump it.
Yeah, of course, there's always going to be bits of boil off and things like that, but that's with any rocket, especially when you're talking super chilled versus ambient temperature in Florida. Ambient temperature in Florida usually wins.
Yeah, and you can see the frost is still going down on the booster there. You can see it is the more of the soot is being revealed, but as I said a few moments ago, don't take that as a definitive. That is where the prop line currently is, because the frost obviously takes a little bit of time to get melted away by the Florida sun. Even though, as Sawyer can attest to, it's quite warm in Florida right now, the frost still takes a little while, a little moment of time to get melted away, which is why that's more of an indication of where the propellant line was, say, a few minutes ago.
Yeah, hot is definitely an understatement for what it is out right now. The current temperature is about 93 Fahrenheit with it feels like close to 110.
Thank goodness for the cooling in the capsule. Those astronauts in the suits and everything, it'd be very hot right now otherwise. So they should be getting to the end of this. Obviously, we're going to keep covering it till the astronauts are out of the capsule. But if somebody's interested in actually seeing something launch today, do we have any other opportunities to catch something at least getting flamey today? Later on, are there any other launches?
Well, let's take a look at next spaceflight, because in an hour and 30 minutes, there is currently on the schedule a Starlink launch from Vandenberg.
Dragon, SpaceX, expect loud venting from Falcon 9 propellant tanks momentarily.
Loud venting, love that.
Dragon copies.
I'm not sure if we still have... Yeah, I'm not sure if we still have the pad mics, whether NASA is still providing that to us, but we'll find out. But yeah, we have a Starlink launch in about literally 90 minutes time, that from Vandenberg. We don't have anyone in Vandenberg, unfortunately, on a permanent basis right now, so we won't be able to cover that for you live. Production team will probably be very grateful for that, so they can have a bit of a rest from all of the Falcon, for the Crew-11 launch and the Starship testing and Starbase. But yeah, for today, that is it. But of course, we could have this launch turned around for tomorrow. We'll wait to see what NASA says about that. Tomorrow, there's also the potential for a suborbital electron haste launch from Wallops at technically that's Friday night local time, forgive me, but that is of course suborbital. And we also have we have a Blue Origin crew to launch on Sunday from West Texas. That, of course, suborbital, the NS-34 mission, the 34th flight of New Shepard. And they've been hitting a pretty good cadence as Blue Origin, about monthly cadence now of those suborbital tourist missions on New Shepard there. But in terms of things today, it's just that Starlink launch and, of course, the vehicle on your screen right now. Falcon 9 detanking following a scrub for weather of Crew-11. And as you can see behind Falcon 9, sky is a little bit dark.
Yeah. Also, I should point out that if it's Vandenberg anyway, you probably won't see anything with that, regardless of whether regardless of whether we had cameras there. But what we do have is cameras at Starbase, and we have testing that is set to go on. Yesterday, we had doubleheader. We had Ship 38 doing cryo testing out at Massey's, and Ship 37 looked like it was going to do a static fire, and then it didn't. So that means, hopefully, the thing that we will see flaming today is the bottom of Ship 37. And of course, we will have a dedicated stream with commentary for all of that happening as soon as that kicks off. So, don't forget about the Starship testing
Dragon
too.
SpaceX, we have completed F9 propellant offload, so you are go to disarm the launch escape system per Section 2.
Dragon copy.
All right.
Go to disarm LAS per Section 2 of 5.100.
So fingers crossed we should see the crew access arm returning to Dragon shortly. This is, of course, the Starbase testing that's going on. But that was the Crew Dragon commander, Zena Cardman, replying to Mission Control, saying that they will proceed with the procedure to disarm, the launch escape system, which, of course, they will no longer need.
Disarming launch escape system.
SpaceX copies, we're with you.
All right, so they're going to be swinging over that crew arm after the launch escape system is turned off, and then hopefully they will be able to.
Launch escape system is disarmed. You go to open visors and then proceed to Section 3.
Dragon copy. Go to open visors and proceed Section 3.
Crew arm engaged.
There you
sequence
go.
Has started.
The crew can now finally open their visors and breathe some of that fresh Dragon air. We should see the arm being rotated. Is it rotating? I can't tell because of the heat. Yes, it is. It's moving over. Awesome wide-angle lens here in the crew access arm. This is a pretty cool shot. You can see Dragon, you can see the Starship pad, you can see the ground infrastructure, and of course that long arm that connects the vehicle to the fixed service structure at Launch Complex 39A. So often did we see these shots...
Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Copy, crew are ready for seat rotation. We will initiate that now.
So often did we see these shots of the crew access arm returning to the vehicle with the space shuttle, Sawyer? I'm sure you always loved it when the crew access arm returned to the hatch of the space shuttle because of the ground umbilical carry plane.
You had to bring it up, huh? Thanks. Yeah, thanks for mentioning my 4 favorite words in sequence. But yeah, we've seen it before. Again, I'm sure we'll see it again. It's spaceflight. Rather be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground, but I can still be grumpy about it.
Personally, I would rather be in the air wishing I was in the air, but, I don't think that third one counts.
In the air wishing you were in... How does that work? You're already in the air.
Well, if you like flying, you want to be in the air wishing you were in the air. So if you don't like flying, you want to be on the ground wishing you were on the ground, because you don't... Never mind.
Then you don't need to wish that you were in the air, because you're already in the air. You wish you would stay in the air, but not wish that you would be in the air, because you're already in the air.
Can you tell we've been on the air for 5 hours?
The upright position. We will be
we're
working
on the
through
air.
steps with the closeout team to return to the pad tower and open up the side hatch. I'll keep you abreast of their progress.
Dragon copies.
We're on the air wishing we were in the air. How about that?
I think that's. I think Sawyer needs to award a pun token for that one.
Oh, come on.
But there we go. Crew access arm hooked back up to Dragon now. Crew have opened up their visors. Looks like they're loosening their belts there.
We have some questions in chat again. So for those of you who are wondering when the next launch opportunity is, it will be tomorrow, Friday, August 1st, at around 11:43 a.m. So we will be bringing you coverage again live tomorrow, probably starting around, 7.
T minus 4 hours. So
Yeah.
about 7:30 local time in the morning there.
Thanks, Ryan, for becoming a Red Team member. And thank you, Graham Bagshaw, for becoming a Capcom member. Again, your support is very much appreciated. And thank you to everyone as well for joining us throughout this this bit of a roller coaster today. We thought everything was going to be good. We had a 10% chance of violation today with the weather. And unfortunately, that 10% got the best of us due to some clouds. So unfortunately, scrub today, but again, we'll be recycling and starting to go tomorrow again. Crew access arm has swung back into position, so shortly we hopefully should be seeing the crew exiting the vehicle. See, now we see some blue sky behind it. Still those clouds, but now it's starting to get sunny again. Definitely saw some rain not too long ago, though. Must be passing over. Sorry, does it seem like it's heading your way?
I mean, it's the steady stream of clouds at this point. So, it'll be blue skies, and then there'll be a bunch of gray clouds and blue skies. And now we're getting into the afternoon weather pattern, especially when we get towards 2, 3 o'clock. That's when it's going to be the random downpour. So I like to joke that if you don't like the weather in Florida, wait 5 minutes.
Very true. I remember growing up there, you could pretty much set your watch to it at like 3 o'clock every single day. Is it still like that?
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
What was that? I'm sorry?
Oh, I was saying when I grew up in Florida, we used to, you could literally set your watch to the
crew
rain.
arm
It was like
engaged
3
sequence is complete. Crew arm is fully engaged and pinned.
It would be like 3 o'clock every single day. You could set your watch to. Is it still like that?
Oh, absolutely. It hasn't changed.
Yeah. So once again, for those of you who are still interested in seeing something potentially flamey today, we will be covering the potential Starship firing that will be happening over at Starbase. So we will. Don't worry if you want to stick to the bitter end with us here. Don't worry, we will be dumping you into that stream as well at the end of this. So hopefully we'll see something light up on fire today.
The weather does seem to be a little bit nicer in Starbase right now. I do have to be honest, the skies are a little bit less grey. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is all like, what, 25 degrees in latitude, so it's not exactly the most pleasurable conditions for any human to be in.
I love it here. I would move anywhere else. Even to Starbase, which you can see right there.
You love the mosquitoes, they're your best friend.
Ugh.
They become my best friend and then decide the best way to be my friend is to bite me, but yeah, other than that. Also gotta love a good swoosh.
Indeed.
Yes, lots of love to everyone who's helping behind the scenes again today, though. Please, let's give it up for Kevin and for Jay. Earlier on, we had Adrian, we had Alex, then of course everyone out in the field as well. Let me try to remember. It was, let's see, we have Sawyer, we have Julia,
we had Sawyer,
D,
Max as well.
Max. Should scroll up.
We had Dr. WD-40 feed for a bit.
Yeah,
WD-40
Wade rolled out as well.
right.
And then we also have Tyler and Jerry here working on some things in addition to helping with the launches, so.
Getting some
Amazing.
stills.
Yes, thank you everyone who was part of it today. Lots of hard work goes into these. And lots of people all around the world also contributing to these streams as well. So thank you.
And Kevin, I guess. I guess we could thank Kevin.
I said Kevin.
I know. I just like to. It's Kevin. That's all. Those are the only words I need to say. Is it's Kevin.
It's Kevin. Ooh, what is this?
That was a picture from Tyler this morning. Yeah, that was beautiful. Sunrise over Complex 39A. And just, perfect timing, perfect positioning, beautiful shot.
Wow.
Unfortunate for the Florida heat haze, but it's a beautiful shot nonetheless.
But that's so cool, though. That's still with those ripples. That's really neat.
And guess what? We have another opportunity to do it all again tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, look at that shot of the VAB.
Yeah, there's some nice clouds behind the VAB right now. By nice, I mean pretty to look at, but dangerous probably to be near.
Like black. Holy cow. Whoa!
Yeah. Storms incoming.
They're angry.
As are all of us here, but again, glad the crew is safe, but otherwise angry at Mother Nature.
Well, and it's probably cooling you down a little bit too, though.
No, it is not cooling us down at all.
Oh gosh.
Again, the heat index currently, let me see what my app says here. The heat index currently is 106, so cooled down from 109, but it's 106 Fahrenheit. Obviously not Celsius, or else we would all literally be boiling.
All right, a shot inside of our crew. Zena's chewing on something. She got snacks.
Zena's having a snack. That's how long it's taken to detag Falcon 9. I think Oleg might be a little bit jealous. He's giving a little bit of a side eye there.
Or he's still asleep, one or the other.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know they could have little snack bags. I wonder what she's eating.
I did not know that either.
Well, she's not going to tell us because she's just zipped her bag up.
Oh, maybe it's contraband. Maybe she's not supposed to have it.
She's been caught red-handed.
Yeah, she's clapping now, like, yeah.
Caught red-handed with a corn sandwich. Wouldn't be the first time.
Say a corn sandwich?
What was it?
I think he said corn salad.
Corn sandwich.
Wait, what?
He said caught red-handed.
What was the sandwich that they had?
He said corn sandwich. I'm like, corn? What? Corned beef. Yes. That story. Yes. The Gemini story. Gemini 3. Yes.
Close enough.
Oh my, no, but I had this image of corn sandwich. I'm like, what do you eat over there, Ryan? Like, is this a weird, UK thing? Corn sandwich?
Yeah, Gus Grissom's smuggled sandwich that almost caused severe problems to the mission because of crumbs. And that's why now they don't have sandwiches, they only have tortillas, not bread.
I'm not sure if Mike is trying to do some arm exercises or something. I'm not sure quite what he's gesturing there. He's just stretching his legs. Patiently waiting for the ninjas to arrive. Of course, the vehicle is now detanked. The crew access arm has reattached to Dragon. Before that, the launch escape system disarmed. Because, of course, the evacuation route is now through the crew access arm. They don't need that launch escape system anymore. So... just patiently waiting now for the ground teams to arrive back at the door and help them egress.
We just got an interesting question from Liz Marshall. She's saying, what's the time of the latest... Wait, what's the time of the latest time closest to launch of a scrub? So in other words, like, what is the closest to a launch that they have scrubbed before? Do we know that off the top of our heads? I feel like it's definitely less than 1 minute, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't even be a second because there have been numerous instances where they've ignited the engines and then stood down for a launch. So I would say probably T+1, T+2 seconds for SpaceX in particular. But you know, I would say pretty much every launch operator at this point has had a launch scrub instance where the engines have ignited and then they've had to stand down after that.
I've been here for one launch where it scrubbed to T-minus 0.5 seconds. Again, it's all automated at that point, so it's not a person pressing a button. But yeah, it can go down to milliseconds, or at least hundredths of a second for sure.
But I guess that's as long as there's like an engine that can be controlled. Like with a solid rocket booster, that's you light it and that's done, right? Like,
oh yeah, once you light a solid,
going.
you're going to space that day, whether you want to or not. Yeah, but
awareness, SpaceX personnel have arrived at the pad.
Whee!
Dragon copies. Great news.
Oh right, they had to drive back out there, didn't they?
Of course. Yeah, they had to
that's
drive
right, they
all
weren't
the way
there.
back to the pad.
Oof.
Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot to talk about whilst we wait for the ground
Yes, if anyone
teams
has any
to rise the
questions
tower.
for us or anything, questions,
Definitely.
please at NASASpaceflight.
Please give us something to talk about, I beg.
Yeah.
But yeah, the crew definitely seem to be in some sort of small talk conversation whilst they patiently await for the ground teams to open up the hatch. I'm sure they would have all much rather to be floating in 0G right now than being weighed down by gravity, but of course it was clearly unsafe to launch through that cloud that rolled over just at the last second, quite literally. Unfortunately,
You gotta think about it too. They've been in there strapped in since about 10 o'clock. They've been in their suits for much longer, but they've been sitting in that capsule, in that tiny capsule, since 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that's that's almost 3.5 hours now.
Yeah, and that's just the sitting down part. You've got to consider they've been in their suits for well over 5, probably nearly 6 hours at this point. So it's a long day, a space launch. It's quite a long day.
And they've only just recently opened their visors too, so they were on that internal air, I guess.
I mean, but the suits are all, custom fitted to them, so I would imagine they're in good comfort. It's just, impatience, which is the first thing that comes to mind. But these guys have gone through months of training. Mike Fincke, like as I was saying earlier in the stream, he's literally been an astronaut since the ISS existed. So he's been around for a little while. He knows how these things go. So they're all ready. They're all prepared for this. So this wouldn't be too difficult for them.
we have any good lip readers? I'd love to know what they're talking about right now. Like, they're like joking around. They're like hitting each other. They're having such a great time. I'm glad they're in good spirits at least. All right, so it looks like we've got our pad ninjas have arrived. They are climbing up the tower there.
Yeah, so I believe this is the level just below the crew access arm. Looks like some of them are already in the crew access arm. So the elevator goes up to the level below the crew access arm. They don't have to get the stairs, annoyingly, one flight of stairs, up to the crew access arm level.
Oh, here's a cool question. Are there any traditions that are associated with scrubs? Ooh, I've never thought about that. Are there any NASA traditions related to scrubs? Any special meals that night or anything like that?
Oh, I think they're doing a photo op, actually, quickly. They're holding up their index fingers again, doing the 11. Maybe they just did a photo op through the crew access arm. I don't know. Sawyer, that has your name written all over it, that question.
Yeah.
No, I don't know of anything if it does scrub. There's all of the things they do before launch to make sure that it doesn't scrub. There are ones they do after launch to denote a success. I'm sure there's a pot of slow-cooked beans somewhere that's been cooked and ready to go that might not be eaten tonight, which is typically a tradition that they do at the Launch Control Center immediately after a successful launch.
SpaceX, the team has reached the White Room. We're now beginning preparations for configuring the White Room and side hatch opening.
It's a tradition that dates back to the early shuttle days, as weird as it sounds. The recipe is online if you want to actually make them. But yeah, that's a post-successful launch tradition. I guess the only thing for a scrub is no beans.
No beans.
I think we're getting a selfie here from Kimiya Yui on his iPad.
Nice. Oh yeah, look at
if he can flip the camera around so it's pointing the right way. There we go. There we go, Kimiya. iPads are not the most easy thing to use in the SpaceX gloves, but looks like he tried to there at least. But yeah, I have to be honest, if I've been hard working all day in mission control or in launch control, and my prize for successfully delivering the crew into space is slow-cooked beans, there's conversations to be had, and they're not good ones.
Do we know how that tradition started? I mean, I know we always talk about it, like the cornbread, the beans, but how did the cutting of the necktie for anyone who's new on console? I know the tie I know is like akin to the aviation tradition. They cut the pilot's shirt tails off after their first solo flight, so that's kind of where the tie thing comes from. But like, where did the beans come from?
Where did they come from? There was someone who brought in beans. I believe it was either 81 or 82. It was early shuttle program. They brought in their special slow cooked beans, and the mission launched, and they had them afterwards. So again, as a kind of tradition and a way to sort of.
But that was 82.
Yeah, as a way to sort of.
That was even after. That was even after like Apollo and everything. Then. That was a later tradition.
STS-1 was in 1981. So this was 81 or 82, early shuttle program, and they had potlucks, and someone brought the beans, and it launched, and so the beans tradition stuck. Again, it's one of those where it is a post-launch celebration, but it is also kind of a pre-launch superstition in a way, given that you have to slow cook them for 8 hours.
You can see that cloud on the 39A camera on the left-hand side there. Right-hand side of the left-hand side, you can see that looks like a pretty nasty cloud indeed. The weather conditions... Oh my goodness, I've just looked up at some of our other cameras we have, some of our robotic cameras. It is chucking it down at the press site right now. There you go. Those are the current weather conditions, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
Yikes.
It is downpouring here now. I am thankfully inside at the moment, but it is pouring rain out. Again, half the sky, you can still see the sun and the blue skies, and then, of course, right over where we are is... disgusting, and now the pad is about to get very wet as well. It looks like it's just about to welcome the crew back outside of their space capsule and have another day on Earth and have some rain while you're at it. See the cloud? There's the shift right there.
It's like a continental divide, except it's just clouds. Florida morning on the left, Florida afternoon on the right.
Yeah. Still stuck inside there, hanging out. But they should be able to get off shortly. We do have the pad ninjas up there on the crew access arm, getting ready to open up that hatch.
Yeah.
Here's a
looks like
question. So since we have the launch escape system now, do we still have a padded bunker at the bottom of the pad?
They have the zipline Sawyer, so they go. I believe they go to an armored truck. I can't exactly remember, but I do remember something about an armored truck. I'm not sure if they still have the kind of spooky looking big bunker. I think the bunker will still be there, but I'm not sure if it's actually in use anymore.
So they go down a zip line into a van?
I think so. It's like it's like a big basket. I think they can fit 2 or 3 of them on one of the baskets. They go down the zip line, and then they have like this big matted pad area, kind of like a soft play thing, but on a huge scale, if you know what I mean. Which is where, yeah, but it's not. It's like a I think it's a spongy material. I'm not sure, but they have a big like offload area at the end of that zip line where they can then get out and run. I think they have some armored trucks there because they did a photo shoot. This crew specifically did a photo shoot with one of them armored trucks back when they were first, announced as the crew, I believe. So that's one of the many ways they can vacate the premises with haste if they must. And it looks like, if you were not previously aware, we of course still have our secret shop open. That'll be open for the next 22 hours and 12 minutes and 50 seconds. That is, of course, I watched the whole stream and all I got was a Falcon 9 scrub. That is precisely what happened today. So if you want to, I don't know, celebrate isn't the right word, but if you want to partake in the scrub, that is one way to do it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And it looks like the hatch is about to be opened. They've got a step ladder out for some reason, but looks like the hatch will be opening shortly.
Is the stepladder to put inside because of the way that their seats are angled right now to help them get down, maybe? What is
To
that?
be able to reach the top of the sort of the protective hood there that attaches to it. They have the vent there for air, and then they suction it closed. So that is their way to be able to reach the top and get everything onto it, and then attach the top to the capsule and sort of seal it.
Did we see that earlier today as well when they were sealing it up? I don't remember seeing the stepladder.
We saw them remove whatever that is. I don't recall the stepladder, though.
Oleg's giving a yawn.
For some reason, all of the cosmonauts are always the most chill on all of these Crew Dragon missions. They tend to be the ones that will either just hang out or sleep or yawn. And I mean, all the props to them to be able to just sit on top of a giant rocket and go, yeah, I'll take a nap.
Oh, some more photos now, too. Anchored to Earth for another day. From Tyler.
Looks like Tyler has been keeping busy, filling the time, taking some more photos at the press site. You can tell this photo was taken a little while ago because it's not covered in rain.
Yeah, I still have mine that I haven't done anything with, but yeah, that's a shame. And of course, I was hoping that the flag would be blowing a little bit so that you could get the flag shot. Now it's blowing, but it's also torrentially downpouring. So, you win some, you lose some. In this case, it was a big lose some. Although I would have rather have had no flag shot at the actual rocket launch, but minor detail.
So we're, of course, still standing by for the opening of the hatch. The ninjas are moving that canopy piece over to protect the crew and the vehicle and themselves.
Thomas saying, tough luck with the scrub, keeping fingers crossed they don't get a lightning warning on top and have to pause egress ops. Has that ever happened before?
I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't know.
I mean, isn't that what the towers are for, right?
Yeah.
The 4 towers.
Well, they don't have 4 towers at 39A. They only have 2, and they're both designed. They're both designed for accessing rockets. So, but they do have a lightning system at 39A. It's just instead of having 4 or 3 separate towers, as is the case at 39B, they just have the one big giant pole on top of the fixed service structure. Yeah, and then they have the lightning lines that trail down to the ground from there. And it looks like they're about to open up the hatch.
It's interesting looking at those signatures on the wall, how they all started up close to the NASA logo, and now they've kind of spiraled off.
Yeah,
they're gonna, I guess, do a second ring around it now.
Yeah, they're going to basically keep orbiting around the NASA logo. Yeah, although I do have to say, it is a little bit cursed how the NASA meatball, the bits that stick out, have been chopped off. Like, it's just a perfect circle. Like, the red bit that sticks out,
right.
It's been chopped off. It might have fell off, I'm not sure, because the signatures kind of go around it as if it is there, but it's no longer there. So I wonder if it's just peeled off the wall.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
it looks like it's still kind of there.
The red? On the tip of the red above the A? Like
Maybe it's just
outside of
gone
the
off.
blue?
I'll have to look tomorrow.
Next time you're out there? Next time you're up there
Yes.
on the crew access arm?
Yeah, all the times I'm up there, absolutely.
Oh, look at this zoom. Yeah, it just it does look like it was there at some point, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of exposed to the elements in a way, so maybe it just sort of peeled in the Florida weather over time, and they just thought, oh, we'll just make a clean cut.
It's hard to tell. I don't know. It's hard to tell from that picture, but it would be cool if we had some other pictures that we could check out. Oh, wait, we do.
Is that a
From
helicopter?
Jerry Pike. Yes, that is one of the choppers with... I'm trying to tell if that was during crew go by. No, it's just cars going by. But yeah, they have security choppers that go through in addition to ranged choppers. So it's cool to see them flying around. So, of course, you get the one that orbits the pad, which is where you get those NASA TV views from. And then you get the ones flying overhead. And there are the Teslas driving by and the armored vehicles that drive along with it. Yeah, crew decided mostly to keep the windows up for this one. I think only one of the 2 Teslas with crew in it actually rolled the window down. Guess they didn't like the heat and humidity. Again, you'll see a lot of these also on the NSF socials if you're not already following NSF on your favorite social platform.
Which is a great reminder, actually. Please do follow us on the socials at NASASpaceflight. Also, be sure to check out NASASpaceflight.com, where we've got a whole bunch of different articles about all of the different missions that are happening, a lot of the science that's going on, vehicle things, any kind of updates and news as it happens. We've also, of course, thank you, NSF socials at NASASpaceflight on X, at NASASpaceflight_IG for Instagram, and of course Facebook, NASASpaceflight.com. Also check out our YouTube channel, NASA Spaceflight, for all of our live streams, also our produced videos. So we have Starbase Update, where it covers all of the latest news that's going on at Starbase in Texas and Starship, all these updates. We've also got our weekly Space News Roundup show, This Week in Spaceflight, which will be coming to you tomorrow, usually Fridays. Of course, Ryan is the editor for that. I host, and then we also have Alex and Marty and the other Marty and other writers behind the scenes putting together great updates every week for that. So be sure to tune in for those. We also do Cape flyovers where you can see an aerial image of everything that's going on all around there. Lots of construction happening these days. So lots of updates from that regard, and then also just lots of other news. So we have shorts and we have dailies and all kinds of different information on there as well. So be sure to support us just by tuning in as well. Always, subscribe to get notified whenever we go live. Toss us some likes. Also on this video if you haven't already. And to stay up to date with everything that we've got going on. Other ways to show your support, of course, we've got our shop. You can get some merch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've been teasing a bunch of the cool stuff that we have available. Of course, lots of different shirt designs. We've got metal prints of some of those gorgeous images that you were seeing all throughout the stream. I'm not sure actually if they're up just yet today. We have the door
Dragon
open
SpaceX
here.
with the hatch open. We'll be handing you off to the closeout team for egress. See you soon.
All right. And of course, lots of other cool summer merchandise that we just released as well. Cups and luggage tags and all kinds of different things. And lighter shirts for those of you who are suffering in the summer heat down there as well. I always say I really think we should come up with Pad Ninja pajamas, like a onesie or something. I think that'd be really fun. I'm going to just keep saying that every time I'm on a stream. I think that'd be really fun. But yeah, if anyone ever has ideas for merch too, we'd love to hear it. We always have our ears open for fun designs and stuff as well.
Yeah,
and then, of course,
definitely.
don't forget the scrub merch, which will be available for, just until, around 20 more hours or so. Our secret shop for scrub merch.
Yeah, about 22 hours or so. You can see there, Ninja 46 was just having a little wander around the inside of the seal there, make sure there's no foreign object debris. They've obviously had a look, it looks good, and they're now going to be putting in that little frame there, which it just helps protect the astronauts and the suits especially from anything that's sharp, anything that could damage their suits or themselves. Just putting that in there for safety, and it looks like we've got a little bit more padding incoming as well.
By the way, it's worth noting that this area, at least here at the press site, is currently in a Phase 2 lightning warning, which is the strongest one they have. So it's definitely the weather dramatically worsened here. Hopefully the crew will be able to get down and they get a little wet on the way.
And that ventilation tube seems to have now been put into place just to freshen out the atmosphere inside of that Dragon capsule. Of course, it's been refreshing its own atmosphere supply for the last 3 hours or so. So to get some of that lovely humid Florida air, I'm sure the astronauts will love that.
Ugh.
I'm sure they're just going to be thrilled to get out of the capsule now after sitting in there for 4 hours.
Is that Microsoft Teams?
It does look like Teams chat, unless it's Discord or Slack. I don't know.
I don't think it's Discord. Oh my goodness. SpaceX's entire internal communications run on a Discord server. I do hope not. I think they were using iMessage the last time I saw. Looks like they've upgraded to Microsoft Teams. Maybe they've got an account.
Yeah, I know they've definitely used iMessage before. I'm sure they're all playing games as they wait. Joking, of course, but
maybe they're on our Discord, guys.
They're all Capcom and above.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Speaking of, thank you, Martin, for becoming a Capcom member. I just noticed that you upgraded. Thank you for that. Maybe Martin's actually a pad ninja. Maybe he just upgraded.
I mean, I'm sure
Keegan thinks it might be Signal. I'm going to open up my Signal now and see how it looks, but it looks a bit. Signal chat messages are kind of blue though. They looked a little bit purple on that iPad. That's why I think it's Teams.
Yeah, although I'm sure security is a big role in that too, given the whole thing with Discord not being super secure. I know that Teams has secure options there, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of it.
Oh, the interesting things that we investigate when we're waiting for a crew to get up. All right, it looks like we've got Oleg just left the building. All right.
Finally could stand up properly after however many hours laying down.
Happy to stretch his legs. Goodness.
Yeah.
All right, Yui is coming out. Or Kimiya Yui?
Yep, Kimiya will be the next one out. Gonna get a bit of help, make sure I don't bang their head, which would be rather unfortunate, but there we go. Out and safe.
There goes Mike Fincke. They're going in reverse order here.
Yep, commander is usually first one in, last one out.
Mike going for the sideways method here. Just as successful.
You know, looking at the way that the Pad Ninja in the capsule is standing, you can really see their seats are rotated backwards. So they are really, they've got what they're like 20-pound spacesuit on, and they actually are really needing to like roll forward and climb out of that. It's not just as simple as standing up. You don't really notice it in that angle that we see of the crew inside. But yeah, it looks like all 4 of them have now disembarked. Is that the right word? Disboarded?
That's the word. Disembarked.
Disembarked. That's the one.
Oh, and they get a free raincoat. Look at that. Oh, lucky people. Free raincoat.
Precious. Look at that.
And you know what our viewers
hear myself think?
Our viewers get free double coverage because we have Starship coverage happening right now that we'll send you to.
Oh, is this what the music is? It's the playoff music to get us to wrap up.
Yeah, next up comes the hook off the side of the stage.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, on that note, then, if everyone wants to dance and have a little party here with us. All right. So we are wrapping up. We'd like to thank everyone who's tuned in. All of this long coverage here, even though we had a scrub. Thank you to everyone in the field. Max, D, Julia, Sawyer, of course, who's also been joining us on comms as well. We also had, who else am I forgetting out there? Oh my gosh. WD-40 out there. Am I forgetting anyone else who is in the field?
Gary and Tyler.
Yes, okay. And then also on the back end, we also had Kevin operating, as well as Jay. And I think Carson was on for a hot second. I think Carson popped over to SBL. And then our commentators, of course, as well. We had Adrian hosting earlier. We had Alex. And then Ryan as well, who's joined me as well today. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in with us. We're seeing everyone leaving now the tower.
I love their raincoats.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I love their raincoats.
Have we seen raincoats before like this? This is actually like very cute, yeah.
Probably, but I don't recall.
I think once I can remember.
Amazing. All right, well, everyone, we don't want to keep you too much longer here. We are going to be dumping you over into the Starship hot fire test?
Static fire, hopefully.
Static fire
test. 37.
That's the one. So we're going to be dumping over there. But thanks for tuning in, everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Do all the things. Check out our merch store. And yeah, we'll see you next time. It's been fun. See you tomorrow morning.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal. Flight downside, SPD off. Bring in SPD off.
43 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, it'd be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.